I ain't been drinking, but I might have swerved.
Yeah, I'm always on mute and then I forget to unmute. But basically, uh, as you all know, these are my friends. But I know my rights, and it seems like even my rights have been violated in Texas County. Um, and I'm going to prove it. And I'm not going to quit going to Guyman. So get used to it because I'm going to continue to show up. All right, let's just get started on it. Welcome, everybody. So, Brady Giglio's been around for a very, very long time. And I seem to know quite a bit about it, only because of my grandpa's law firm. But I'm going to play you some things that happened just right here in Wichita. Some of you might have seen it before, maybe not. We're going to start there. And then we're going to go into a little more detail because, man, you got to make sure that the DA is doing the right things, okay? Because if the DA does not do the right things, people can walk. That leads me to another thing. I'm not trying to get anybody to walk on any case. As far as Kansas moms, I'm all for it. Like, let's do it right. Let's not give them a chance to screw it up. And let's go from there. And, everything is my opinion. This is a YouTube channel. It's for entertainment purposes. And if you don't like it, you don't have to watch it. That's how I feel about it. But also, I've covered the Texas County Sheriff, who's on the Brady list. I've covered the DA appointed drug enforcement officer. That we've also covered his grand jury indictment, his charges, all of that. Let me show you how our people here do it. And it's Brady versus Maryland. So it should be this way in all states. So if you have a DA that knows what they're doing, then there shouldn't be any problems. But I'm always the bearer of bad news, so here's some of the bad news, in my opinion. Got several officers that's on that list, that witness list there, that are on the Brady list. That's scary for me. Because what are they going to try to testify on the stand? I've been looking at Tad's attorney, and she's got a pretty good history. She knows what she's doing. So let me play some things for you, and then we'll talk about it. And we'll talk about Rock going to court and getting harassed, because that's exactly what it was. I got harassed. I got served paperwork, which should have came from Cimarron County. That sheriff knew nothing about it. I've got body cam from when I filed a report, when I got attacked. But anyway, I don't know where I'm going to go with this, because I don't want citizens to have to pay. But I told you, I'm going to make sure that I'm going full force. I think Texas County needs to be wearing body cams, especially when the sheriff's on the Brady list. Like, the Brady list is a big deal. So let's go there. We're just going to go there again. Because we all know court's coming up at preliminary for Paul Grice and Cora. Ain't nobody going to run me off. I don't care who you are. I'll go wherever the hell I want to go. I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm doing everything that's within my rights. Just because you got a badge does not make you an important person to me, because I'm not doing anything against the law. Now, I love law enforcement, the good ones. I am really, really, really concerned in the fact that in this day and age, after defund the police and all the craziness, and what's going crazy now, okay, let's just go there. With ISIS and this boots thing with TikTok that we went over yesterday. It can happen in your city. We had some arrested yesterday right here in Wichita, and I can prove it. So, with that said, why would you not want your officers wearing body cam. And I'm going high up, because I don't care what the Attorney General of Oklahoma says. Okay, I really just don't care. It's going to be basically what the president says in DOJ. If they say you got to wear body cameras, it's not going to be up to the sheriff to decide that. So we're going to go all the way to the top. But let me show you a few things. You might have seen it before, and I know people's at work and they're listening, so here you go. I think it's that one. I think it's this one. I've looked up so much stuff.
Well, thank you all for being here this afternoon. We were going to do a press conference about something else, but obviously with the attention that the Brady Giglio issue has taken in the media in the last couple of days, I thought it was important for the acting chief of police, John Spear, the sheriff, Jeff Easter, and myself to appear before the cameras and the media today to say a few things. First of all, I want the readers, the viewers, the listeners, the citizens of Sedgwick County to understand that the three major law enforcement agencies in this jurisdiction all understand our obligation to maintain the highest degree of integrity with respect to criminal investigations and certainly criminal prosecutions in this jurisdiction. We take our obligations very seriously, and I hope that the promulgation of the Brady Giglio policy that I sent around to law enforcement this week is some evidence of that. I will also state again, I know this is repeat for several of you because I've spoken, I think, to every member, at least one member of every media organization in the community in the last few days to state this, but I'll say it again because I believe it is very important. It needs to be restated, and that is this does not mark some new event in the course of history in Sedgwick County. This is a policy and a practice that we have long undertaken. That is to ensure that defendants who are accused of crimes, whether they be misdemeanors or felonies, are given every opportunity to defend themselves by being given full disclosure.
And I'm going to say, many have reached out to me, to my channel, about certain officers that I have covered a lot and how they've showed up, wouldn't let them get their kids, just a lot of different things. And you very well might need to talk to a civil rights attorney because your rights might have been violated. So we'll continue.
Of the discovery. That includes information related to witnesses against them. Those witnesses would be civilian witnesses or law enforcement witnesses. Again, this is a practice that we have long had. Has simply been made clear to me, and it was my decision ultimately that this was something that needed to be put into writing to add clarity to what struck me as a very obvious position. The position of this office, this district attorney's office, is that we will continue to take into this, ask for this information from law enforcement. We have received nothing but cooperation from the Wichita Police Department and the Sheriff's Department in terms of providing information about their employees that would fit the criteria set forth in my policy. We have then taken that into account and identified any potential issue in any active case. We then, for the last many years, have then told the defense attorneys, disclosed the same to them, which is why you haven't seen issues coming to your attention in the media or in the courts of appeals of the state for violations of Brady Giglio. There haven't been any because we have been in compliance with the rules. I simply made a determination that it was time to put this into writing and give it to all the law enforcement agents in the state.
Now, mind you, this is from 2014 here. At that point in time, I was still helping my grandpa at his law firm. So I was really close involved with the Brady Giglio. I know when I first brought it up to the channel that many didn't even know what Brady Giglio was. They had no clue. And so we went over several things about it. But say a certain officer arrests you and you end up going to court or maybe even prison and it's not released to your defense attorney about any Brady Giglio list or any misconduct, as per se, we can just add it in there when you're grand jury indicted, and you do a plea deal and it's all over the internet and you get your license taken away from being law enforcement, like Oklahoma, I still don't know what you're doing. Like, how do you go to a different part of the area and get another job? Well, what it comes down to in the research I'm doing, and I'm not going to stop, in the research I'm doing, is it comes down to the DA. It is up to the DA to keep a list of Brady Giglio and give that to the defense attorneys. So, listen, I don't want anybody, especially in the Jillian and Veronica case, like everybody needs charged. I think there's more, in my opinion. These are my opinions. But also, need to make sure the DA and everybody else is doing their jobs right so that we don't run into a problem. Let's continue to listen to this. And can you guys hear me? Hopefully you can hear me.
I would tell you, or excuse me, in the jurisdiction. I would also tell you that I was present today for a meeting of the small town chiefs of Sedgwick County, all the smaller localities, smaller jurisdictions, law enforcement jurisdictions, talking Derby, Endale, Genie, etc., and made sure that they also had received the letter and the information they all had, and was able to answer any questions that they might have had. And I'll be candid with you, there were no questions. They understood it very well.
Thank you.
And again, I expect nothing but continued compliance with which what we've come to expect from our law enforcement partners in this community. So the big point of this conversation today, the reason I felt it important to do this is when citizens get their jury summons and come to this courthouse and sit in judgment on their fellow citizens who are accused of crimes, I want them to understand and know that when they get here, that when the district attorney's office and the representative of this office stands up and says, appearing on behalf of the state of Kansas, we take it very seriously and we mean what we say. And that when they come and listen to evidence, they can know it's been properly vetted, that all obligations under the Constitution have been complied with, and the highest degree of integrity has been adhered to by this office and all of the law enforcement jurisdictions in this community. So it sounds like I'm making a speech, sorry, but I mean every word of it.
Also, exploratory evidence. That's really important. They have to give everything to the defense attorneys. And I'm talking, listen, many of you have told me how you went to prison and how things were shady. And they wasn't murder cases, so let me say that. You might have a recourse on that. You might need to be getting in touch with an attorney.
And this is very important, and it's worth having this conversation today. I'll defer to either the acting chief Spear or Sheriff Easter. Jeff, you're on my right. I'll let you go first if you'd prefer.
This is a very serious issue. It's been a very serious issue that's been facing law enforcement for several years now. And as Mr. Bennett had stated, we've been in compliance with this policy. I asked him specifically to place it into writing so that I would understand exactly how to manage this issue. As all of you know, we have 8 current employees that have Brady Giglio material for various reasons. Those folks currently were told about the current ruling that has taken place, and we are now trying to find out what the ramifications of this will be. And so, there is the biggest thing here is that we make sure that we still maintain the citizens' confidence that the sheriff's office is always going to provide the utmost amount of integrity to prosecute cases and to take care of the victims to ensure their cases come to court. Therefore, there is some folks that are in detention, which they're not commissioned deputies. They do not have to file affidavits, have very little chance of testifying. And then we have some deputies that are commissioned. Those deputies are no longer working and have not been working for quite some time in a street capacity. They are positioned in other parts of the department, such as the Judicial Division and the Transportation Division, which does not expose them to any type of cases that they would make for victims, or does not expose them to making arrests out in the field. Now, again, it limits their exposure. Could there be an issue in a courtroom that they would have to handle, that they would have to testify to? Yes. That would be such as the policy has said, that it would be a case-by-case basis that would be looked at by the district attorney's office. With that, we do take it very seriously. I can't answer any questions on what this means to the future because we don't know. We are looking at all different avenues and how to address this particular situation.
John?
The Wichita Police Department has 26 employees. Let's start over. The Wichita Police Department has 26 employees that have been reviewed in most cases and found to have either Brady or Giglio impairment. Some of the news media outlets have requested information which has been provided by our law department, kind of breaking down the assignment of where these employees are at and the reasons that they are Giglio or Brady impaired. As the sheriff said, and as the DA has said, this is not a new issue to law enforcement. It's something that we've been dealing with since 1963 and 1972. However, in recent years, there have been some cases in the public where this has really come to the forefront, and there's been a lot of scrutiny and questions and concerns involving this, not only in Wichita or Kansas, but throughout the United States. We've spent a lot of time working with the DA on this matter. We've done training with the Kansas Law Enforcement Training Center in Hutchinson regarding this matter, and are trying to work with our counterparts throughout the state. As you know, Wichita is the largest police department in the state of Kansas. We have, well over 800 employees, not all of them commissioned. We have support staff, administrative staff that are non-commissioned that are also Brady and Giglio impaired. And at that point, I will, open it up for questions.
John, when you look at this list, it talks about two felonies.
What list? Which one?
The Brady
Okay.
Giglio. It talks about 2 felony convictions. Can you address that?
I'll merely say that the 2 felony convictions are not commissioned police officers.
Can you say if they're in the
Pardon me.
distant past?
I'm sorry.
Can you say if they're in the distant past when they occurred?
The felony.
Yes, they were pre-employment.
Now, I want to remind you, this is 2014. This also came up again in 2022. So I went to the oldest one because this is not something new. If you want to dig further, you can look into Brady versus Maryland.
I think it's one of the things that's important to note that I know in dealing with these issues with both the police department and the sheriff, that many of these issues these issues precede certainly Sheriff Easter and precede the current manner of assessment of these in the Wichita Police Department. A lot of these things happened long ago, and they're being, if they were to happen today, I think the response would be certainly different under current policy.
And John, on the support service personnel, who falls under support service? Because when you look it up online, it's like the command staff, basically.
The long explanation is field services falls under Deputy Chief Mosley, and support services falls under me, and investigations falls under Deputy Chief Ramza. The exception to support services is that I also have internal affairs, and they fall under the chief's office. But we also have records, training, and areas like animal control and all of the specialty units.
Does the position of the chief fall under support service?
Within the organization, yes.
And is this list current as of today?
It is current as of today.
And John, we just have to ask specifically, is there anyone, the chief of police included, that falls under Brady Giglio?
Deb, we're not going to comment on that. And obviously, I know that there's been questions, there's been comments about that. The city manager is aware of that stuff, and I would refer you to the retirement or any matters involving the chief of police to the city manager.
On the list that we were provided from your department and then also from the sheriff's office, the sheriff's office gave ranks and then your office gave just the field services, support service, and investigations. And it looks like what we're being told is that to give ranks would be not open records. Can you tell us why it's different from your department versus the sheriff's
I'm
office?
going to step in at this point. If you want to ask these questions to the city and on the city's time, that's fine. I think this meeting here is of a larger. Let's put it this way: we're here to talk about some of the larger issues with regard to Giglio. I'm not going to. It's appropriate, obviously, to ask that question. I just think here in this context, the sheriff and I guess I'd appreciate it if we have questions that were more directed toward the policy and the manner in which these issues are going to be attended to by the various agencies. Yeah, you can understand why I think it's appropriate. These are questions that are more appropriately sent to maybe the manager or to city spokesman.
What does it mean to be Brady or Giglio impaired?
Again, you can look at I've got a copy of it if you don't have it already. The policy itself talks about anyone, and this again is a policy that I put it into a policy, but the truth is it's a status that's established in our case law, the United States Supreme Court. It talks about any person who has something in their past that would allow the defense to ask them questions of an impeaching nature. So I'm trying to put this in not so much legalese. If I can ask you questions about your past that help me undermine your credibility.
If you caught that, it's not just a Kansas thing. It's the United States Supreme Court law. Hopefully you caught that.
That helps me defend myself. If there's something about your past that would allow me to do that, that's impeachment information. If I, as a district attorney, as a prosecutor, know that this witness has impeachment information in the past, I got to tell it to the defense attorney so they can use it. I can't tell you how many times I've had to, often the people who are present when crimes are committed are people with criminal records. And so a guy with a forgery in his past, a guy with bad checks in his past, a guy with thefts in his past or burglaries, maybe the witness to a drug deal, to a crime, to a murder. That doesn't mean they can't testify, but it means that I cannot put them on without disclosing to the defense attorney what the nature of this guy's history is so that he can adequately defend his client. All this policy discusses, all these laws that are referenced in my policy point out is that police officers, sheriff's department deputies, anybody who would testify is not exempted from that. The policy applies to all witnesses. The one thing that's unique about law enforcement officers is they do bring affidavits to the office. The average citizen does not. So that's one point of distinction. But that's in a loose nutshell. That's what Brady Giglio means. That's why that's the type of information that we would be in possession of, and that would include in the realm of law enforcement. Do they have not just a conviction for a shoplift in their past, but have they ever been identified as having an issue with truthfulness? Did they say that they were on duty that day when they actually were off duty for 2 hours, and they were found to have been less than truthful in their submitting their hours for the week? That could be a truthfulness issue, and it could be something that a defense attorney could make some use of in defending their client.
So the defendant would be able to get that information in any case?
In a case that the person is being brought against, say that again, if the witness is being brought against them, yes. That makes sense?
Yeah, and if this was a law before a U.S. Supreme law, then why now clarify it at a local level?
It's as John mentioned a moment ago, the first case, Brady came out in 63, Giglio was 72, I believe. There have been other cases that have, you have a big issue like this, discovery. Each case that comes down the pike hones the issue, clarifies the issue a little bit more. This notion that this would include personnel files of law enforcement agencies was not part of the original Giglio decision specifically. That was having to do with a co-defendant who had a deal on the side with the prosecutor. But as that case law has evolved, has been cited to throughout the 70s, 80s, and really into the 90s. About 95 was the first time there was a hint that it would be applied, but even that case, Kyles versus Whitley, didn't go that far. It's not until the 2000s where it starts to, at the federal district court level, where you start to see examples in the case law where that is explicit. And then in the last few years, last 5 years roughly, the DOJ, Eric Holder, his department has issued orders to the U.S. attorney's offices concerning Brady Giglio and the manner in which they'll handle that information and seek it from law enforcement agents, which has caused sort of a ripple effect across state agencies across the United States. This is something, if you look into it, you'll find it from Washington State to Florida, Maine to California. This is not at all unique to Wichita, Kansas, or Kansas in particular. But that's the sort of the arc of this law and its application to the state courts.
Chief, a byproduct of this whole story is that how do you reassure the public that the officers that they encounter don't have criminal records, or how do you assure them that the people that they're dealing with aren't
Impaired.
Yes.
Obviously, these are things that we're going to need to not only tackle on the Wichita Police Department's level, but also countywide. Law enforcement has struggled with this coast to coast, border to border, as Mark has said. These are things that what we want to do is be in unison with the other agencies around here. And these are going to be things that we're going to work with the sheriff department and the other chiefs throughout the 18th Judicial District on these matters and how we're going to go about handling these employees. We're also, ours is a little different because we also have the Fraternal Order of Police. We're going to bring them in and also work with them on this issue. So this thing is evolving currently, and we're looking at everything and have a lot of work to do in the future on this.
Mark, you spoke with a colleague of mine yesterday. You said that we're not talking about cops who've been stealing evidence from the property and evidence section, or who have gone out and committed robberies and thefts, things like that. If there's somebody in law enforcement who's done that, they're fired. You said we're talking mostly about minor personnel violations. Given the list that's been disclosed to us today, the fact that there are 2 felonies and several misdemeanors, do we know for certain that there aren't officers on that list who were stealing evidence or things like that?
Yeah, I mean, again, that's what the point I made earlier. These are, I remember who asked the question of John a moment ago. Most of those are historical issues. If an officer under the current policy, both the sheriff's department and the police department, as I understand it, if an employee were to commit crimes like a crime, they'd be gone. We're talking about these are folks who
We're kind of
historically,
under the umbrella.
but the vast, or not under the umbrella, but preceded the current policy, as I understand it. And no, I just think it's important to understand that most of these things, I think it was Tim in his article yesterday wrote an example of one retired officer who mentioned what had happened to him, and it was really a fairly minor offense. But we don't have a sliding scale of offenses here. I don't say, well, that's not a big deal, I'm not going to disclose that. Or that was 30 years ago. They got a shoplift when they were in high school 30 years ago. Who cares at this point, right? There's no sunset. There's no sliding scale. We have an obligation to disclose the information, and it may not even be admissible. But that doesn't decide the issue. We have an obligation to disclose the information, and then the defense has the opportunity to defend themselves in light of all the information, not just what I think they should have.
So we will likely not find out what those felony convictions were, or any of those misdemeanors.
I can't speak to that. That wasn't a request made to this office. I'm answering your question directly in terms of how this affects cases moving forward. Jeff, you were going to say something?
Yeah, to clarify a little bit of what you're asking about is, there was a time that law enforcement would hire individuals that when they were 14, 15 received a shoplift conviction, which was a minor crime. You went through their backgrounds, a lot of distance in between those things, and we would hire individuals that had that minor offense. Due to the Brady Giglio material, we no longer hire people like that. And so, when you're talking about that, that means that our pool is even littler now because people do make mistakes, and they make a lot of them when they're teenagers. And now in law enforcement, you're not ever going to be forgiven for that. And so I'm not saying that's good, bad, or indifferent, but what I'm saying is,
I'm not going to name names, but when I first started doing Brady Giglio, a certain person said that law enforcement officers deserve a second chance. According to the Brady Giglio, you're not given a second chance. But one particular officer running around there, actually two, that's on that witness list for the Kansas case, they're still employed. And they're on the witness list. It's very concerning to me.
Is that within the sheriff's office, when you see, if there's folks on there that have misdemeanor convictions, those type of things, that's how it happened. It didn't happen while they were employed. And so, you also have to understand from a government is different than private. In the private industry, they can walk into you right now and say, thank you for your service, and you're gone. In the government, the Wichita Police Department deals with the union. We deal with the Civil Service Board. And so what that means is those deputies and officers have due process. And then a Civil Service Board rules whether or not I can actually terminate. And the FOP, through a grievance procedure, the grievance procedure rules whether or not they can be terminated. And what we feel as managers should be terminated for can be overturned, and has been in the past.
I want to add to that, when Jeff was talking about hiring, the Wichita Police Department, as of in the past 24 months, we now have a policy that that applicants with any crimes or convictions of dishonesty are not eligible applicants for the department. And that includes shoplifting, checks cases, theft of services, false police reports, anything along those lines. So there are things that we have done to already, but we understand that this is constantly evolving, and there's things that we need to look at more on a global level in how it impacts law enforcement in Sedgwick County.
Go ahead, Mike.
One more, and then I'm going to wrap this up and circle back to a question you was asked. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask you, John, on the officers who are on the streets, how do you, if they work a crime and they have to have an affidavit given to Mark, how do you know what they're telling you is true? And I think in your ruling, you said that you wouldn't rely on those affidavits anymore. So I guess this is kind of a question for both of you.
Well, I think this kind of harkens back to the question I was going to get to just wrap this up. The question he asked a moment ago was, well, how do the citizens know how can they be sure that the police officers, the deputies who respond to their calls, but he didn't go so far as to say this, but the jurors who sit in these cases, when they sit and listen to somebody testify, how can they know that they can give credibility to those witnesses and to those police officers? The thing you need to think about is what both of them have said. That is that both the police department and the sheriff's department, and I will presume to speak for a moment on behalf of the other smaller jurisdictions, the Derbys, the Andales, etc. Law enforcement is going to do everything they can to keep people with these issues out of a position where they have to be put in a position where they are the only witness to a crime. They can provide information to the detective, and so that the detective can then vet it, look for other objective evidence, the detective who doesn't have these issues can then do the entire investigation, bring that to the office and file an affidavit with the office. We will then vet it also to see if we believe there's sufficient evidence that the crime was committed. But if that witness, that officer, that deputy who has this designation in his or her past comes up and they are potentially a witness in the trial, they can be a witness in the trial. There's nothing about it that says someone who made a mistake when they were at high school is somehow now not allowed to testify. If that were the case, there'd be a whole lot of civilians walking around who wouldn't be allowed to testify. That Kansas law presumes that every person is allowed to testify. Every person is qualified to testify and be taken at their oath and be subject to cross-examination. That's the manner by which we test credibility. Anton Scalia, again, I'm sounding preachy here, but the United States Supreme Court has even said that the rubric of cross-examination is the means by which we test credibility. The point is we vet it, and this office doesn't look the other way. This office won't say, it's not, are you kidding me? A shoplift when they were 14, who cares? What the citizens of this jurisdiction need to know is that law enforcement is attending to this. They're doing everything they can to not put these people in the position where they are being set up to have that issue forced. If they
What? Like, you're not gonna have a sheriff on the Brady Giglio. Like, what he's saying is they're not commissioned officers out there where they can do arrests or even be witnesses in cases. And this is clear back in 2014. I got one from 2022 because it came up again.
They are a witness, and they do need to be called by this office to testify. We'll vet it. We'll disclose it. And before they testify, before a citizen sits on a jury, before a citizen has to come and testify themselves about something they saw, they should have every level of assurance that the Office of the District Attorney, the Wichita Police Department, the Sheriff's Department, again, are holding ourselves to the highest limit of the law and maintaining the integrity of criminal investigations and prosecutions in this jurisdiction. We could go on for the rest of the afternoon, I'm sure, but this is the message I think is, several of you asked it in one way or another, but that's the message that needs to get out. Law enforcement in this jurisdiction knows the rules. I have made them as clear as I am capable of making them in a written dissemination of the same. We are going to uphold the law. We're going to do so in a fashion that our citizens can be proud of and can have a surety that we're doing it the right way. And you can also know that we're, again, I'll say it one final time, that we are maintaining the integrity of the criminal prosecution in Sedgwick County.
Can I just ask one?
One more.
Question? Okay, and John, this is for you. This whole issue with the body cameras and these officers, how important is it, or is it important that they have those cameras on so that you can rely on those for the evidence instead of their word?
You mean trying to mitigate the impact? These are things that we are currently looking at. I just discussed it this morning with the other two deputy chiefs. We've discussed it with our law department and with the city manager. So
Just so you know, they're talking about body cameras.
Cameras on so that you can rely on those for the evidence instead of their word.
you mean trying to mitigate the impact? These are things that we are currently looking at. I just discussed it this morning with the other two deputy chiefs. We've discussed it with our law department and with the city manager. So we are, this is a live discussion right now on this matter, and it's something else that we're going to continue to discuss as the weeks and months go on.
All right. Now we're going to get to the one that just happened in 2022. I'm just trying to make a point here because, for one, you could be somebody out there that has been charged with a crime. I know Wichita had to turn a bunch of stuff. The DA had to go back and drop charges on a lot of people because somehow between 2011 and 2022, some things got through the system. But there was another incident that happened in 2022. The reason I'm doing Wichita is because I was involved in this. Like, I worked for my grandpa part-time, so I knew this was going on. I know when I first started talking Brady Giglio, everybody's like, oh, what the hell's Rock talking about? Am I trying to get anybody off? Definitely not the 5 and anybody else that gets charged in the Kansas murder cases. But there is other things that's happened there in the Panhandle, in my opinion, that has not been done right. And if you're one of them people that's gave me your story about what's not been handled right, whether it's a DA task force, okay, showing up with all the power. I mean, you got one of them guys that's been grand jury indicted, and then he took a plea deal, and he just moved to another part of the state and got appointed by the DA to do the job he's doing now. Like, again, and they're on that list. Like, they're going to be witnesses. And that's scary. And no body cam. I'm not going to get over the no body cam. And that's what I was researching all night. I was even calling several of my friends that's attorneys, defense attorneys, and they're like, why are you going over this? Like, we've got all of our shit straight here. Well, Oklahoma, you don't, in my opinion. You don't have your shit straight. I don't even think, like, I would be curious to know if you know even Brady versus Maryland at this point. Okay, we'll go to another one. Again, if you don't want to watch it, you don't have to watch it. Not up for me to decide whether you watch this or not, but it might benefit you. Let me back this up. Goes really fast. There's Jeff Herdman again.
Happen to the cases one of the big questions tonight, what will happen to the cases the officers who are accused of misconduct are involved in? There is a possibility they could be put on the Brady Giglio list. Alexis Padilla continues our team coverage tonight. Alexis, this is something Sedgwick County Sheriff Jeff Easter knows all about.
That's right, Jeff. 3 Sedgwick County Sheriff's deputies were involved in the inappropriate text messages. Once Sheriff Easter found out, he immediately went to the district attorney to show him. Because of Brady Giglio, law enforcement officers must notify the DA of any biases, crimes, or deceitful offenses. Then the DA must turn over that information to the defense attorney if it applies to their case. While being on the list does not mean that person must be terminated from the department, Sheriff Easter says in his office, they take it as a firing offense.
That's how we serve victims. And if we're Brady Giglio impaired, it jeopardizes that from happening, because more than likely the DA's office is either going to have to dismiss the case, or they're going to have to figure out how to prosecute the case without using that particular deputy's testimony because of what they've done.
I reached out to District Attorney Mark Bennett. He tells me he is still in the process of reviewing the facts and the officers involved. Here for you, Alexis Padilla, KSN News 3.
And of course, we will continue to follow this story. As Alexis mentioned there, the DA has yet to make his decision regarding Brady Giglio. Plus, what will the independent investigation conclude? Look for our coverage on KSN and online at ksn.com.
At U-Haul, we know.
Hey, let's see here. I think this one is the same thing. We'll see. We'll see if this one's the same thing. There's so many. So many. Let's make sure that we're getting through these commercials. Oh, I don't want this. You are not what I want. We did that one. Let's see here. Let's click something. Can you guys see this? Okay, you can. Perfect.
And supportive adult education centers near you.
One of the big questions tonight, what will happen to the cases the officers who are accused of misconduct are involved in? There is a possibility they could be put on the Brady Giglio list. Alexis Padilla continues our team coverage tonight. Alexis, this is something Sedgwick County Sheriff Jeff Easter.
Anyway, Jeff Easter goes on, I gotta find it, but he goes on to say that he will get rid of them. I mean, Kansas has problems too. But they talk about, I mean, here, see, you guys say I'm always talking about Oklahoma. I'll just show you this one just because it came up. We'll just play it since it came up.
Fact 12 learning the Sedgwick County Sheriff's Office investigated 6 of its deputies, some who were having sex on duty.
3 have since resigned after the sheriff says that they lied about having sex with a records employee. Fact Finder investigator Haley Tucker first asked about it and shares what the sheriff says happened. Haley?
Rachel, Mike, Sheriff Jeff Easter tells me those 6 deputies were investigated last year. 5 of them for having sex with the records clerk, sometimes on duty, and another for kissing her. He says what's most important here is that those deputies who resigned lied during their investigation. 6 Sedgwick County deputies are investigated, 3 resign after the department says an internal investigation reveals at least 5 of them were having sex with one records employee, sometimes while on duty. Fact 12 first asked Sheriff Jeff Easter about what happened. He says having sex on duty is not a fireable offense, but he says the 3 who resigned lied during the investigation, which they can be fired for.
The crux of this is that, yeah, that's not behavior that we condone or that we want, but those were not firing offenses. What rose to that level was the untruthfulness about it. And so when you're untruthful, then that causes us to, the law causes us to give that information over to the district attorney's office for Brady Giglio consideration.
A law enforcement officer loses their credibility when they lie, which means they could no longer do things like testify in court, which is important to do the job. Sheriff Easter says 5 of them worked third shift from 10:30 at night to 7 in the morning.
How does that work? So I know whenever a deputy is on duty, don't they have to check in with dispatch and they have to tell their locations?
You know, there's times it's very dead on third shift out in the county. And so, they're supposed to be out there being proactive and if there's any criminal type activity, trying to prevent that from happening. And so instead of doing that, they chose to do some extracurricular activities that was reported to us.
Sheriff Easter says he wants the public to know this is rare.
They can trust the fact that when we have instances like this, that we're going to make corrections and we're going to hold those folks accountable. But please don't label all of law enforcement that this is what they do in their off time, or this is what they do when they're not as busy on the streets, because that's not true. Had this happen, and but I've been here 10 years, and this is the first time, actually the second time that I've seen something like this.
3 deputies and the records clerk resigned. The sheriff says they were on patrol for about 2 years. The records clerk has been there for less than.
There you go. There's that one. What do you guys think? I'm just curious of what you think of this Brady Giglio while I'm still pulling up. Extra, there's just so much. There's another one that says that at the beginning of the first one, you heard they don't have anybody working the streets that can testify on any cases that's on the Brady Giglio. So, with that said, makes you ask a lot of questions. Here's one I'll read to you. Let me make sure that I've got it where I need it. And again, this isn't trying to get anybody in the Kansas case, any of the 5 off. But if it's a Supreme Court ruling, which it was, Brady versus Maryland, that means it's throughout the whole USA. Which means the DA better be looking at that list of witnesses and what part did they play in this, in my opinion. But my opinion goes further than that. So, because I'm more concerned with everybody that's reached out to me and told me of their own particular cases and how things were handled. And I'm sure their attorneys didn't know that the sheriff is on the Brady list. I mean, that has to be disclosed, and it has to be disclosed by the DA to the sheriff department or to the defense attorneys. So even say you get arrested because they got a video of you shooting a gun and you're a prior felon. Did that person know? And I know they didn't. that the officer that was there and signed that paperwork on it was grand jury indicted and actually lost his job, all to go to another part of the country and get basically the same job after a 3-year suspension. Like, I don't know. It just don't seem right. Don't seem right at all to me. So, let's see here. So this is to the other people. This is to people that's I've saved a bunch of stuff. We're not going to go over it all because here we go. I pulled up a lot. So I asked, what can a citizen do if they get charged with an officer involved that's on a Brady list? If a citizen is charged with a crime and the involved officer is on a Brady list, meaning they have a history of misconduct that could affect their credibility as a witness, the citizen should immediately consult with a criminal defense attorney to discuss their options, which could include filing a Brady motion to compel the prosecution to disclose all relevant information about the officer's history and potentially use that information to impeach the officer's testimony at trial. But it can go back. So, the Brady rule, the legal principle requires prosecutors to disclose any exploratory evidence, including information that could impeach a witness's credibility to the defense. Listen, I have an opinion, as always, and you guys know it, so I'm always going to share it. I mean, do you really think that the appointed DA task force guy that got indicted, then while indicted, we went over this the other day, while he was indicted, faked a burglary? I mean, it said it right there in the Oklahoman, whatever you want to call that paper. And he pleaded to a less crime. Either way, he's still law enforcement and he lied. Is that somebody you want on the stand? I mean, I don't know what he's going to be on the stand for. But hopefully, Buddy Leach sees this and anybody else, and they make sure they're covering their Brady Giglio list. This case is very important. And we need to make sure that everybody gets charged. So. Most of the time you wouldn't even know they're on a Brady list. Like many of you have called me and said, oh my God, there's 63 sheriffs in Oklahoma on a Brady Giglio list. I'm not surprised. You were surprised because you've never heard of the Brady list. It does exist. Okay. What a citizen can do if an officer on the Brady list is involved in their case. You can request that the prosecution disclose all information about the officer's history, including any past misconduct and credibility issues. Investigate the officer. The defense attorney may conduct their own investigation to gather additional information about the officer's past. And listen, there's really good attorneys that's out there. Probably most attorneys. I would say probably damn near all attorneys know about the Brady Giglio, especially if you're a defense attorney. But even attorneys that do work comp know about the Brady Giglio. So, I'm just saying. If the officer testifies at a trial, the defense attorney can use the disclosed Brady information to question the officer's credibility and reliability as a witness. Depending on the severity of the officer's misconduct and the strength of the remaining evidence, the defense may argue for a dismissal of the charges. Now, do I think that that case will get dismissed? Hell no, I don't think so. And it better not. Like, hell will rain fire if that happens. That would be just horrible. But we also got to hold our DA accountable. So, that's where I'm at on that. Also, I Court's coming up. That's preliminary hearing. Last time I was warned the day before that I was going to be served papers by the sheriff there. And what was really strange about that is that paperwork came out of Cimarron County. But the Cimarron sheriff, who usually serves that, had never saw that paperwork. So I'm on top of that right now. How did it get in the Texas County Sheriff's hands when the Cimarron sheriff never saw it? And what is crazy about that is I was in Cimarron County for a week before court. For a whole week I was there. He saw me many times. The sheriff did. If he had had that paperwork, he could have served me. So it seems like somebody, in my opinion, is just trying to act big on TV. Well, you seem nervous to me. That's my opinion. Okay? But you're fixing to get way more nervous because I know my rights. So anyway, let's go with this one too. So say there's a court going on, okay? Because there is going to be one. There's going to be a court going on. Let me add this. I'll read it to you as I go. Okay. Now, we're not talking a sealed court, okay? A public court. And every court that there's been so far, it's been public. It's on a first come, first served basis across the world, okay? Can I request someone be removed from the courtroom? I'm going to court tomorrow morning in regards to potential modifying a restraining order against my ex. Anyway, this person talks about family case law, different things, and she just don't want somebody there. Here's the answer to that question. Court hearings are generally open to the public. You cannot exclude anyone from them just because that person makes you uncomfortable. Matt, I think I make you uncomfortable. That's my opinion. I make you really uncomfortable, and I should make you uncomfortable. However, there is one possible workaround. At the start of a hearing, any party can and should ask the court to order the witness be excluded from the hearing. This is to ensure that no witness gets to hear the testimony. So you basically have to be a witness in the case to be excluded from the hearings. So just saying, you cannot stop someone from going into a public hearing just because you don't like them. So I wanted to cover that one too. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. Any comments? Let's see here. We covered the Brady motion to compel. And I'm bringing up, I looked up the Brady motion for you so that you would see it. What is the Brady motion? A Brady motion is a legal request filed by a criminal defendant attorney asking the prosecution to disclose any evidence that could potentially be favorable to the defendant, also known as exploratory evidence. I know I did this before, but I'm going to do it again, which the prosecution is legally obligated to provide. Essentially, it's a motion to compel the prosecution to turn over evidence that might help prove the defendant's innocent or undermine the prosecution's case. The term Brady comes from the landmark Supreme Court case Brady versus Maryland, which established the legal requirement for prosecutors to disclose exculpatory evidence. A Brady motion is used by the defense to ensure that they have access to all relevant evidence that could potentially benefit their case. including evidence that might impeach the credibility of the prosecuting witness. Anyway, there's that. So just because the sheriff don't like you, they cannot keep you from going in a courtroom either. So, or being on the property. So we have amendments. That's why we have rights. And yeah, I'm just not going to be. I'm not going to have my rights violated. I can guarantee you that. Now, am I going to cause problems? No, I'm not. And the other thing is I don't understand why you're worried about being filmed. Why are you not using body cameras at all? When's the last time? Does anybody know when the last time was that? I guess I'll do it for you, but if anybody in the chat knows the last time that Texas County used body cams, like, is that something? I mean, because they own them. They own them. The sheriff himself said it's up to him whether or not they use body cams. And what is the benefit of not using body cams? Why would you not use body cams? Curious with chat. Why do you think there's no body cams used in Texas County when they own body cams? I'll give you a minute. I know there's a lag. I was never for defunding the police or any of that crap. I think you should be given all tools available to you. But what if something happens to your officer? Don't you want that on body cam so you know who you're looking for? So anyway, that brought me to this. I'm going to assume I'm still here. Boy, chat, either you're really interested or you're just not chatting today. I don't know what's up, but chat is really quiet. Like, you guys are extreme. I don't think I have ever seen chat this quiet ever. Ever. Okay. So then we go and we look up what's the law in Oklahoma for officers wearing body camera. It's highlighted in blue. Oklahoma law requires law enforcement officers and correctional officers to wear body cameras and follow certain guidelines for their use. Really? Let me read that again. Oklahoma law requires law enforcement officers and correctional officers to wear body camera and follow certain guidelines for their use. I don't see where it says a sheriff determines it. I'm just really confused on that. On the right, it says, April 30th, 2021, police must notify a person they are being recorded. Well, I don't believe that. That's what it says you have to do. But listen, if you're going out in public, hell, even in your house and you have a smart TV, you're being videoed. I can promise you. At all times. At all times. Let me tell you, me and Deb and Nona, we were up pretty late. Like, we're still trying to find any search warrants from Tad Coleman's of his property. We can't find them. So if anybody has them, we would be happy to see them because we're looking for them. Okay, law enforcement officers. Officers must be trained on how to use their body camera. Officers must notify people they are being recorded. Again, on that one, you're being recorded everywhere you go, so why would they have to tell you you're being recorded? That one makes no sense. But officers cannot tamper with the camera data. Footage can only be used for law enforcement purposes. Footage must be stored for a specified period of time. Footage must be kept for longer if it involves deadly force, a firearm discharge, or a felony level arrest. Footage cannot be used in court if it was taken in violation of the law. Well, things have come a long way since then. We all know it. Like I said, you're filmed all the time anyway. So, even, you get on the turnpike, your tag's screened, and more than likely you got a picture of your face driving too. So, but I just want to know what part of Texas County is not Oklahoma, if Oklahoma requires law enforcement officers to wear body cam. It's a simple question. Now, I don't know anything about correctional officers, but it says here the Oklahoma Department of Corrections has a pilot program for correctional officers to wear body cameras. So that's a pilot program, seeing how it's working out. The goal of the pilot program is to improve safety and transparency in correctional facilities. The program will help reduce investigation times and promote better situational awareness. So, why would you not wear a body camera? Is there something that you don't want the people who pay your salary to see? That's my opinion. Could possibly be it. An officer may activate his or her body-worn camera anytime the officer deems it appropriate to record for official purposes, except prohibited under 188.32, unless required by Procedure 188.30. An officer shall not activate or shall deactivate his or her body camera worn. So basically, listen, they got to go to the bathrooms, right? They got to go to the bathrooms. So then they need to be able to hit the button off while they go to the bathroom. But they shouldn't be able to mess around with any of the body camera information. So, okay. Are police, and that was Oklahoma, but are police officers required to wear body cameras? Question mark. Are police body-worn cameras mandatory in the United States? Around a dozen states mandate that police officers who interact with the public wear body cameras. It don't say when that was, it was written, well, updated October 8th, 2024. These states include Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Maryland, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, and South Carolina. So, I mean, maybe them states don't wear it, but according to the Oklahoma law, every officer wears a body cam. So, let's see here. Am I allowed to wear a body cam? I know they sell them on Amazon. There are no specific laws or regulations covering the use of body-worn cameras. I'll be ordering one of them today. I will have my own body cam. Let's see here. I'm seeing if there's anything else in this article that's going to... Can an employee wear a body cam? Depends on the workplace. Like, out at the aircraft companies, you cannot wear a body cam because they don't want people seeing what's going on there. You're not supposed to be filming at all. I mean, obviously Spirit and Beach Aircraft and Textron, they do their own recordings, but recording in workplaces, vehicles, and public places is generally allowed. Employers should be careful not to record in private places, like a bathroom, crazy stuff like that. But and this is crazy. Look at this girly girl. Why are Walmart employees wearing body cameras? Okay, well, this is weird. Why Walmart launched its body camera pilot program. Walmart, which CNBC says is the largest non-governmental employer in the U.S., is testing body cameras after smaller retailers, including TJX, tried the technology at their stores to try to slow down the upswing in retail theft. Is it okay to watch your employees on camera? Video monitoring work is allowed. So yeah, I'm not going to keep going into long drug out stuff, but interesting, eh? I find it interesting. Let's see here. Check it out. Because they're honorable men. Well, I feel like they're not honorable. I mean, he's on the Brady list. The other ones had a grand jury indictment. And honestly, I don't have a list of everybody that's on the police force. So, I mean, you that live there, all you got to do is look up the Oklahoma Brady list. Now, oh, did I take that off of there? You're not supposed to be able to get off the Brady list without the Attorney General's office. So I'm searching more into that. I'm getting closer and closer, searching and searching. I know, girl. Well, I would see where you'd find the search warrant for Beasley's because that's where the bodies were found. But we're looking for the one even at Tiffany's, Tad's, you know. I mean, they had arrest warrants. And they came in enforced because there might be problems. Because we had heard about call of arms before, right? But did they have enough evidence to search the house? I don't know. I'm going to assume not if we can't find it. So, but you do remember, like when they got Tad, I remember it being mentioned that to-go bag, there was a knife sheath there, and some other things. But honestly, I think they only went and forced to arrest the 5 or 4, because remember, Beasley didn't get arrested, and on the second time, he admitted to this stuff supposedly, but they didn't have an arrest warrant. I wasn't in court last time, but supposedly that was brought up. That he, and you've seen it reported, that he admitted to them that he was involved with the unaliving of Veronica and Jillian. But I assume it's OSBI. I think it did say OSBI. Said that they didn't have a warrant. And as soon as they had a warrant, they would just call him in and have him come in. On a murder case? Seriously? I don't know. And then, you know, Tad was at home, supposedly had that judge guy there, and Paul Grice was there at Tad's, is what it had said. Tiffany was arrested in Guyman at the tech store. She went in to pick, I think, up maybe a iPad and 2 phones, maybe a computer and 2 phones. Oh, and Nona says, where were T8 and TC arrested? TC, the way I read it, was arrested at his house. TA was arrested in Guyman at a phone repair place, a computer repair place, whatever you want to call it. I think the guy does computers and phones. So if I'm wrong on that, chat, let her know. Where do you guys think? First off, where was TA arrested? Granny. Where was Granny arrested? For those that are in here that are in the chat. Because I remember seeing it was at, where is Deb, by the way? She's not here. And where's Christopher? Is he still sick? Let me see where Deb is. Christopher has the mind of an elephant, though, I'll tell you that. And let me message Christopher. I told my husband this morning, he said, why ain't you sleeping? My face is swollen and it hurts. And I said, well, because my face is swollen and it hurts. And he goes, well, it's killing me. I'm glad he got out the door fast enough before I kicked him. He told me my face was killing him. sick jerk, huh? But it's killing me. Okay. No soup for you tonight. You get no soup. Hubby gets no soup. Okay. Well, Nona, I'm the only one that's going to answer, it looks like. And maybe because people don't remember, and that's okay. But I'm going to say that Granny TA was arrested in Guyman, went to pick up the phones because I have a friend that owns a store there. And supposedly, the grandkids was even in the car. And police got the kids out of the car and out of the way while they went in to arrest Granny. Now, I wasn't there. That's secondhand. This is a YouTube channel. It's entertainment. But that was told to me. That she was actually inside and left the two grandchildren in the car. And that police got the kids out of the car and then went inside and arrested her. Again, I was not there. So I'm repeating something that was repeated to me. And then Tad was arrested at his house, remember? Supposedly, the judge from Elkhart was there. And he had the barrel of the guns down in his face. And it reminded him of the Vietnam War. But it also said that Grice was at. I didn't see where it said the judge was there, but there is paperwork out there that said Grice was there because I saw it. Now, there's been so much paperwork that at this point it almost gets tiring to go back and dig through all of it. I mean, my gosh, there's a lot to go through. And that's why we have a group here. Deb C., thank you for attending and being here. Nona has a question. Where were TA and TC arrested? And I want to see if you've got the same answer I have. If you don't mind. Because again, they had arrest warrants for, well, actually the four. They had arrest warrants for them at that time. Now, if the door wouldn't have got open, I mean, they can kick in the door. But usually on every arrest warrant I've ever seen, like they say what they're going in to look for. Okay? At this point, I think they knew where the bodies was and that. They just wanted to arrest the four because they didn't have enough on Grice at the time, it sounds like. Arrest the four, get them in here, get more information, and then do more. That's probably when they did the arrest warrant for Beasley's property, is after they got the four in and got to talking to them. Because they went to Beasley's property the next day. But you know that one farmer knew 6 days in. He knew about the skidster. He knew, he mentions Beasley's name by name. And does anybody know the correct address to Beasley's area? Because in the paperwork, it is strange. In the paperwork, it is a strange address. And there's actually two different ones. And it's not saying Texoma. It's weird. It's just really weird. So that's what we're still looking at right now. We have not stopped working on this case. We just don't talk about the case every day. But we definitely we're looking at everything. We want to make sure that everybody involved gets charged and the justice that the families deserve, and most of all, that Jillian and Veronica deserve, gets done. So. And sometimes I feel like I'm on mute because you guys are so quiet today. Is it because everybody's sick? Everybody's ill? Sick? I know Bianca's at work, so Bianca can't talk. Ostrich is at work. She can only listen. And so I'm reading comments, going over things. I'm trying to find, let me see here. I want to find, Jeff Easter did another thing in 2022, and he said anybody that was on the Brady Giglio list would be fired. That was, to him, that's firing. They fire him. Not everybody that hits the Brady Giglio gets fired. And it's the severity. But as you heard Jeff Easter say, our sheriff, that even, and our DA, Mark Bennett, we still got them. That was from 2011, and they are still our DA and our sheriff. We do have a different police chief. But with that said, they said that they try to keep the list updated, and but there was another long Jeff Easter comment. Let me see if I can find it. It was a video. Sedgwick County Sheriff. Oh, I'm gonna look up something else too here in just a second. I know that they had to go back and pull so many cases that involved these officers that were on the Brady Giglio list, and a lot of them got overturned. They didn't even retry them. They got overturned. So even in Kansas, we have our own issues, but they definitely wear a body cam. What's this? Look, here's something from Kansas from a day ago. See what it is. No, I haven't looked at it, so. Nona says, I'm good just using 2 phones and 2 iPads all at once. I'm trying to research like Deb C and failing. Okay. Deb C says, I tried looking everywhere for the Beasley address. Yeah, me too. Let's see here. I'm cooking deep fried shrimp at the moment. Now you're going to make me order. I'm going to Uber me some Red Lobster. Holy crap. Sounds good. Now, are you cooking it in oil or are you cooking it in an air fryer, Deb C? Hey, Texas AJ Hawker, that was a damn good game last night, and there was a little edge on the seat. Hi, everyone. I'm here working. So sorry to hear everyone is still sick. Y'all need to get better now. I will put in extra prayers for all of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, you're cooking it in oil? Yummy. Yummy, yummy. So, you bet it was. It was a good game, but it was, oh man, I was screaming, I was yelling. It was just, oh, man. I like close games when it's not KU playing, okay? That's where I'm at with that. I like close games, but not when it's KU playing. I have not heard from Christopher, so hopefully he's doing okay. Let's see here. Somebody sent me an email. Okay, I'll look over that some more too. I mean, I even went into Reddit, Substack. I don't know, but my best guess is that Tad's place did not have a search warrant because they were only there to arrest him. And I would say I'm really confused because we know they went to Tiffany's house. Was there a search warrant for Tiffany's house? Or were they already headed there to go arrest her, and that's when the guy from the phone place called and said she was there? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Let's see here. I'm going to pull something up. I'm looking. I want to see if I can find it. Nope, I don't see it there either. I'm going to play this while I look for something. It's old, but we'll play it because I'm really trying to find something. And I'll keep looking while we play this. Yeah, rock chalk. Man, I went to my friend Rita's yesterday, and her husband got her this thing that says rock chalk. She should take it off her wall, right? Oh, I went to my daughter's work yesterday, and her boss is a Cowboys fan like my husband. He's got cowboy pictures all throughout the hall. And every other one I turned upside down. And they didn't realize it till today while I was on the phone. I said, tell James that I just went ahead and took the Dallas Cowboys pictures and brought them home to your stepdad. And she said, what? She goes, no, but they are upside down. Did you turn them upside down? I said, neat. Oh, I would never turn them upside down. Okay. While we're looking, we'll listen to this. She's always moving her mouth, and I always get her in like the best spots. This is kind of funny. Okay, so this was 9 months ago. Exact date, April 22nd. There we go.
The two Kansas women who fell victim to an elaborate murder plot in Oklahoma weren't meant to be found for decades, if ever. That's according to the court documents filed by investigators. They say Tad Cullum, boyfriend of Grandma Tiffany Adams, buried the women's bodies in a 10-foot hole in a pasture that he was renting from a man named Michael Beasley. 2 days before the women disappeared, Tad allegedly asked his landlord if he could use a skid steer to remove a stump and bury some concrete and do some dirt work on the land near a dam. And the landowner said, yeah, sure, that's fine. But the day after the women disappeared, Tad allegedly told the landlord, now there might be a problem. He said the police were looking at him, Tad, as a possible suspect, and that the skid steer might, the tracks might look suspicious, to which the landlord responded that if anyone asked, he would say what he knew, that Tad had been out doing some work, dirt work. News Nation's senior national correspondent Brian Nenton got exclusive access to the property, and there was dirt work, all right. A massive 10-foot grave had been dug and filled back in within hours. Here's what Brian saw on the night that he went out.
It's dark out here, so bear with me, but this is the area where the missing women were found. This is the spot. You remember in the police report, they mentioned a dam. This right here, this buildup of dirt, this is the dam. There's a pond on the other side. And if you walk with me this way, just about 50 feet or so, maybe a little more from the dam, you can see where the earth is disturbed.
I know it's hard to see at night, but I know we were trying to look at stuff yesterday, so I'm playing this for you.
Where the tractors were out here, this is where investigators came. They dug right in this area, went down about 10 feet, I'm told, and this is where they discovered the missing mom's bodies. If you look in the distance there, you can see there is a pile of hay back there. I am told by sources that hay was moved over the area where the digging happened, that Tad, the suspect Tad, moved that hay over here to cover up the area where he was digging, hoping that the cows, this is there's a cow farm here, that the cows would come over, this is a ranch, and start feeding on the hay and make the area look less suspicious. But still, investigators were led to this spot. And again, this is the area right here where they started digging and they...
Sorry, I had to laugh. Cow farm. I had to laugh.
Found the bodies.
Just incredible work by Brian Enton. I misspoke. It was not Michael Beasley. The landowner's Jamie Beasley. And again, he leased the land to Tad Cullum. And Tad Cullum asked the landlord, mind if I just do some dirt work down there? Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below.
We've got to get rid of her. Hopefully it don't start playing something else. So I got something else to play. And I think they just went and forced because they wasn't sure what they was going to run into.
Those court documents showed that the suspects were all part of that anti-government religious group that I mentioned off the top called God's Misfits. Is this a group that was ever on your radar?
So this is not a group that was on my radar, but what we're seeing now is these domestic extremist groups pop up with the belief that the establishment is overarchingly corrupt. So undoubtedly, they believed in this child custody dispute that they could not get a fair break from the judge, and that they were going to take matters in their own hands.
So in your experience, how does this change the nature of an investigation when the FBI learns that suspects accused of murder are affiliated with a group such as this?
So, Marky, what they'll be looking at is there a greater conspiracy? Were there other members of the group that knew that this was going to happen, conspired to help them make this happen, to include financial resources or helping dispose of the bodies? So the investigation continues, and the FBI will assist local law enforcement because the murder charge is the most egregious charge, obviously.
And I also wanted to bring up the fact that Veronica Butler was in the middle of a custody battle with her children's grandmother, who is now one of the 4 suspects. Josh, I wanted to play a bit of sound for you because Butler's friend, Buffy Schooley, spoke exclusively to our Chris Cuomo last.
Hold on a second. They're putting something in that vehicle. And I'm gonna say, I'm not gonna just want to say, this is Granny's house.
Her charge is the most egregious charge, obviously.
And I also wanted to bring up the fact that Veronica Butler was in the middle of a custody battle with her children's grandmother, who is now one of the 4 suspects. Josh, I wanted to play a bit of sound for you because Butler's friend, Buffy Schooley, spoke.
Because there is some blacktop there. It's not real long that I can remember, but there is some blacktop in front of her house, and then it goes back to dirt, gravel, whatever you want to call it. Anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't slept. My face hurts.
Exclusively to our Chris Cuomo last night. She said she knew it had to do with something with this bitter custody battle as soon as she learned her friend was missing. Take a listen to what she had to say.
She had been going through a terrible battle for quite some time. I didn't know all the other parts about her getting harassed and threatened. We didn't talk about that much in our conversations, but I know that she was fighting for her children.
Josh, how do custody battles shift the focus and solvability of an investigation like this?
Well, in the solvability, you have a motive. It was clear from the court affidavit that the grandmother wanted greater control of and custody of those children. And when you look at the God's Misfits and their ideology, plus the purchases, and then of course the crime scene, you can easily determine that there was violence perpetrated, which certainly law enforcement did. So you start with the basis of the fact that there is a motive to conduct this crime.
And just a few seconds left. I mean, now that we have 4 arrests, 2 bodies, what will next steps look like
let me get to
in this case today and in the days to come?
So this one is Tad's, but the other one that had the pavement was Tiffany's. Because if y'all remember, I was in front of Tad's house and there was no pavement. This one right here is Tad's. But the one before that was Tiffany's, because she has the pavement out front. Right? I think I'm right. So yeah, the one that's being shown now would be Tad's. But the one that showed the bushes and the pavement, that would have been Granny's.
So the investigation will continue. Certainly, they have cell phone records to go through. They'll be looking at greater conspiracies. I mentioned earlier, are there other folks a part of God's misfits that either knew or conspired to help make this happen? And so those interviews and investigate.
Is there other parts? See, this part right here, this is not Tad's. This has to be Tiffany's because of the blacktop. But you're correct. The other one that showed the big hay bales, I believe that was Tad's. Honestly, I didn't look around Tad's that much. All I was there to do that day is I wanted to do the phone pings and see how far away his house was from L Road. And that's honest to God truth. And then I knew he no longer was there and the dogs were running around. I'll be honest with you, I had no clue that his mom lived around the corner or anything like that. But I'm a dog lover. If the dogs would have looked like they needed food, I would have took them food every day. I wouldn't have turned them into animal control. I'm not that kind of person. So
investigative leads will go on.
And we'll see if we also get a positive ID from that medical examiner's office here this week as well. Josh School, always good to have you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation.
Okay. Let's see here. Let's see what you guys said. Yeah, that one was Tad's. No soup for Rick. You found it. What did you find? No. You found the address? Because we're having a problem getting the correct address for Beasley. You think, okay, Leroy thinks that was Griggs School. I'm fixing to show you Griggs School too, that area. So you could very well be right. But the one with the pavement in front of it, that's Granny's house, Tiffany's house, right? Pretty sure it is. So with that said, oops, is this one?
Been positively.
This one, where they're pulling the cattle trailer out? Is this one Clint Twombly's house? The reason I asked that is because supposedly he reported that there was a trailer there that he didn't own and he didn't know where it came from. I mean, that's what was reported. I don't know if that's true or not, but so in this one, this could be the new sheriff of Cimarron County's place, because it looks like they're pulling out that trailer.
Identified 4 people are now charged in connection to the disappearances, and we're finally learning some more about them and their pasts. News Nation senior national correspondent Brian Inton now live there in Oklahoma. Brian, obviously this case continues to unfold, to develop. What is the latest there as of right now?
There's been shocking developments, it seems like every day, Nicole. Sorry to join you from the car. We've been racing around, chasing different leads, going back and forth between Kansas and Oklahoma. All of this happening really right on the border between the two states. I want to show you, though, we have some new video, this right here. This is video from one of the properties connected to one of the suspects. His name is Tad Cullum. He's the boyfriend of Grandma Tiffany Adams, who's sort of been at the center of this whole thing. We were over at that property. There were a number of police officers there, and they actually towed, you can see right there, they were towing a white trailer. There is something significant about that trailer, we are told, and that is the reason police wanted to take it into evidence. And what's interesting, Nicole, is we have heard from witnesses that they saw that white trailer in the area of where the 2 moms were killed. So it is possible that that is the trailer that was used.
Develop. What is the latest there as of right now?
There's been shocking developments, it seems like every day, Nicole. Sorry to join you from the car. We've been racing around, chasing different leads, going back and forth between Kansas and Oklahoma. All of this happening really right on the border between the two states. I want to show you, though, we have some new video, this right here. This is video from one of the properties connected to one of the suspects. His name is Tad Cullum. He's the boyfriend of Grandma Tiffany Adams, who's sort of been at the center of this whole thing. We were over at that property.
So if this is Tad Coleman's property that they're pulling the trailer from, help me out, guys. where did I hear or see, without having to dig, where Clint turned in that there was a trailer on his property that he didn't know whose it was. If this is Tad's property, and this is where the trailer's coming from, I'm confused. I guess I need sleep, but anybody in chat that knows that, because I was under the impression that that trailer right there, that Clint Twombly turned it in as he don't know where it came from, but it wasn't his, and it was on his property. But I believe it says here, which mainstream media, we know this says crap, but it's saying here that it's Tad's property. So I'm confused
here. This is video from one of the properties connected to one of the suspects. His name is Tad Cullum. He's the boyfriend of Grandma Tiffany Adams, who's sort of been at the center of this whole thing. We were over at that property. There were a number of police officers there, and they actually towed, you can see right there, they were towing a white trailer. There is something significant about that trailer, we are told, and that is the reason police wanted to take it into evidence. And what's interesting, Nicole, is we have heard from witnesses that they saw that white trailer in the area of where the two moms were killed. So it is possible that that is the trailer that was used to transport the bodies. That is obviously something police are investigating right now. Again, it's been a wild couple of days as this has come together. Grandma Tiffany Adams had been planning to kill the mother of her grandchildren. According to the affidavit, there was this very, very contentious custody dispute that had been ongoing. That seems to be at the center of this whole thing. We've learned that there was a previous attempt and plan to actually kill the victims before. That's something that we continue to look into. And actually all four of the suspects will be in court tomorrow. So hopefully we'll learn a little bit more, Nicole.
And there are So
was this April 16th? It's got to be April 16th. Yeah. Only reason I know that is because my birthday is April 17th, and on April 16th, I was back in Wichita. I had cataract surgery on the 17th.
So many layers to all of this, because as we can see on our screen at the bottom, they were God's Misfits group. This is a religious cult group. What can you tell us about it? Because the accused killers are allegedly part of this group.
Yeah, so this is apparently a very, very secretive.
Hold on. I see there's a comment, so let me go to it. Said property connected with Tad Coleman. Okay, thank you. I believe I heard once that Tad and his cousin owned property together, used each other's equipment without asking. Yeah, but somewhere, Average Farmer, there was some paperwork where it said that, listen, I don't sleep much, so I probably don't dream. But if somebody knows, has anybody else ever heard that supposedly Clint Twombly had turned in that there was this trailer on his property and he didn't know whose it was? Where did I see that at? Or where did I hear that from? I don't know. But thank you, Average Farmer. You guys are the best. You guys are from the area, so you're the best to answer these questions. We're just not going to stop. We're going to keep digging everything we can. So every comment is appreciated.
Group in this area. We did not know that this was part of the puzzle until the affidavits came out. And this is something that investigators discovered that all four of the suspects had in common. Again, the name of the group is God's Misfits. And we are told that it is an anti-government group that has a religious affiliation. They hold meetings in the area. And again, all four of the suspects, according to police, were a part of this group. Now, did it actually really have anything to do with the murders? That we don't know. Again, all indications are that the murders were really focused around this custody dispute. But now that we know that there's this anti-government group involved, God's Misfits, it's something that we're going to continue to look into, Nicole.
Yeah, well, we know you will be getting.
I was curious what that road is, too. I drove so many roads there.
development group involved, God's Misfits. It's something that we're going to continue to look into, Nicole.
Yeah, well, we know you will be getting answers. All right, Brian Enton live there in Oklahoma. Thank you. Thank you for watching.
Okay, go back to StreamYard. Leroy thinks I saw it in the probable cause stuff. That's very, very true. I could have saw it there. Mayo, yes, Clint called in the end, but this is 2 weeks later, maybe. Tad went back and picked up his trailer. Oh, that's possible. I mean, so Clint could have called it in, and they didn't come get it immediately, which makes no sense. That makes no sense to me. Damn, my brain hurts. The reason I say that is you've got 2 women missing. Supposedly the police knew what was going on the day of because they wasn't searching. And I can't show Derek's stuff, but if you go look at it, I mean, you'll see like reserve firefighters and stuff walking, but you won't see police out there walking. And it even says that I played something yesterday where it said they went for a mile. A mile to the east, a mile to the west, a mile to the north, a mile to the south. That's what it said. Heard also that Clint called about the trailer. Didn't somebody say that the white trailer belonged to Grandma? Yes, people are saying it belonged to Granny, but I'm just wondering, maybe I just misunderstood what that report exactly was, but again, it could have been the affidavits. But Clint had that trailer, the way I understood it, on his property and called it in as a trailer on his property that he didn't own. But let's remember that recording I have that I played 1,000 times that somebody else recorded, that in that recording 6 days in, that farmer's talking about Beasley, and he talks about how Beasley didn't own a trailer that big. Like, listen, sus to us, that farmer. Very sus. Bragging about how he went to OSBI. I couldn't wait to come tell us. I went back to searching for the women. So I'm really glad that Veronica's mom's friend did record that video. I didn't know for the longest time that video even existed. Thank you to Veronica's aunt for sharing that. And then let's see here. We just did that one. Maybe more suspects in God's Misfits group. Ex-FBI senior executive Morning in America. Okay. So that's the one that you're saying is not Tiffany's because she don't have a brick house. Maybe they just threw stuff together because she does have pavement, right, though? Here's the school. She does have pavement in front of her house, though.
If you had to picture the weekly meeting place for a group of anti-government religious zealots from the Oklahoma Panhandle, what image would you have in your mind? Now I'd like for you to add the fact in that they allegedly planned a cold-blooded double murder there. If you came up with a scene from a Quentin Tarantino movie, you are getting close. News Nation's Brian Enton saw the place for himself. He's live with me again. This was an area of this story I did not expect.
And let me show you the date, because this is the day I was actually at the courthouse outside filming, and I pulled over, and Oblivious Benson wanted me to go knock the clipboard out of his hand. It was a joke. I would have never did it anyway, nor did I see that comment. It was a joke. But I got out, and he wanted to interview me, and that was an absolute no. And I said, well, I have not been by Coles down there. I've not been in the Tad area, in the Griggs area, and I hadn't been to the Plainview School. And he was like, where is that at? And I told him, now let's look at the date, because I have not looked at what this date is. So let's look at the date and see what this date is. Why is it not like
Brian, I think.
Okay, hold on. Let's see what the date is on this. May 1st. That was on May 1st. And that could be when they released it, but let me look up my calendar here. May 1st was on a Wednesday. And courts are always on a Wednesday, so we had something going on May 1st. I'd have to go back and look, which I can do. But this is from May 1st.
Giving it the title Clubhouse is a little generous. This is an abandoned school, and the vibes from your video, it's hard to describe them except for creepy, and I know there are a lot more adjectives I'm missing. So take me to this part of the story.
Yeah, honestly, it did feel like the scene from a horror movie. Doesn't feel anything like a clubhouse, and you're about to see. We kept hearing abandoned school over and over again, that's where the God's Misfits group met. Since it's an underground group, it's very hard to get information. But we finally tracked down where that school is. It's next to the Twombly's house, the suspect's house, by the way. I went out there, take a look. So this is where the Twombly's lived. This is where they lived when they were arrested. You can see the welcome sign right there in the front.
Okay, so there's the Twombly's house. We're going to go, I'm going to make this go a little slower. I'm sorry, because there's things that we, as a team here, and you guys are looking at. So I am going to slow this down a little bit, so don't pay attention to him talking. Just want to see here. I want to slow it down just a little bit so we can see the property a little better. And then I'll replay it so you can hear it, okay? Hopefully you guys are okay with that.
Suspect's house, by the way. I went out there, take a look.
You sound funny, sorry.
So this is where the Twombly's lived. This is where they.
So there's a good visual. So the Twombly's lived here. Did the Cooks not live next to them? Because I thought the Cooks lived next to the Twombly's and they had put up a new privacy fence. So this is interesting. If somebody knows who all houses these are, I'm interested to know. Because I never went here. So
They lived when they were arrested. You can see the welcome sign right there on the front driveway. These are their dogs running out. But what's interesting is right next to their house is this old abandoned school right here in the middle of nowhere. I mean, it's totally surrounded by farmland. This is called the old Plainview School. Told that it closed a couple of decades ago. But what's interesting is we've heard from people in town that this is where the God's Misfits
I could speed it up a little
meetings were held at times, which is a little confusing to the neighbors because it would be difficult to get into the school because it's all locked. But they also did tell me that there were times they would come by and they would see 12 or 15 cars out here, and it looked like there was some kind of meeting. And another interesting thing, you can see it's all overgrown. I mean, it's been abandoned for quite some time. But what's also interesting is you see this door of this on the school is all boarded up. One neighbor told me that when police came to investigate the murders and arrested the Twomblys, they actually kicked in the window there of the school
That
to
looks
go
like a door.
inside as part of the investigation.
I think he meant door because that looks like a door to me, not a window.
What they found, we don't know. It's kind of eerie if you look inside the school through the window. I mean, it's all just relatively untouched from decades ago. You can even see there's like trophies and a case down there. So whether or not the meetings actually happened here, we can't say for sure. But again, people in town say they believe this is where the Gods Misfits meetings were. And neighbors say they definitely saw gatherings of cars out here and believe this may also have been where the meetings were, either inside the school, maybe behind the school. And again, the Twombly's lived in the house right over there.
Brian, that is so eerie. It looks like the school's frozen in time. It actually looks like it's still operational. It's hard to believe that's an abandoned school, and harder to believe that was a meeting place, allegedly. You actually spoke with someone, I believe his name is Ted Embry, and he knows all of the suspects, especially Cole Twombly, who lived in the house next to that school. He had some choice thoughts about the meetings and the misfits. What did you find out?
Yeah, he's known Cole since he was a little boy. And again, he knows all of them. He's done business with them. He's been friends with them at different times. And he says when it comes to God's Misfits, that there's a lot of anti-government people around. I mean, that's just the way it is here. But this was different because they considered themselves sovereign. They wanted to detach themselves from the government. And he says that he was very skeptical in particular of Cole Twombly's religious beliefs and the intentions behind those beliefs. Listen to what he said. What was your reaction when you found out that Cole wanted to be a preacher?
I thought, who in the hell would want to go to that church? You know? Well, good for him, but I don't think it's going to work. I don't know how in the world you can be one thing and then all of a sudden just roll over and you're something else.
But why do you think the Twombly's ended up in this group, God's Misfits? I mean, you've known Cole since he was a child.
I think it was a financial deal, and I think he's always looking for some way to get a dollar out of somebody, I guess.
When you say financial deal, I mean, because we know that Tiffany, Adams, and Tad.
Okay. Average farmer. Also, heard also that Clint called about the trailer. Didn't somebody say that the white trailer belonged to Grandma? Okay, we're all caught up. And let's make sure we make this clear. We're talking Clint Twombly because Veronica has a father named Clint. We want to make sure that we're not getting the Clints confused here. Okay? I want to make sure that we're getting it right. Yeah, I'm asking Nona what she found. Did you find the address? That's what we want to know, Nona. Did you find the address we was looking for? Beasley's actual address? Trying to do a timeline and then a map. So.
Other suspects had quite a bit of. He was a child.
I think it was a financial deal, and I think he's always looking for some way to get a dollar out of somebody, I guess.
When you say financial deal, I mean, because we know that Tiffany, Adams, and Tad, other.
Now this is kind of weird. Is this like is these apartments? Is there an apartment complex over there? Out there in rural area? I mean, I'm a little confused where this apartment complex is. Does it look familiar to anybody? Do you know what town this apartment complex is in? Curious.
Other suspects had quite a bit of money. I mean, do you think that he was motivated by that to be part of the group? Or
That's what I said. Looks like apartments, but it could also be hotels. I don't know. I'm curious what town it's in. So if somebody knows these apartments, I sure would like to know.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think he started it and they come to him. I think they all come together about the same time.
Brian, so insightful to get these interviews from the locals who are now willing to talk, I might add, now that the 5 suspects are behind bars. Tad Cullum, the suspect you were talking about, Grandma Tiffany's boyfriend, you learned about some activity behind bars that's a bit confounding. Tell me about it.
yeah, this is interesting. Let's remember Tad Cullum is a businessman, owns a lot of land, has several different farming and ranching style businesses. There he is on the screen. The beard is sort of a new thing, by the way. He didn't always have that big, long beard. But we have learned that he has been calling business associates from behind bars. He's been making phone calls to business associates, according to sources, and wanting to talk about business and wanting to even talk about future business deals and opportunities, which is very strange when you think about the fact that he's behind bars for murder and kidnapping and facing the death penalty. It's almost like he could be in denial in some way. But we've been told he is making those calls.
Thank you for watching. Go to News Nation.
Hey. I've deciphered the code of the search warrant for Beasley's property. Dropped a pin at southeast corner section, then zoomed in on Google Maps to find the dam. Okay. So again, I'm going to say the only warrant that I think that was for any property was Beasley's, because that's where the bodies were. I don't think I saw any for any other properties. I'm just catching us up on some things here. Sometimes it refreshes my brain. Hit that thumbs up. What that does is it keeps it in an algorithm and keeps people talking about it. I'm not monetized, so you don't have to worry about that. I don't get paid for views. I don't want to get paid for views. I don't know. Oklahoma police were unable to publicly confirm the identity of the two bodies. So that's when they recovered the bodies. Let's just check this out real quick. I know we probably just watched it, but
yeah, Elizabeth, we know that we've known that the moms were found in a rural area about 8.5 miles away from where the car was discovered. But this is the very first time that we are seeing video and images of when investigators showed up out at the location and started digging and searching for the moms. And if you look closely, it's grainy. We were able to obtain this video. It was taken from a ways away, so it's a little bit hard to see. But if you look closely, Elizabeth, you can see all of the police cars out there. The investigators are out there, and there is also equipment that they had on site that they were using at that location as they began digging for the bodies. Again, it's about 8.5 miles away from where the mom's car was discovered. We have learned through sources that the bodies were found 10 feet beneath the surface, that they had been covered with.
I know we already saw this, but sometimes the different clips add different information, even though it's the same clips. It's so that they get more views. But
soil, and they had to dig 10 feet down, located near.
Oh shit! I hit the wrong button. Yeah, we're not trying to make him that fast. Okay, here we go.
And that hay in the area was used to then cover the soil so that no one would be able to notice that they were digging in that area. We have also learned that it was cell phone pings from the burner phones. Remember, the suspects had burner phones, that it was the cell phone pings that led them to that area. And that is why they focused in on that rural area, started digging there, and then 10 feet down discovered the bodies.
Right. I was just going to ask you what led them to that location. How ironic it was the burner phones that Tiffany Adams, the grandmother of the two children who's charged with murder, the burner phones that she herself purchased in the days leading up to the murders. We're also hearing that there may be a fifth suspect, a fifth person who was part of God's misfits, who may be facing some sort of charges. Is that true?
So no charges at this point at all, Elizabeth, but this has been one of the big sort of mysteries that continues to remain and that people are questioning in the community, why this person hasn't been charged, who this person is. The name is Paul Grice. He is named in the affidavit. He was questioned by police. So he was taken in, he was questioned, he was released. It appears that he knew something about what happened, exactly what. We don't know, but he was released, and we've talked to people today, Elizabeth, who know him and his family, and are saying, look, he's a good man, and they're waiting to hold judgment. If he hasn't been arrested at this point, they say everyone should sort of just back off right now because rumors are flying like crazy out here.
Yeah.
But he's not been arrested at this point.
Rumors are flying, but also you got Ashley and everybody else saying nobody's talking. So rumors are flying and nobody's talking. Okay.
Elizabeth. So we'll just have to wait and see where that goes.
Brian, we've been hearing so much about the influence, the power, the sway that this family of Tiffany Adams had in this small community. I'm curious, in that town there, is there a lot of support? I know the victims' families are furious and were quite vocal about it and had to be restrained in court yesterday. But what about people who live in that area? Are they still afraid to speak out about these four murder suspects, or are people starting to loosen up now?
They're loosening up a little bit, but there's still a lot of, intimidation. I mean, these suspects, some of them were very, very powerful. And if you look at that video again, the new exclusive video that we got, Elizabeth, the person who owns that land, his name is Jamie Beasley. And this is sort of a good example. Tad Cullum, one of the suspects, wealthy, has a lot of land. He leased some of the land from Jamie Beasley where the bodies were discovered, the video that you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
And the thought is, perhaps he leased this land from someone who doesn't have as much money, decided to go out and bury the bodies there. They have similar looking trucks, which is interesting. Was he sort of trying to frame Jamie Beasley? Is that a possibility? But so you've got people like, Jamie Beasley who are intimidated. I mean, This guy had a lot of money, came out, leased some of his land, and now police show up, start digging, as you can see in the video, and that's where they discovered the.
So does Tad really have a lot of money? I mean, I'm just curious. I mean, they're saying he had a lot of money, but did he really have a lot of money? Or did they have a lot of loans? Remember the Elkhart Bank? Guy got charged. I'll pull that up for you. They sure had a lot of loans out through that bank. Interesting, huh?
the bodies.
All right, Brian Enton reporting live from Oklahoma on top of this story from the very start. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for watching.
Let's see here. Sometimes it's not bad just to go over things that we watch this one. Yeah.
Also a senior homicide prosecutor. Bernarda, great to have you this morning. You know, as Stephanie outlined, we do know Veronica Butler was involved in a child custody dispute with her children's grandmother, Tiffany Adams, a suspect in this case. And that murder came roughly 10 days after Butler petitioned for full custody of her children. So how do you see that timing coming into play in this case?
Well, that timeline definitely gives us an idea as to who to go.
We'll stop this for just a minute. Yeah, Leroy. So Tad, his mom has money. But like Deb C said, we're finding a lot of loans that was taken out through the Elkhart Bank. This is kind of crazy that he has money. Do they actually have cash? Or was it loans through that bank in Elkhart that closed down, and the CEO of the bank's related to one of them? I'll just say that. You can say who it was, because I don't want to say the wrong name. But
to who will have possible motive, who has the most to gain from this woman being killed. So I think that gave the law enforcement in this case an ability to have some leeway as to where to go, where to focus their investigation, because usually that is not the case. Good thing for law enforcement that they were actually able to narrow in on this woman because of her possible motive. And again, with these charges, motive does not need to be proven. However, motive does provide for a prosecutor a reason to prove a person's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That will be evidence that they'll be able to provide ultimately to a jury to convict these 4 individuals.
Well, and it seems interesting to me that all of these 4 individuals charged with the same charges. As you outlined, a potential motive for Adams in this case appears to be the clearest. What do you believe will be the legal strategy moving forward here? Do you think the prosecution is working to set up an attempt to try to get one or more of these suspects to essentially flip on the others?
Absolutely. As a former prosecutor, when you're talking about 4 defendants involved in a murder, usually you try to see, depending on the strength of the case, of the evidence that you already have, whether there's a necessity for you to try to flip, try to get one of the defendants to cooperate against the others. Because my understanding is that there's no video of this incident that took place. There is corroboration in the terms of phone records and being able to link it with internet searches, as well as testimony possibly from a 16-year-old, one of the 16-year-old kids in this case. However, in any prosecution, nothing is guaranteed when you present it to a jury. So you want to try to get as much evidence, as much information as you can. And the best information that you can get is from someone that is involved. Of course, juries don't love it. However, sometimes you have to try to get someone to flip, to try to make out and get a better understanding of what actually happened.
So, Bernarda, unfortunately, we only have about 30 seconds left, but I have to sneak this question in here. Our very own Brian Enton, he spoke with a municipal judge who's a friend of one of the suspects. And after that interview, the mayor who appointed him asked for his resignation. Keep in mind, this judge had nothing to do with this case that's now unfolding.
So you think he has nothing to do with it? Rock's opinion is different. I'll say that. Rock has a different opinion on what possibly could be the role of that judge, but that's just my personal opinion. So that Lent Twombly trailer is at the bottom of the search warrant affidavit for the white hotshot trailer. Okay, Clint Twombly trailer is at the bottom of the search warrant affidavit for the white hotshot trailer. It's in the search warrant for the trailer. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I couldn't remember where I saw it, so I appreciate it. Absolutely. Thank you.
What does that tell you about the politics happening in the background, the potential power these suspects may wield while they're being held in custody?
Yeah, that shows us a lot, but also it could be because they don't want that appearance of impropriety. Like they found this man was at the location, the judge was at the location where a search warrant was being executed. So they don't want the public questioning as to whether this judge was involved, what his involvement was, what his connection was to these individuals. And quite honestly, from his interview, it seemed that he was very surprised of these charges, of that this man, his friend, could have been involved.
Yeah. All right, makes a lot of sense. Bernardo Villalona, we'll follow it. Thank you so much for weighing in.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to joinnn.com.
Makes no sense to me. As far as that judge, he made no sense to me. I don't know why they was asking Dog the Bounty Hunter. He is well versed in small town crime in America. Well, he didn't show up. There's your judge. Okay. I think I got us caught up. Oh, let's just listen to his ass again.
All reportedly linked to an anti-government religious group known as God.
Due to the emotions that are running high in the.
Let's talk about this guy. Oh, we talk about this guy a lot. He's on the Brady list. Interesting. When is this from? April 17th, day of court.
County right now and the adjoining state. We don't want to take any chances. These people need to have their day in court and go from there.
The suspects include Tiffany Adams, the mother of Butler's children, her boyfriend Tad Cullum, and 2 others. They're all reportedly linked to an anti-government religious group known as God's Misfits, a group said to follow its own laws. If that's the case, those laws seem to have admitted the 6th commandment, thou shalt not commit murder. Police say in the past 24 hours, the incriminating evidence has been piling up. Authorities confirmed yesterday that the 2 bodies found over the weekend were indeed those of the 2 missing mothers. They were discovered in a rural area about 8 miles from their abandoned car on land that Cullum leased from the owner. Today, the victims' family members crowded into the courtroom, shouting at the suspects, even at one point lunging at them. News Nation's correspondent Brian Enton was there for it all, joins us live outside the courtroom. And Brian, it sounds like a very tense, wild scene.
Yeah, it was tense. It was emotional, Elizabeth. It was really like hearing like I've never been to before. Starting outside, security was so tight. There was a police drone up. There were snipers.
Okay. We watched the video of the security outside. Some people didn't get wanded. One guy who nobody knew who he was, he just said he was an attorney. He went in with a big briefcase, but okay. Maybe I was seeing something he wasn't. I don't know.
Snipers on the roof. There were metal detectors outside in the parking lot, handheld metal detectors where they checked every single person. You couldn't bring in electronics. I couldn't even wear my hoodie inside. They made me take my hoodie off. Once inside the courtroom, it was a very, very small space. The last 2 rows were filled with the victims' family members, about 24 of them or so. And when the suspects came in, they were very, very angry and emotional. And they were saying things out loud that you could hear in the courtroom. I wrote some of these things down. When suspect Cole Trumbley came in, Veronica's dad audibly called him a bastard. When
Does Brian have their names written down right? Because he said Trumbley. Like, he's reading it. Did he not write it down right?
Tad Cullum came in. He said, sorry, ass piece of you know what. And when Grandma Tiffany came in, he said, effing B, who killed my daughter. And then they actually had to restrain him. His family members had to hold him back, hold Veronica's dad back, because he was trying to lunge towards the suspects. All of this happening as the hearing was underway. We spoke to Veronica's aunt outside right afterwards. Take a listen. First of all, I'm so sorry for everything you've been through. And just that courtroom was so small. I can't imagine you guys were just so close to them. I mean, what was that like?
You know, to hold my brother back from jumping, there's just too many emotions, so much anger. I don't understand how somebody can hate somebody so much that you want to kill them. My niece did not deserve that, neither did the young lady with her. She was just there to help her. We didn't deserve this.
So all of that was happening inside Elizabeth. And then when we came outside, there was a large crowd out in the parking lot, including suspect Tad Cullum's sister, who started shouting.
Yeah, and one thing I will say is when I was in the courtroom, we could not leave the courtroom until all suspects had left the property. So when you see people running in the background there, that's because the suspects are already gone. You couldn't leave the courtroom until the suspects were gone.
That he would never hurt a woman. So you can just imagine emotions on both sides. Again, I've never really seen anything like that in a courtroom before, Elizabeth.
Wow, that's pretty amazing. Also, yesterday on this show, you had an interview with a local judge who was friendly with one of the suspects who's been arrested and charged with murder, was shocked at those developments. Turns out he got fired today because he spoke to you.
Yeah, it was shocking. Judge Vincent Forbes, he's a judge here in Kansas, where we are, near where the murders happened. The court hearing and the court case is all the way in Texas County, Oklahoma. So he has nothing to do with the case. He did know one of the suspects. He spoke to us. He calls us last night and says, listen, after your interview aired, the city council forced me to resign. They were so unhappy that I spoke out about all of this. I just went back to the judge's house to find out what happened. Take a listen.
I was sitting here in the house, and I got a phone call. There was a city council meeting last.
I'm playing this again, and the reason being is I just want to see body movement, and because I personally don't believe anything this guy says. So
I was sitting here in the house, and I got a phone call. There was a city council meeting last night, and they said, you need to come over here. So I went over there. It's only a block. I walked over, and I went in, and they were in executive session. When it was over, 3 or 4 minutes, they called me in, sat down. They said, we've had a lot of static about your interview, and we don't like it. The mayor has absolute control over my job. I'm appointed. He can hire me or fire me. And I said, well, just fire me. One of the councilmen popped up and said, oh, you're going to turn in your resignation. He's very nasty about it. I didn't appreciate that. And I said, that's not a problem. I'll quit.
You remember, Elizabeth, he talked to us yesterday about the cult group God's Misfits, what he had heard about them, also the fact that he knew the suspect, and apparently they weren't happy he was talking about it. It just goes to show why everyone is so nervous to talk around here. There's intimidation. The suspects were powerful. They owned thousands of acres of land. You look at their pictures, you might
sorry, I had to unmute. Let's go back to this. Sorry. During the infamous judge phone call where they questioned Four Corners. You're talking about the recorded phone call? That was about 2 blocks south of Four Corners. Yes, we were headed down. We was headed south on foot, looking. So yeah, if that's what you're asking, it would have been south. You're also asking, make sure you hit the thumbs up just to keep it in the algorithm. So, do we know where Cora's lookout site was? I want to say Yarborough School, but I could have been wrong because she was supposed to report when they were passing by. I don't know that I know that answer for sure. So that could be a guess. I'm trying to remember. Let me think about that for a minute. If anybody else knows, let her know. I'm going to leave it up there.
Not realize it, but they were powerful, influential people in this area, Elizabeth.
Yeah, and all along we've been reporting, even before they made the arrest.
Pretty sure Cole was clear down by Four Corners, is the way I understood it. He was down by Four Corners, and Cora was the opposite way. And if Cora wasn't at Yarborough, she could have very well been even at that Tractor Supply. It's like a JI case, but it's red. I can't remember the name of it. Somebody else might know. Right outside of Elkhart. But what's crazy about that is, and they might have it, and if they don't, they should go pull it. The only cameras I found in the area at all was at the Dollar General's and that tractor place. It's Red Tractors. I don't know the name of it, but that Red Tractor place has really, really good cameras. And somebody that worked there said their cameras are awesome. So they should go back and pull that March 30th if they didn't. I'm not telling them how to do their job. But you would have had some evidence on there. Like if Cora was there waiting for them. And you would have seen the women also turn there. Because I heard, like I said, I heard their cameras are good.
Before we discovered the bodies, there was a lot of fear around this grandmother. People just were very afraid to speak out about this family. I guess we're seeing now a little evidence of that.
Thanks so much for watching. Go to join and
if I'm wrong on that, don't think I am, Dead Sea. I'm pretty sure that Cole was clear all the way down by Four Corners. I know originally people said they blocked the road. I'm so confused now. You're probably correct. You probably got sleep. But for some reason, I thought Cole was looking out from Four Corners. Really, that's really what I thought. I want to show you something else too before I forget. Because everybody's talking about how much money they had. If they had so much money, why'd they have so many loans? But here we go.
A former Western Kansas bank executive sentenced today in federal court for embezzling millions of dollars. Shan Haynes was sentenced this afternoon to 24 years in prison. It's a scheme that led to the bank's collapse. 12 News reporter Gabriela Hernandez has those details.
Haynes embezzled just under $50 million from Heartland Tri-State Bank in Elkhart. Haynes.
Now, does anybody remember who is his relative? Scott Power. Yeah, but one of the 5 is related to this former banker. But I don't remember which one off the top of my head. $40 million, that's a lot of loans. And we did find loans through that bank. Deb C could describe them more. Maybe we'll do another video breaking down them loans. Because there was quite a bit of money in loans.
Served as the CEO from May to July of 2023. According to the DOJ, that's where he initiated 10 wire transfers to a cryptocurrency wallet. Those funds were then transferred to multiple cryptocurrency accounts controlled by unidentified third parties. Steve Cyrus with the FBI says Haynes made a conscious choice when making the town of Elkhart victims.
Mr. Haynes made the conscious, deliberate.
Hold on. You see somebody's making comments, so. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Leroy. Okay, Scott Power. Scott Power is the red tractor place on the corner. I didn't go in and ask, and I should have, but somebody that worked there said that they've got really, really good cameras. So thank you for that. Mayo Nights. Leroy says, Lori and Shane are cousins. Exactly. I knew it was somebody. It's so crazy. $40 million. And then Deb C says, Granny's could have her money tied up in family trusts. Now, the way I understood it is they never divided up that money when the dad passed. But a lot of this is just rumors. So to be able to give you the receipts on them parts, and I don't like to do just rumors, but I don't know. They could still be in probate court. Like, I don't really know. As far as Tiffany's money, I have no clue. But we know she had a lot of loans.
Mr. Haynes made the conscious, deliberate, and willful decision to also make the bank he ran, and his entire community victims as well. His actions not only cost his fellow citizens in financial terms, but resulted in the loss of reputation, the loss of trust, the loss of peace of mind, and removed a trusted financial institution from the community.
Heartland Tri-State Bank was insured by the FDIC during this time. In Wichita, Gabriela Hernandez, 12 News.
In Wichita? Okay, it was in Elkhart. She was reporting from Wichita. I didn't understand this either. This is weird.
Former Heartland Tri-State Bank executive Shan Haynes, who admitted to embezzling tens of millions in a cryptocurrency scheme, has received a 24-year sentence in federal prison. Haynes fell for a pig butcher scam, investing large sums from the bank into counterfeit cryptocurrency, with $47.1 million being transferred to unidentified third parties. The bank's subsequent collapse led to a $47.1 million loss, covered by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. Furthermore, Haynes's fraudulent activities led Heartland Tri-State Bank to bankruptcy, resulting in a $9 million loss for investors. The court gave Haynes a harsher sentence than prosecutors asked, underlining the severity of his illegal actions. Haynes also faces prosecution in state court for additional charges relating to the scheme. Former Heartland Tri-State Bank.
I want to make sure you guys hear this correctly, because who's the prosecutor? Because that's on the Kansas side. But it says that the judge decided to do something stricter than what the prosecutor wanted. If I heard that right, I'm going to play it one more time. This is on the Kansas side. So Buddy Leach wouldn't be the DA on the Kansas side.
Executive Shan Haynes, who admitted to embezzling tens of millions in a cryptocurrency scheme, has received a 24-year sentence in federal prison. Haynes fell for a pig butcher scam, investing large sums from the bank into counterfeit cryptocurrency, with $47.1 million being transferred to unidentified third parties. The bank's subsequent collapse led to a $47.1 million loss, covered by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. Furthermore, Haynes's fraudulent activities led Heartland Tri-State Bank to bankruptcy, resulting in a $9 million loss for investors. The court gave Haynes a harsher sentence than prosecutors asked, underlining the severity of his illegal actions. Haynes also faces prosecution in state court for additional charges relating to the scheme. Former Heartland Tri-State Bank executive Shan Haynes.
A butcher scam? A pig butcher scam? Weird.
If you'd visited Elkhart, Kansas a few years back, you might have caught a glimpse of a man named Shan Haynes striding down Main Street. He was the sort of person who drew nods and cordial greetings wherever he went. After all, he wasn't just a neighbor. He was the CEO of the local bank, the one that held everyone's mortgages, retirement funds, and savings accounts. He served on community boards, testified in financial matters, and led prayers at his church. He occupied that rare space where professional respect and personal trust seamlessly intertwined. In a place where a handshake is still a valuable currency, Haynes's word felt as solid as a grain elevator's concrete walls. And yet, not long ago, this same man upended thousands of lives by funneling $47 million of the bank's funds into a scam so transparent that it reads like a bad movie plot. Haynes fell for a pig butchering scheme, a bizarre fraud that revolves around fattening the victims' hopes before slaughtering them financially. This didn't just cost him his reputation. It wiped out local businesses, retirement plans, and the foundation of trust that communities like Elkhart rely on. To understand how astonishing this betrayal was, you need to know what a community bank represents in a place like Elkhart. Here, people don't just pick a bank because of its interest rates or a flashy app. They walk into a building that their parents and grandparents used. They deposit paychecks earned from farming, teaching, nursing, or running a hardware store that's been on the corner for decades. They talk about the weather, ask about each other's children, and share small pieces of their lives. Over time, this fosters a tapestry of trust that's as much social as it is financial. As CEO, Haynes was at the very apex of that tapestry. The decisions he made didn't just affect anonymous customers, they shaped the futures of neighbors who waved to him from their front porches. He could quote a complex financial regulation by heart, yet still remember that the Peterson family always brought their kids along when opening a new savings account. The intangible role he played was that of a steady hand in a world that can often feel uncertain. For a man like Haynes, respected, informed, and confident, the notion of being swindled by strangers on the internet might have once seemed laughable. After all, the FBI had issued warnings.
I did share who this is from, but mine did the Insider. They got almost 3,000 views. I did make sure that I shared who that's from. This is only from a month ago. So
Warnings about this exact type of scam, commonly called Shea Jupan or pig butchering. The scheme typically starts when an unexpected friend contacts you online, showering you with attention, perhaps even flirting, and subtly introducing a golden investment opportunity. Before you know it, you're shown fabricated returns that appear too good to resist. It's a hypnotic trick. Each fabricated success story nudges the victim toward investing more and more, until they're in so deep that the truth becomes unthinkable. It's easy to label such victims as gullible or greedy, but human beings are far more complicated than that. Even the shrewdest among us have blind spots. For Haynes, the blind spot likely revolved around ego, trust in his own financial acumen, and the intoxicating promise of achieving something extraordinary. Being a banker, being the guy who knows money might have led him to believe he was too savvy to fall for a scam designed for the unwary. Ironically, this very self-assurance became his undoing. The story goes that Haynes first tried to unlock his supposed crypto fortune by dipping into resources at arm's length. Maybe he tried using his personal funds at first. When that proved insufficient, he looked elsewhere. He borrowed $440,000 from the church where he preached. He took $10,000 from a local investment club and $60,000 from his own daughter's college fund. Each time, he must have told himself it was temporary. He would pay it all back soon. The screens he was staring at, those ever-growing numbers in the online account, told him so. In hindsight, these initial thefts sound absurd. How could he not see what he was doing? Stealing from his own congregation and family. But consider the psychological trap. Every time he paid a fee or verification cost, the scammers pretended to show him even bigger returns. He believed he was just one payment away from plugging a golden key into a magical lock. When you're thoroughly manipulated into envisioning a jackpot that will redeem your sins 1,000 times over, reality warps. As the scammers squeezed harder, Haynes escalated. He went from tens of thousands to millions. Suddenly, it wasn't just personal funds or small clubs, it was the bank's money. He overrode internal controls, instructed employees to send massive wire transfers, and exploited the authority bestowed upon him by his title. In a few short weeks, he drained over $47 million. For a small bank, that sum isn't just a number on a ledger, it's the difference between stability and collapse. Consider what that $47 million represented: partial business loans that helped local entrepreneurs keep their doors open, the life savings of retirees who depended on monthly interest, funds for scholarships, mortgages that allowed families to plant deep roots in the community. By redirecting these resources into the digital abyss, Haynes shattered countless personal dreams. One cannot overstate the depth of betrayal that the victims must have felt. It's not just money, it's decades of trust and hard work, gone in an instant. When the scandal broke, Elkhart went into shock. Families checked their balances, local business owners rushed to confirm their lines of credit, and shareholders realized their investments had evaporated. The regulatory authorities had no choice but to close the bank. The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC, stepped in, ensuring that depositors were insured up to federal limits. That's a crucial safety net, but no comfort to those who lost uninsured amounts or entire stakes in the bank's future. Beyond the raw numbers, the closure of a local bank isn't...
So, if I was somebody that lived in Elkhart around there, and I was running a YouTube channel, I would go talk to some of the people and see what they think about this guy being related to the other granny. Just because I would want to know I haven't seen where anybody's talked to anybody in Elkhart about this bank closing. I'll keep looking. If not, if somebody local don't do it, I'll do it.
Isn't just an economic event, it's a communal trauma. People had to grapple not only with the financial loss, but also with the spiritual and emotional damage. This was a banker who had sometimes stood at the pulpit, offering words of faith and moral guidance. A man who dined with them, listened to their hopes and concerns, and shook their hands as if sealing a silent pact of trust. Now, everything he'd ever said, every handshake felt tainted. In a small town, where reputations and character matter more than glossy brochures, such a betrayal is a wound that may never fully heal. It's tempting to paint Haynes simply as a villain. After all, he made criminal choices at every juncture. But to understand the full picture, you have to peer inside the psychology of someone caught in a notorious pig butchering scam. Victims often experience a peculiar cognitive dissonance. They think, I'm too deep to quit now. If I walk away, everything I've done so far is lost. They cling to the illusion that one last payment, one final fee, will make it all worthwhile. The bigger the initial mistake, the harder it becomes to accept it and turn back. For a banker like Haynes, admitting he'd been duped meant acknowledging that he, the financial expert, was outsmarted by faceless criminals on the internet. That alone might be a bitter pill. More than that, it meant facing legal consequences, social ostracism, and a ruined legacy. The cost of honesty seemed insurmountable, so he pressed on, doubling and tripling down. At one point, when Haynes begged a wealthy friend for a $12 million loan to verify the crypto funds, the friend quickly recognized the scam. He told Haynes plainly, you're being scammed. Instead of heeding the warning, Haynes became even more frantic, insisting that the fortune was real and just needed unlocking. This scene underscores how powerful the psychological grip of such a scam can be. Even when a trusted friend calls it out, the victim-turned-perpetrator refuses to see reason. Perhaps in that moment, Haynes knew deep down he was cornered, but his mind was racing too fast to accept it. When all was uncovered, the authorities charged Haynes with a slew of financial crimes. In court, his attorney pleaded for understanding, framing Haynes himself as a victim of a sophisticated con. While that may be partly true, the law saw otherwise. Haynes didn't just lose his own money, he plundered money entrusted to him by others. The court sentenced him to 24 years in federal prison, a term that, given his age, might ensure he never breathes free air as a truly old man. This sentence isn't just about punishing him. It sends a message: no matter how respected or established someone is, no one is above the law. But this does little to comfort the victims. They're left to pick up the pieces. Some might never recoup their losses, financial or emotional. The community might rebuild, but scars like these don't vanish overnight. It's crucial to understand that while Haynes' story is extreme, the underlying pattern is alarmingly common. The pig butchering scheme is not some fringe operation. It's been targeting people across continents, facilitated by social media and encrypted messaging apps. Victims come from all walks of life: technologically savvy professionals, retirees, college students, and yes, even financial experts. In a world saturated with digital illusions, no one's guard is perfect at all times. There's a broader lesson here: the human brain is not designed to be constantly on high alert for fraud. We rely on trust, patterns, and heuristics. Scammers know how to manipulate those innate tendencies. They often strike when you're busy, stressed, or lured by the promise of an easy windfall. While most people don't have millions at their disposal, the principle remains the same. Given the right conditions and the right bait, nearly anyone can be led astray. As time passes, Elkhart will have to navigate the aftermath. New leaders may step in to form a new financial institution or bring back stability to the local economy. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit the like button. And also don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more of these kinds of videos. Thanks for watching.
Interesting, huh? Hopefully nobody in here has been hit with that scam. Hopes and dreams from inside the Elkhart County Jail. I don't know what that is. Kansas City superfan. This guy was charged in a different bank thing. Okay. Well, there's got to be another Elkhart. I don't think that Elkhart has a jail that big. It's crazy. Okay. I think I covered everything that I really wanted to cover. I definitely want to. I just got a thing, breaking news: Texas beefs up the border again. So it must be something going on there. Anyway, we want to keep going over the case. We want to make a timeline and put everything in perspective. Just because there's people arrested don't mean that we've stopped digging and looking and going into all options. And listen, I hope the worst options don't come up, like the Brady Giglio, but you guys want the truth. I mean, I'm going to be giving you the truth to the best of my ability. And just really bothers me, this whole Brady Giglio. Like, I don't understand police officers, law enforcement officers that have to arrest people and get on the stand and risk a good defense attorney getting somebody off on little crimes, not long felony crimes. I don't even want to discuss this crime that we're talking about, because that's just horrible. But I don't know. I don't know how good of a DA this person is. Seems like there's a lot of plea deals, and I don't know. Maybe at some point, at one point I was pretty disturbed at the plea deals. But knowing that there's people on the witness list that are law enforcement that's on the Brady list also, makes one question things, you know? Like, is it better to do? I don't know how serious they take it there. You know what I mean? I don't know how serious they take it there. I want to watch this again now. This one here, I want to watch again.
5 suspects accused of murdering Jillian Kelly and Veronica. Good evening. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Jeff Herndon. Continuing coverage now of a story we've been tracking for you all day. Preliminary hearings for 2 of the 5 suspects accused of murdering Jillian Kelly and Veronica Butler are happening this week. Cora Twombly and Paul Grice both took plea deals. As part of that, they testified in court today. Julia Thatcher and Peyton Steiner have the only Kansas cameras at the courthouse in Guyman, Oklahoma, with a look at what new testimony revealed.
We learned Paul Grice killed both Jillian Kelly and Veronica Butler. He said he first stabbed Veronica.
Now, did you guys just hear that? We did not learn that. What the hell? What did I miss? Julia. Somebody said you were popping it. Okay, well, this did just come out of your mouth. Wow.
Both Jillian Kelly and Veronica Butler.
In Guyman, Oklahoma, with a look at what new testimony revealed.
We learned Paul Grice killed both Jillian Kelly and Veronica Butler. He said he first stabbed Veronica Butler, and then both women's bodies were put into a trailer. He said he was in the back of that trailer with the women's bodies being driven to where the burial site was. And he said he started to panic. Jillian's eyes began to flutter. He said he didn't know if it was the bumpy roads or if she was waking up. He said he thought about how scared Jillian would be if they buried her alive in that freezer. So he stabbed her. Paul and Cora both testified that leading up to the murders, Tiffany Adams and Tad Colum shared allegations that Tiffany's grandchildren were being abused by someone in Veronica's family. Paul said he never asked for proof, and the DA told Cora that the people accused in the allegations are minors, so all of the court documents would have been sealed, and there wouldn't be any court documents to show. Cora and Paul both said Cole did not have involvement in the plan to kill the women until either the day before or just days before. Cora said Tiffany did not want him involved because he drank and talked when he drank. They also said about 15 people met as part of what's being called God's Misfits, but that the 4 of them, Tiffany, Tad, Paul, and Cora, were a subgroup, and that the others were not involved in the planning or the murders of Jillian Kelly and Veronica Butler. Paul and Cora both testified that Tiffany Adams told them a court supervisor would be with Veronica Butler on the day of the murders. Cora said that when she asked Tiffany, She referred to Jillian as collateral damage, and Paul testified that when they asked who the court supervisor would be, that Tiffany said it was a nobody. The state wrapped up their questions for Paul Grice today. Next, the attorneys for Tad Cullum and Cole Twombly will have an opportunity to question Paul. Here for you in Guyman, Oklahoma, Julia Thatcher, KSN News 3.
What do you guys think about that? Did you hear what I heard she said? I personally do not think Christ killed both of them. He had his hands full. Veronica was fighting him like crazy. So I thought I'd watched everything. That's why sometimes we got to go back and watch it again, because stupid shit comes out. I want to see this too. I've been waiting.
New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various other reasons.
Joining me now is Sean Golden, Sheriff in Monmouth County, New Jersey. Sheriff Golden, good morning. And
We can watch this later. But supposedly Trump was going to release it. Looks like they did yesterday. I was busy yesterday. So I still think them drones was looking for them Iranian missiles that's here on our soil. This was 8 months ago. She was in the courtroom. Allison was. She's an attorney.
Yeah. More than that.
News Nation investigative producer Allison Weiner has been scouring through the documents today. She joins us. What have you found?
It's crazy. I mean, this story and it does answer some of the questions that we've had since the beginning.
Notably, how were they killed?
Yeah. More than that, it also tells us that the police were onto them pretty quickly and doing a lot of work with search warrants. This is basically what was released today, and the defense had moved to try to seal these search warrants, and the judge wasn't having it.
How were the police tipped off early? Why were they tipped off early?
I think that there were witnesses to different things. Different trucks were different places, but I think they were all so tipped off because this is a custody battle. It was a brutal custody battle, and it was getting nastier and nastier. So I think the first suspects, you go right to Grandma Tiffany.
All right, investigators.
The mastermind.
Right. And in fact, there was a court hearing that was scheduled for just a few days after the women were murdered that was supposed to possibly shift custody back to Veronica Butler, one of the victims.
That's the day they were arraigned, too.
Yeah.
On these charges.
How ironic.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was a custody hearing, right, to give her more time. But there's no doubt that she was going to go after custody of her kids, which I would have. Like, I'm a mom. I would have, too. This is why we don't watch mainstream and depend on them. I'll just say that.
Investigators say there were items belonging to both women that were found in one of the suspects' vehicles. What exactly did they find?
They found the iPhones. And their iPhones and...
Both women's iPhones were found in whose vehicle?
In Twombly's vehicle.
Okay.
And one of the defendants' vehicles.
Whoa. I thought the women's phones wasn't found. What am I missing here?
What exactly did they find?
They found the iPhones. And their iPhones and...
Both women's iPhones were found in whose vehicle?
In Twombly's vehicle.
Okay.
And one of the defendants' vehicles. The problem with this case is if you keep, there are 5 defendants, so it gets a bit confusing when you start talking about everybody. But basically, Tiffany Adams, who we were calling the mastermind, there were other people involved, and everybody was working together. So there are a lot of different vehicles involved, and different things are in different places. There were items that were not related to the victims found in that freezer. There were things, found at a lot of different locations. And so you see the police really trying every single way to get the evidence that they need, and they got a lot.
Okay, the documents show a stock trailer was seized from Mr. Twombly's property?
Yes.
He claims it wasn't his.
It wasn't him that claimed it. It was a family member who claimed that it wasn't his.
That it didn't belong to him, but something was found inside there as well. What?
Well, they actually saw things that looked like blood stains, and arrest, in the affidavit, you see that they are using like these wet swabs. That's what they use to get blood off.
Right.
So you can kind of extrapolate from the fact that they're using a certain technique. This is the trailer that everybody thought was used to transport these women from the car area where they were first abducted to the place where they were buried, which is on Jamie Beasley's property.
Okay.
So the vehicle obviously will have a lot of potential DNA and blood because they were found with a lot of, blood on their
There was a
clothing.
lot of blood found at the scene of their car. One of the suspects apparently talked quite a bit in the time between the crimes and the time he was arrested. What did he say?
Well, this was the suspect number 5, Paul Grice.
He was arrested much later than the first four.
Yes, and he had time to go about town and chat with people. So it was just, you sort of just go, why? But the first time he was talking to a friend of his, and he actually said, do you know a guy that if someone wanted to leave the country, that he would help them do that. He also apparently, or
go
allegedly,
to Mexico, right?
Go to
he
Mexico,
was specific
yes.
about it.
Yes, he was
Okay.
specific about it. And he also said, wanted to know about how long DNA would last if it was in the dirt, underground, 15 feet down. And they were buried.
That's specific?
That's specific. And that's what
I don't, why, it might have been in the affidavit, but why do I think they were still searching for the 2 women's phones? I don't know. I might be losing my mind. It's probably time to get off of here because this very well could have been a mistake. Last I knew they were searching for the phones. I don't know.
what the affidavit says. And now we have to always keep in mind that these affidavits are done by the police.
Right.
So we haven't heard the side of the defendants. I don't know.
He also had an injury.
He had an injury. We kind of knew about it because it was all over that he had a cut. But the FBI went to visit him. I call it kind of the OJ situation because they went to visit him and he said he'd cut it like working on his truck. The friend testified to the police that he had cut it a different way. So he has different conflicting statements on how he got the injury. It's a bandage right pinky, but he was seen at an Easter celebration the day after they were murdered with a bandage on.
Yeah.
Which often.
And come to find out, Colin Core was also at that Easter thing.
It happens when people are stabbing people.
Do we know why he was arrested so much later?
You can tell because they're busy looking into where he was and checking phones. And they also have this witness he spoke to. So they got a great deal of evidence in the period between when the other defendants were arrested and he was finally arrested. They were busy working it because you see them looking for stuff.
Yeah, and it's clear
Looking for evidence.
A lot of people turned witness for the state in this, for the police. People reported what they saw, what they heard. All right, Allison Weiner, thanks so much. Thanks so much for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find.
Okay, people reported what they saw and what they heard and helped police in this case from the very beginning. Interesting. Very interesting. I mean, for example, if the police went by everything that's reported, I mean, they still didn't look for the women, and we had no bodies for 15 days. No arrests for 14 days, no bodies for 15 days. I mean, what if they were being held captive somewhere? Like, I just can't imagine. I want to see the trial. I know a lot of people don't want to see the trial, but I would really like to see Ellie's work. Okay. Well, that was enough to make my brain hurt. Because, am I the only one that was thinking that the women's phones are still missing as of now? Like, they're still missing? That's where I'm losing my head. It's weird. Guess it's where you look and who's reporting it and frustrating. Very frustrating. Well, I hope they have the phones. That's what I'm going to say. I hope they have their phones. Again, I was under the impression they did not have the funds. Hold on. Let me look in here. On May 15th, let's see here. See if I can airdrop it. Oh, I can. I'm going to airdrop it. We're going to look at it. Okay, here we go. Okay. Actually, I'll print it and I'll read it to you. But I've got it saved. I don't know how to move it to the screen without just posting it on my community page. Okay. State of Kansas. Okay. Thanks, Deb C, by the way. Oh, you sent 3? Why did it give me this one? 3 for the truck. Okay. Well, it's only pulling up 1. Crap. Okay. Hold on. Oh, okay. Let me print these 2. I'm just gonna read it to you. No fancy here. Okay. Let me read it. Let me read it to you. Let me go back to StreamYard so I can see you guys. Okay. The state of Oklahoma versus 1991 Chevrolet 1500 pickup, blue and gray in color, bearing Oklahoma tag IJF 605, and then it has the VIN belonging to Cole and Cora Twombly. Affidavit for search warrant. I am Special Agent Ott, Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation. I've been in law enforcement for 27 years. I have conducted an investigative inquiry into the matter below regarding the above-named vehicle, and from these facts and statements report as follows. That your affidavit for probable cause to believe that in the vehicle above listed known as, ooh, wait a minute. Okay, this is where I'm not an attorney. I will say I'm not an attorney, okay? But when you do an arrest affidavit or a search warrant, you have to put on there what you believe you're going to find, okay? So what I'm fixing to read you is what they believe they're going to find. I don't mean that's what they're going to find. But I'm not an attorney. I believe it's what they think they're going to find. Just like if they'd have thought that there was something in Tad's house, then there would be a search warrant for his house. But they list what they're going in there, what they think they're going to find. Because the judge just ain't going to sign a blank search warrant. But anyway, I'm going to go back to reading this. Okay. That your affidavit has probable cause to believe that in the vehicle above listed, known as the 1991 1500 blue pickup, blue and gray in color, being OK tag, okay, all within the county of Texas, state of Oklahoma. There is now being concealed certain evidence, namely, okay, all within the county of Texas, state of Oklahoma, there is now being concealed certain evidence, namely, cellular phone owned by Veronica Butler with the phone number, jewelry worn by Butler or Jillian Kelly, cellular phone owned by Kelly with phone number, I'm leaving that out, a 380 ACP Taurus handgun with silver slide and black handle loaded with a full magazine of JAG 380 ACP hollow point, 1 live round in the chamber and a cloth holster, stun gun or guns, oil dry or kitty litter used for liquid, absorption trace evidence, biological DNA, evidence, digital photographs. Digital photographs. Now, why would they think there was digital photographs in that vehicle? Special scans and all other evidence of the crime of the murder, of which is subject to be lawfully seized as evidence of the following crimes. So this is what I was saying earlier. Usually an affidavit for a search warrant, they've got to put in there what they think they could possibly find. I don't think that means that they found that. Factual basis. On Saturday, March 30th, Texas County Sheriff Office requested OSBI investigate services of suspicious disappearance of Veronica Butler and Jillian Kelly from the rural Texas County after the vehicle was found abandoned near Highway 95 and Elm Road. Another one of what they did find. Okay. Yeah, because that wasn't sounding right. I'm like, okay, wait a minute. And that, again, would answer our question as to why we are not finding search warrants for the houses. They had arrest warrants to arrest the 4 at the time, but not actual search warrants. Okay. Got it. My supper's ready. Sorry, guys. But I'm going to continue. I'm not going to continue to read that, though. What's the other one? What they actually found. Let me tell you what they actually found. And thanks, Deb. Okay. Crazy. And some of the stuff they do, like, how do they find it acceptable just to mark through shit and write shit over the top of it and X out a file date of April 28th and redo one with May 15th? Like, what the heck? Court papers are supposed to be pretty specific, and this looks pretty shoddy to me, if you ask me, but that's my opinion. Okay, search warrant return. The state of Oklahoma, county of Texas, the 1991 1500 pickup blue and gray bearing OK tag. Okay. The following items were seized. Digital photographs taken of vehicle and contents. A white iPhone, a black iPhone, white gloves. I Special Agent Jason Ott advised that this warrant was executed on April 17, 2024, and do swear that the above inventory is a true and detailed account of the items taken by authority of the warrant. But Is the girl's phones missing or not? Like, seriously, is the phones missing or are they not missing? Is these actually Cole and Cora's personal iPhones? Because I really thought that the ladies' phones, the victims, I really thought that their phones was still missing. So, am I good on that, or I'm so confused? So confused. It seems like to me, last I knew that their phones was still missing. The women's phones was still missing. I don't know. I'm going to dig more into that. Because on this, of what I actually turned in, there's a lot of scribbling done on it. Like, weird. I find that weird. Oh, good. I'm glad I'm not the only one that is so confused. Because I'm like, what the hell? Why do we keep getting told that they're still looking for their phones? Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I'm like, shit, I better go to bed. I'm tired. And now I'm imagining shit. And I want to make sure we come with receipts. But I sure was under the impression that the phones were still missing. So, okay. I want to look up something while I got you guys here. Just because, like I said, I'm not an attorney. So we're just going to look it up so we get it all right. So, hold on. What? Okay. Okay. Let me share this. I'm not reading it yet. I'll wait for you guys. But I'm not the only one confused, but holy crap. Okay. Hopefully you guys can see this. Okay. Now let me read it to you. To obtain a search warrant in Oklahoma, law enforcement must file an affidavit with a judge, provide probable cause that a crime is being committed at the search location. Okay. Okay, there was no crime committed that we know of at Tad's. So why would there be a search warrant for his property is, I guess, where I'm at. Okay, anyway. Provide probable cause that a crime is being committed as a search location. Describe the area to be searched. List the items to be seized. Have the warrant signed by a judge. So you're guessing on what you can find. So also on what Ott filled out that he found was digital photographs taken of vehicle and contents, white iPhone, black iPhone, white cloth gloves. Where's the jewelry? Now my question is, the jewelry's not on there. Where's the jewelry? The affidavit is a sworn statement that provides evidence to the judge. It must include the subject's name, a description of the area to be searched, and a list of items to be seized. Probable cause is a reasonable belief that the evidence of a crime will be found at the search location. It's based on facts and circumstances, not just feelings or intuition. The judge must be neutral and detached. They can prove the warrant by telephone or email. Okay, and this is for Oklahoma. So back to my bullshit statement earlier, which I find bullshit, is they didn't arrest Paul Grice because they didn't have a warrant after he admitted to being involved in the unalivings. So they let him go home, saying right here, the judge must be neutral and detached. They can approve the warrant by telephone or email. Search warrants have some limitations. Officers can't search outside the area specified in the warrant. Officers can't search for items not listed in the warrant. Search warrants for copied dwellings must be served between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. unless the judge allows otherwise. Search warrants must be executed and returned to the issuing magistrate within 10 days. To have a search warrant signed, there must be probable cause to believe that the items for which the search is made have been used in the commission of a crime, are evidence of a crime, or are illegal, and are located at the place stated in the warrant. What are the 4 requirements for a search warrant explained? A valid search warrant must meet 4 requirements. The warrant must be filed in good faith by a law enforcement officer. The warrant must be based on reliable information showing probable cause to search. The warrant must be issued by a neutral and detached magistrate. And the warrant must state and then it leaves it blank. An Oklahoma search warrant is good for 10 days. You have the right to look at a search warrant. If the police do have a warrant, you can ask them to let you read it. How do warrants work in Oklahoma? Well, I just read that to you. In Oklahoma, warrants are issued when law enforcement agencies have probable cause to believe that a person has committed a crime. If you find yourself facing a warrant, it's crucial to know what steps to take to protect yourself and navigate the legal system effectively. Okay. How much evidence is needed? In order to issue a warrant, a judge must be presented with evidence that shows probable cause. This evidence can include witness statements, physical evidence, or even digital records. However, this does not mean that a warrant can be issued based solely on suspicion or a hunch. There must be something more concrete. Okay, what are the 5 major exceptions to the search warrant? Exigent circumstances, something they see in plain view, search incident to arrest, consent, automobile exceptions, and special needs. Okay, we're going to stop with that because, yeah, it's got me asking too many questions. Oh, and Christopher's here. Hey, Christopher, it's good to see you right when my brain is hurting because that was a lot to just go over. We will continue to go over this case. I'll just say that. But just because you have a search warrant, you got to put in there what you're searching for. Hold on. I can stay on for a little bit longer. I'll tell Rick to bring me my stuff. I'll ask him to bring me my stuff. Hold on. Okay. He's going to bring it to me. Believe it or not, I made some pot pies. Homemade pot pies. I don't know why I've been wanting them, but I've been wanting them. That's what I did. So, we just read. So, again, I don't think you're going to find a search warrant, Deb, for Tad's house. I don't think you're going to find a search warrant for Tiffany's house. Because it has to be specific on what they're looking for. Now, that goes back to, thank you, Rick.
Yep.
You're awesome. Looks really good, too.
Come on, out.
Oh, hey. Listen, it's not done. It's not done.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be mean, but stick your
No,
finger
you're
right in the middle of that.
Need how long more?
I would say another 20 minutes. It's cold.
Oh yeah, it's okay.
Thank you.
What temperature?
I'd do that at 400 on the very bottom.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not going to eat. There you go. Anyway, back to the search warrant. Because I've never been served with a search warrant. So I think you have to have, and from reading it to you guys, you actually have to have something you're looking for. And then, you know, when I was just talking the other day, if you open your door to law enforcement, you are opening your door for them to see something that they might think is illegal, and then you gave them probable cause. So, and we got two different situations here. I know somebody that their house got raided because they opened the door and nothing was found. I'm just saying, just know your rights on that part. Just know your rights. You don't have to open the door for Ellie for no reason, especially if you think they're shady. And I'm telling you, if I lived in Guyman and the police knocked on my door, if it wasn't the city of Guyman, I probably wouldn't even talk it all through the window because they wear body cams. The city of Guyman does. It's a sheriff dump. Again, another problem. I find it a huge problem. Huge, 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 huge problem. Especially if you were here earlier, I read it, and it says in Oklahoma that body cams are mandatory. It don't say except if a sheriff decides he don't want you to wear a body cam. But I'm going to look up, can a sheriff decide whether or not his department in Oklahoma can wear body cams? Because I've got that on tape. Like, I've got the receipt. I've got the receipt of him telling me they don't have to wear body cams, and it's up to the sheriff. So, I've got that receipt. Does sheriff in Oklahoma, oh, it's all in caps like I'm yelling, sorry, in Oklahoma, have the right to not allow his deputies wear a body cam. Now, I will tell you, I've talked to at least two. I was going to say a couple, but at least two that worked for Texas County. And they wanted to wear a body camera. And they were told no. And they no longer work there by choice because they wanted to wear body cam. And they are still officers. They're just not officers there. Okay. Let me see if you guys can see what I just typed. No, you can't. So let me just pull it up. We're going to read it together. It might say they have more power than damn Trump. I don't know. I just can't imagine a sheriff having that kind of power. Okay. Did you mean, does a sheriff in Oklahoma have the right to not allow his deputies to wear a body camera? I did say that. The answer is no. Oklahoma County Sheriff's Office deputies are required. Let me print this shit. Like, I gotta print it. Let me just print it. Because you ain't blowing smoke up my ass. I haven't believed this from the get-go. Listen, y'all need to be demanding that they're wearing them body cams. Feed me full of shit. Okay. No. Oklahoma County Sheriff's Office deputies are required to wear body cameras while on patrol. Deputies can choose to activate their cameras when they deem it appropriate for official purposes. In Oklahoma, deputies who don't wear body cameras while on patrol can be charged with a misdemeanor. Well, maybe you want to hit the Brady list again. Is that what you're trying to do? Or is this just a lie? Is the internet lying? Because I looked up straight up Oklahoma. The Oklahoma Sheriff's Office policy specifies when deputies should activate or deactivate their cameras. Of course, if you got to go to the bathroom, I would assume you can shut it off for a certain period of time, or if it's time to eat, you shut it off for a certain period of time. But never wear them and it be okay by the sheriff. Jesus, no wonder down there you guys go through so many sheriffs, and I don't know why nobody's running against this guy over in Guyman. The policy also includes guidelines for releasing audio and video data in compliance with the Oklahoma Open Records Law. See, I've said this all along. You don't want to wear, this is my opinion. You, Mr. Sheriff there in Texas County, you don't want to wear body cameras, which it says you're breaking the law, according to this. So I'll get a FOIA and make sure. But it also says the policy also includes guidelines for releasing audio and video data in compliance with Oklahoma Open Records Act. I do know that Oklahoma is very, very good at releasing body cam, police body cam. There can be something happening in Oklahoma City, and it might happen at 4:30, and by 5 o'clock, they've released it to KOCO. So I don't care if you're in the Panhandle or not. All laws in Oklahoma would pertain to you. So, yeah, that just makes my neck hurt. Like you made a vein on my neck pull. Knew you couldn't be right. No way that. Nobody's running for sheriff because they don't want that job. Well, guess what? Rock will take that job. I mean, shit, you got people on the Brady list. You got all kinds of people listening. You screwed the guy out of Cimarron County. I mean, that sheriff got screwed. He came in, took over that job, came from Oklahoma City. Now, this is me talking. This is my opinion. But I know what he talked to me about. But he came over from Oklahoma City because nobody would take the job in Cimarron, okay? He took the job. He pissed some people off, okay? Oh, well, that's what you do. You get law and order back in, right? When it come time for re-election, because he was not elected in, they just kind of put him in because they needed somebody. Clint Twombly ran against him. They told the sheriff that was there he was 8 days short of the legal requirement for residency to be the sheriff in Cimarron. When he had been doing that job already. Like, that seems like the stupidest rule I've ever seen. So now you've got a sheriff even over there that had a trailer on his property, didn't know whose it was. His truck was involved in a crime. He held his campaign. Listen, I'm not even going to get into the drunk fest that I heard happened at the campaign party. At it wasn't the VFW, it was the American Legion, I think. Wow. I wouldn't say wow. You got good people down there, but I'm telling you what. I know most of you mind your own business and do your own things. But also know you got kids and grandkids going up there. And somewhere the cycle's got to stop. Somewhere that cycle's got to stop. And honestly, I do believe I have this on camera too. Something else happened while I was there, and I haven't talked much about it. I'm not letting you out. You're just going to have to wait, Leslie. So shush. Anyway, when I went over to the jail when I was going over to the jail, I don't even remember what I was going over there for. But a man and his daughter stopped me and had me pull over. They were in a white truck. I can't remember their names. I'm sorry. But they took me over where the jail was. Because somebody from the lives in that trailer park had seen some stuff and wanted to tell me. Anyway, so I followed them. And when we got there, I got out and I talked to the gentleman that I followed. He even let me do it on camera. So it's on camera. And I thanked him for, showing me where the jail was. And him and his daughter both thanked me for being there. And hello, Mama. And they thanked me for covering the case. And they felt like it wasn't going to get coverage. And kudos, okay? They were really nice. Well, there was this younger lady. I'm going to have to go back to my notes from the very beginning. And her husband. They lived across the street from the jail. And they were out there. She was in her car. He was on a scooter. Okay. Well, the sheriff could have just walked right out because we were right there. No, he had to pull his blue truck or whatever it is right up head to head with mine and get out. Tell me to put my phone down again while I was YouTube living. And I believe that's still on there. Didn't want me to film it. And then he proceeded to talk to the lady's husband that was on the scooter and wanted to know why he was on that scooter and not this other brand of scooter. Well, come to find out, the sheriff there runs the scooter business. Like, the ones you stand on and go around town. As of that time, which would have been, beginning of April, he owned that scooter business. And the other guy that was there was like, well, I'm not going to ride your scooters. They suck. This scooter's way better. That's why I'm not riding your scooter. And then he asked him, are you the one that threw the others in the pond? The guy goes, no, I'm good. But no, I don't like your scooter, so I don't ride your scooter. So you got the sheriff there running a scooter business on top of being the sheriff. But we just went over it, and the law says you have to wear body cam. And no sheriff can say no. So how are you getting away with it? How are you getting away with having body cam? Your law states that you have to wear them. And it also, I even straight up ask it, can a sheriff stop you from wearing your body cam? And the answer is no. It's no. And I hope I'm really pissing you off. Like, I am pissing you off. And I like it. I don't care. Because what you pulled the last time, I'm ready. Like, I will sue the daylights out of you. Like, I am not even playing. Keep messing with me. Because I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. You are going to be wearing body cameras. And listen, I don't know if you people in Guyman are scared to vote or what, or scared to run. But I've got some friends that own businesses there. You need to run for sheriff. Like, you don't have to. What about the deputy sheriff? He actually seems like a nice guy. I'm just really curious as why somebody's letting this guy run everything and do things that he can't do. No Oklahoma County Sheriff's Office deputies are required. Because my question was, does sheriff in Oklahoma have a right to not allow his deputies to wear body cam? The answer is no. Oklahoma County Sheriff's Office deputies are required to wear body cameras while on patrol. Deputies can choose to activate their cameras when they deem it appropriate for official purposes. Like, I would say also, go to the bathroom, stuff like that. In Oklahoma, deputies who don't wear body cameras while on patrol can be charged with a misdemeanor. Well, the Brady list ain't a big deal to you. I already know it. Like, you're on it. You don't care. The Oklahoma County Sheriff's Office policy specifies when deputies should activate or deactivate their cameras. So we're gonna FOIA that. We're gonna get that. We're gonna get the. But the last one is the biggest one, and this is the reason, and I already know it. The policy also includes guidelines for releasing audio and video data in compliance with the Oklahoma Open Records Act. And like I said a while ago, I know that shit happens in Oklahoma City, and within 30 minutes, they've already released the body cam. So not only do you not want it on camera, you don't want to have to release it. Why? If you are a good cop and you do a good job at being a sheriff or a sheriff deputy, why would you not wear a body cam? Why would you not wear a body cam for your family so that if something happened to you or your officers, you would know who to go after? Like, somebody make sense of this. Somebody make sense as to why. Why no body cam there in Diamond? So is these people that's hitting me up and giving me all this information of the bullshit they went through, and there's a lawsuit going on. You're on it. It has to do with the jail and keeping people in jail, and people can't afford to pay. And I mean, that's for an attorney to go through, but there's a lawsuit. I saw it. But you're just going to keep doing what you want to do? Like, that's okay. You want to be famous, I'm going to make you famous. Because that's what I like to do. I'll help make you famous. Okay, let's see here. And I won't involve the officers that no longer work there either, that told me stuff. But there's a reason why they left there. And one of them was because of body cameras. Oh, I'm just so annoyed right now. So annoyed. So I knew when you told me that there was just no way possible that was right. And I'm going to pull up that audio. That's just sickening. I'm looking for something. I'm looking for something. The smirky face and the laugh that he did. It was News Nation. Arrest name. In Kansas moms. Oh, and the video. 3 times taking a dip right when you're going in the building. Let's not forget that either. That rule's not for you either. I got it. You obviously have no rules for you. News Nation, arrest made in Kansas mom's murder. Texas County Sheriff. He speaks. Sheriff speaks. Now, I've only seen this video once, so I want to find it again because I found it's crazy. Let me see if it's on this one before I show it to you guys. I'm gonna go through and look. Oh, I think this is it. I think the very first one I pulled is it. Let me see here. Okay, let me go back. Hello, Rock. Yes, I got that. Hello. I sent you a whole timeline someone else did, and it has files attached. Okay. It may be a good read for tonight. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you, Deb. Thank you very much. Listen, I told you guys, I am stuck on this no body camera bullshit and getting served outside the courtroom. outside the courthouse, and then Cimarron. I'm glad I got the information from the old sheriff. So I might just file my own damn lawsuit. Seriously. Now I'm pissed. I think it's this one. If you only knew how it works on the screen, it's really hard. Okay, this is from April 15th. This is from April 15th.
Authorities in Oklahoma believe they found the remains of the two missing moms, Jillian Kelly and Veronica Butler. They vanished on March 30th, traveling for a custody visit with one of the women's kids. The arrest warrants include a group of people, and the mugshots are pretty wild. Take a look. They were part of a group called God's Misfits: Tad Cullum, Cole Twombly, Cora Twombly, Tiffany Adams. Tiffany Adams is the grandmother of the children at the center of this case. They are accused of being part of that anti-government group called God's Misfits. How the group fits into this alleged attack is a little bit unclear. The 16-year-old daughter of Cora Twombly told authorities that she overheard the group planning what they called a mission around the planned visit of these two women. She said she heard the group discussing using burner phones and said on the day of the women's disappearance that she was told the mission didn't go as planned, but they wouldn't have to worry about Veronica Butler ever again. News Nation correspondent Nancy Liu joins us now from Oklahoma. This seems even more planned and targeted than we ever really realized.
Yeah, there's a lot to unwrap here, Leland, and we learned a lot of new information today with the unsealing of the probable cause affidavits. We've learned that those bodies that were recovered over the weekend, they were recovered on private land that was leased by one of the suspects now behind bars, and those bodies were 8.5 miles from where those women were last spotted with the abandoned car.
Baby.
Now, as you mentioned, this is all linked to a bitter custody battle. At the heart of it, Tiffany Adams, the grandma of two kids, at the heart of this custody battle. I talked to the
What happened?
It's been 2 weeks of investigating night and day, so hats off to them. But take a listen to what the sheriff said, because from the get-go of this investigation, Leland, these women were targeted.
There was a lot of questions from the public as was there any danger to the public? And I think from the get-go, once we arrived on scene, that and we gained a little bit of information that we felt this wasn't a random deal. All right, we felt that with some of the information coming in that it was more targeted, and we started to look in those areas that we were pointed to.
Not the one I was looking for.
And Leland, you mentioned God's Misfits, and this is an government group. They view themselves as sovereign citizens who don't need to follow the laws of the land. And that may explain the military, almost military-like convoy that we saw exclusively on Saturday as they closed in to execute these arrest warrants. We saw a convoy of over 20 vehicles closing in on these suspects, and that's because there was a fear that perhaps there would be resistance to arrest. There might be a shootout, but we can tell you, Leland, that there was no resistance, and law enforcement tells me that none of those suspects were armed when they were taken into custody. Leland?
Nancy, incredible reporting. I think this is an affidavit that you just got. Twombly's 16-year-old daughter said she overheard the group conversations about Butler not protecting kids from brothers sexually abusing them. Obviously, there's no way to corroborate that. You talked about the burner phones. There's so many parts of this story. The God Misfits group, right? Was this a group that they sort of created in order to carry out this crime? Or were they sort of already part of God's Misfits and then they decided that this was a mission they wanted to embark on?
The latter. God's Misfits is something that exists, and there are followers of that movement, not just here in Oklahoma. That just plays into, these 4 suspects, but there are other followers of God's Misfits. But law enforcement indicates, this was a plan allegedly hatched up by these 4 suspects, spearheaded allegedly by that grandmother, Tiffany Adams, who wanted custody of those grandkids. And Veronica Butler was fighting for custody. And Leland, Wednesday, there was supposed to be a court hearing in which Veronica Butler was planning to ask for full custody of those kids.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television.
I kicked myself out again. Sorry. No, there was one. Where is it? It was the one where there was an update. The OSBI guy talked, and then the sheriff talked, and he laughed. He literally laughed. That's the one I'm looking for. Is it this one? I've only watched it once, but if my memory serves me correctly, when you thought we wasn't doing anything, well, I can assure you we were, and he's laughing. Not this guy, your Texas County Sheriff. That's my opinion. My opinion, he's laughing. We'll watch. April 15th. Oh, wait a minute. Let me look at something. You were requested on April 4th? Isn't that interesting? I got there on April 3rd. You requested on April 4th. Okay. Now, I'm sure these are the same things that the aunt and uncle found because since they were the first ones there and they pointed out to you, but okay. Yes, thank you, OSBI, because you were needed, and the FBI. Like, OSBI, I think you worked your asses off. FBI, I think you worked your asses off, too. But FBI was brought in the force. Where was the search for the women? I mean, even if they lost blood, I've told the story before. Like, I literally severed my whole artery in my leg. And by all means, I should have been dead, but I wasn't. I mean, what if they were just injured? I mean, we know that not to be the case now, but what if they would have just been injured? Why wasn't there a command post? Why wasn't you searching for them? Even though you were doing other things, you could have still had a command post set up and been searching for them. What if they were just injured? You didn't know that. And if you did, how did you know that so early? I mean, did you have like their heart? How would you know? That's what I want to know. How would you know that they were deceased? You don't got a body in front of you that's not breathing. Like, why were you not searching? What if they were just injured? I don't know. Let me stop that for a minute. It's probably good that I was muted because I'm not very happy. Like, this guy can't even speak. He's a politician. He's your sheriff. Can't even hardly speak. But there is one. I'm going to find it. There is one. I'm not muted. It don't show me muted. I'm not having to unmute myself. Maybe you're telling me that you're not able to see the screen. Now that is possible. Let me find it. Let me make sure. Okay, we'll back it up. can back it up. But there's one where he's laughing. You think we wasn't doing nothing, but we really was. I think OSBI did good. I think FBI did good. I am highly disappointed in the fact that nobody was searching when somebody could have just been injured. Now, listen, I'm not a medical examiner or any of that, nor was I there. But, I mean, unless you have a body, you still set up a command post. I mean, my gosh, look at the kid out of Tennessee, Sebastian Rogers. They're still looking for him, and they had a command post set up for months.
And we will continue to update you as we continue to move this investigation forward. And I'm going to now turn it over to our FBI partners. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sonia Garcia. I am acting special agent in charge for the Oklahoma City Field Office, FBI. On behalf of the entire FBI, I want to express our sincerest condolences to the family and loved ones of Veronica and Jillian. The FBI was requested to assist on this matter on April 4th, and since then, we've had a dedicated team of analysts, agents, evidence response, and tactical personnel working around the clock and alongside with OSBI and Texas County Sheriff's Office to bring the individuals responsible for this crime into custody and to provide a sense of closure to the families and to this community. Know that we are grieving with you today. We will continue to work with our partners and to be an advocate for Jillian and Veronica and to ensure that justice will be served. Thank you.
My name is Matt Bowley. I am the Sheriff of Texas County, and I would also like to offer our condolences to the family. All right. My agency's role in this is that we received a call on March 30th of an abandoned vehicle missing, with persons missing from the vehicle. Deputies immediately responded to the area. When they arrived on scene, they found some things that just weren't adding up. So we established a crime scene and then notified the OSBI to have them come and assist us with this and to actually take lead on the case. All right. We established a search party made up of the Guyman Fire Department and several of the volunteer fire departments in the county. And we searched the area around the crime scene for about a mile in each direction. Once the OSBI arrived on the scene, they took the lead and got us to this point where we are today. I'd like to thank the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation, especially the Northwest region. They were phenomenal in this. The Federal Bureau of Investigations, the Oklahoma Highway Patrol, Guyman Fire Department, several Kansas agencies that assisted, local agencies here in Texas County that assisted, and I'm sure I've forgotten a few, but I'd like to just say thank you, even to the public. All right, there was a lot of questions from the public as was there any danger to the public? And I think from the get-go, once we arrived on scene, that and we gained a little bit of information that we felt this wasn't a random deal. All right.
I gotta say this. So there was no danger to you, because maybe, I don't know, my opinion. This is YouTube. It's for entertainment purposes. You probably know these people. People were scared to talk. You got farmers sneaking off to OSBI. They already know certain stuff. You got News Nation reporting that people are scared to talk. You have nobody in custody for the longest time, but there's no danger. There was no danger. 2 women just got murdered, but there was no danger. We got to rehear that. Like, we really don't. No, I don't like him at all. I think he's, in my opinion, my personal opinion, is one of the worst officers I've ever seen. And that's my opinion.
Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation, especially the Northwest region. They were phenomenal in this. The Federal Bureau of Investigations, the Oklahoma Highway Patrol, Guyman Fire Department, several Kansas agencies that assisted, local agencies here in Texas County that assisted, and I'm sure I've forgotten a few, but I'd like to just say thank you, even to the public. All right, there was a lot of questions from the public as was there any danger to the public? And I think from the get-go, once we arrived on scene, that and we gained a little bit of information that we felt this wasn't a random deal. All right, we felt that with some of the information coming in that it was more targeted, and we started to look in those areas that we were pointed to. Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's not the one. The one he was in, he left. I'm gonna find it for you.
I'm George Harrison Leach III. I'm the district attorney for District 1. I wanted to start to let you know that on Friday,
Now, while we got him up here, is the DAs there not elected? Like, do you not vote for your DAs? I mean, this guy is the district attorney in Texas County, Cimarron County, but in Kansas, our DAs are elected. Have you guys ever got to vote for who you wanted for the DA? I realized the guy before him had a medical problem and left, but when's your next election, and do you not vote for DAs? I'm just curious.
informations were filed, and they were filed under seal. The reason they were filed under seal was to protect our law enforcement officers and to try to keep the children out of harm's way. We were successful. No shots were fired, and the children were kept out of harm's way.
Hold on. Just hold that. Okay. Derek would be saying, at the neck at me right now, because he would. We just had the sheriff come on here and say nobody was in danger. They had it under control. But then now he says that they were protecting their officers. Did I hear that right? Protecting your officers from what? I mean, no body cam, but what are you protecting your officers from? Oh.
Coming in that it was more targeted, and we started to look in those areas that we were pointed to. Okay.
Let me go back just a little bit more. Sorry, guys, I didn't go back far enough. Really not in danger. It was targeted. But then the officers have to be protected. What?
Even to the public.
Well done.
Okay. I'd like to thank the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation, especially the Northwest region. They were phenomenal in this. The Federal Bureau of Investigations, the Oklahoma Highway Patrol, Guyman Fire Department, several Kansas agencies that assisted, local agencies here in Texas County that assisted, and I'm sure I've forgotten a few, but I'd like to just say thank you, even to the public. All right, there was a lot of questions from the public as was there any danger to the public? And I think from the get-go, once we arrived on scene, that and we gained a little bit of information that we felt this wasn't a random deal. All right, we felt that with some of the information coming in that it was more targeted, and we started to look in those areas that we were pointed to. Okay, thank you.
I'm George Harrison Leach III. I'm the district attorney for District 1. I wanted to start to let you know that on Friday, the informations were filed, and they were filed under seal. The reason they were filed under seal was to protect our law enforcement officers and to try to keep the children out of harm's way. We were successful. No shots were fired, and the children were kept out of harm's way. Our district judge issued an order this morning, and those files are now unsealed. So you can get the informations at the courthouse, you can get the affidavits at the courthouse, which will give you the facts that we were working off of. Additionally, I'd like to begin by, this has been an amazing enterprise. I was reading on social media some of this stuff, and there were people out there that thought law enforcement was asleep, that they weren't doing anything. There were even additional law enforcement agencies, the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, Dallam County Sheriff's Office, Sherman County Sheriff's Office from the state of Texas. Everybody came together and everybody helped. We're probably talking somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 law enforcement officers. Truly, no exaggeration, working night and day for 15 days. I want to thank the public. We had people calling us from North Texas Panhandle, from the Oklahoma Panhandle, from Southwest Kansas, providing us information, responding because they cared. And the information we received from them was critical. Also,
Okay, so you didn't know all this the day of. You just said for 15 days you got all this stuff. I want to know, at what point did you know these women had passed? Why was there never a command center? Why did LE not? Why was it the reserve and the fire department and farmers looking? I don't get it.
also want to thank corporate America. I don't know how many search warrants we issued.
So irritated.
I'm telling.
Yes, this is my exact words, Deb. Where the fuck were they? Where were they? Because I'm telling you, I saw nobody. The trooper, the guy that said he saw the car in the box truck, I got all his information. Okay, they didn't get with him. Didn't check on him just to see what he saw. I saw him a week later. They still hadn't talked to him. A trooper went by. I ran in the middle of 95 and flagged the trooper down. The trooper said, "This is not my case. I don't handle it." Asked him if he would call OSBI. The gentleman got out of his box truck to come talk to him, and I got nothing, crickets. And he was an eyewitness, and still to this day, never been talked to. I don't know. This might be acceptable to some of you, but I'm telling you, I will fight for you. I will fight all the way for you, because this is not acceptable to me at all. At all.
They responded in lightning speed. Anything we needed, any order we sent, we got everything that we needed. Lastly, I'd like to thank all the law enforcement agencies that came together and worked together as a team, and all their personnel. They did a fantastic job. Thank you.
And let me add, there might be family members pissed off at me. Listen, I don't give a shit if you're pissed off at me. But if you haven't listened to anything else, the ones that hasn't hired attorneys, I would hire attorneys and I would sue the daylights out of this. Like, I really would. I wish we could have found your loved ones alive. That was the whole purpose, but I'd be suing the shit out of people. I just would. I know money don't bring them back, but I mean, there's a lot more to be brought light to this case. I'm just also curious to the family members, because I know the ones I've talked to recently, they're not happy with plea deals. Is the DA going through you, talking to you about these plea deals? And if they already knew everything, why did they even need to make any plea deals? I mean, I think this guy, in my opinion, all this is just my opinion, and that's it. But I think even this guy, the appointed DA, I think he was surprised what Cora had to say and Grice. And I thought like here, our DAs sit down, talk to them about what they're going to talk about. And I was surprised to hear what was said on the stand. I think it's great, but how much is this guy responding to, you guys? Seriously. I mean, I remember some stuff got released back when one side of the family actually liked me. And I said, hey, this got released. I'll go get the information right now, give it to you, because I don't want you to see it just on the news, but this has been released. And at that point, the DA hadn't talked to him. So I don't know what's changed.
Any additional questions you guys have, go right on ahead.
Is there confirmation at this point that the bodies recovered are Jillian and Veronica?
Not at this time. We have, we identified that there were 2 bodies during our search. Both of those deceased persons have been transported to the Oklahoma Medical Examiner's Office, where they will do a proper identification and also look into a cause and manner of death.
What led to the discovery of the bodies?
Based on the evidence that our agents and local law enforcement were able to obtain, we used that to search a wide area throughout Texas County, and we were able to use those resources in order to...
Wait a minute. Okay, I'm sorry, OSBI spokesman. You're a good-looking guy. Sure, you're very, very smart. But 6 days in, you had a farmer saying skister, saying that there was a trailer on that property that they knew the guy didn't own. He owned a smaller one. He mentions Beasley's name in particular, 6 days in. I'm going to stop right there for a second.
Find where these 2 bodies were.
Do you know the timeline for when the bodies should be identified and when we should know what the cause of death was?
It's a case-by-case basis, but as soon as we hear back from the Oklahoma Medical Examiner's Office, we will let the public know.
Can you describe the scene where these bodies were recovered and what state these remains are in?
No, I mean, I can say that it was a very rural area. I cannot state the condition of the bodies.
Yeah, I think a lot's going to come out. I mean, unless everybody does plea deals or something else is pure in here, like this is not slam dunk if you ask me. I wish I could say it is, but I agree with you, Deb. I agree that it's been a lot of time at Tiffany's, from the way I understand it, by a very reliable source, and they knew all these people, not this guy, but the local LE. I mean, for heaven's sake, now you got a sheriff over in Cimarron County that's the cousin, and it was his truck used in. I need to shut up. Welcome, Micah.
This is private property.
I cannot confirm that at this time.
In Oklahoma, there's the death penalty. If convicted, could we possibly maybe see this in the States?
You'd have to reach out to
I just want to back it up just a little bit, because we know that the farmer knew 6 days in.
Able to obtain.
Ugh.
Is there confirmation at this point that the bodies recovered are Jillian and Veronica?
Not at this time. We have, we identified that there were 2 bodies during our search. Both of those deceased persons have been transported to the Oklahoma Medical Examiner's Office, where they will do a proper identification and also look into.
Okay, so my head's somewhere else. I got a question. I just got a question. We're gonna remind me of the autopsies. How long had the bodies been deceased? I don't think they gave us a time, did they? I mean, I remember that because they were in a freezer, there wasn't insects. I'm not going to go further than that, okay? I get that. But a medical examiner should be able to tell how long they've been deceased.
To a cause and manner of death.
What led to the discovery of the bodies?
Based on the evidence that our agents and local law enforcement were able to obtain, we used that to search a wide area throughout Texas County, and we were able to use those resources in order to find where these two bodies were.
Do you know the timeline for when the bodies should be identified and when we should know what the cause of death was?
It's a case-by-case basis, but as soon as we hear back from the Oklahoma Medical Examiner's Office, we will let the public know.
Can you describe the scene where these bodies were recovered and what state these remains are in?
No, I mean, I can say that it was a very rural area. I cannot state the condition of the bodies.
Is this private property?
I cannot confirm that at this time.
In Oklahoma, there's the death penalty. If convicted, could we possibly maybe see this in this case?
You would have to reach out to the district attorney's office. That'll be something that will be discussed further down the line.
DA Stewart alluded to a lot of people calling in with a lot of tips. Were there particular tips that broke this case?
We received several tips throughout this entire process. The public, I mean, I know that we had thanked that our local law enforcement agencies, what they were able to help us and throughout this search, but the people here throughout this area have done a tremendous job of reaching out to us. The original press release that we had put out on March 31st in regards to searching for these two women, we constantly received several tips and had used those throughout the entire 14-day process in order to find these two bodies and then also discover and find those who were responsible for this crime.
So the reason foul play was suspected was because of evidence found in the car. Can you go into more detail now of what that evidence was?
We cannot still at this time. It is still an...
Hold on. I got to do something else. Okay. They went missing on March 30th. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, is my math off? Because I need somebody else to count it. He said 14 days, the entire 14 days. They went missing on March 30th, the day before Easter. So you count March 30th as number one day, right? March 30th, because it was in the morning. So we're going to count that whole day as one day. So March 30th is 1. The 31st is 2. The 1st is 3. The 2nd is 4. The 3rd is 5. The 4th is 6. The 5th is 7th. The 6th is 8th. The 7th is 9th. The 8th is 10th. The 9th is 11th. The 10th is 12th. The 11th is 13th. The 12th is 14th. The 13th is 15th. And they all were arrested on the 14th. How do you get 10 days out of that? I mean, what's Oklahoma math got? Somebody help me out here. They went missing the morning of the 30th. And he's saying 10 days.
The original press release that we had put out on March 31st in regards to searching for these two women, we constantly received several tips and had used those throughout the entire 14-day process in order to find these two bodies and then also discover and find those who were responsible for this crime.
Let's not forget, arrests were made the day before they found the bodies. So that too.
So the reason foul play was suspected was because of evidence found in the car. Can you go into more detail now of what that evidence was?
We cannot still at this time. It is still an ongoing investigation, and that is for our investigative purposes. Again, we can say that the evidence that was discovered inside of that abandoned vehicle and around it, we're able to help our investigators determine that there was foul play involved and then led to the progression of this investigation. What was in the vehicle around it, we cannot discuss.
it was quite a convoy in executing these 4 search warrants. Was there concern of resistance to arrest? How much concern was there over a possible gunfight?
When you are regarding arrests and multiple arrests in the magnitude that we have all discussed, there is always, there is always a cause of, of trying to protect the public as best you possibly can. We can say that all 4 of those arrests were made without incident, and so that, of course, went extremely well, and we are extremely grateful. Another agency that wasn't able to make it, that was a big part of that and helped us tremendously, was the Oklahoma Highway Patrol. So we want to thank them tremendously on that. But I mean, again, there was concern, but we are extremely thankful that no one was hurt, no one was injured during this process.
Did any of the 4 suspects charged in the case tell law enforcement where to find them?
Say that one more time.
Did any of the 4 suspects charged in the case tell law enforcement where to find them?
No, we cannot discuss that at this time.
How early did you guys have suspects?
We can't discuss that at this time.
Are you able to go into further detail how you believe that this was targeted and not a random act?
Based on the evidence and the information that we were able to obtain throughout the entire investigation, what was found inside of the vehicle, witnesses, family, friends of the victims that we were able to talk to throughout this entire process, we were able to gain the information to determine that that these 4 people were responsible for both of these women going missing.
Also, are you able to confirm if this was over a custody battle?
We cannot confirm that at this time.
What's the relationship, if any, between the suspects and Veronica?
Again, because it is still an ongoing investigation, we cannot discuss that.
We know that 1 arrest was in Texas County, the 3 others in Cimarron. Can you describe the arrest process? You said there was no resistance, but
that's all we can really say at this time. And we can say that the 4 people that we were looking for were found, arrested, and placed into custody within the same day, and there was no resistance.
And obviously you can't talk about the evidence in this case, but is there significant physical evidence in this investigation?
Yes.
Can you elaborate?
No.
Are you able to go into the condition of the bodies that were found?
No.
Is there a reason you guys were so tight-lipped right off the start? You said there wasn't a threat to the public when you guys were investigating, but still not a lot of information was released. Is there a reason for that?
There was not immediate threat to the public. Again, as the sheriff alluded, this was a targeted case. And when you ask about us not releasing a lot of information in that 2-week process.
Hold on. But your sheriff said there wasn't a threat, but your DA said he's trying to protect the officers. Is that because, like, for the warrant? Like when they actually went in with the arrest warrant? Because I could understand that part. But who was in the tanks? I'm really curious. Was it OSBI in the tanks? Was it ATF in the tanks? Like, who came in the tanks? Does OSBI have tanks? I'm just really curious. My mind is just going 1,000 miles an hour.
This is the way that our investigators work. This is what you have to do in order to get the job done. Everybody involved in order to catch those responsible and do everything in our power to find both of these people who went missing from the very beginning. So again, as we tried to do, as the investigation progresses, we can release as much details as we possibly can. But again,
I know I'm annoying you guys, but the other thing that's got my mind too, it's not like they left the country and it took them so long because they had to go out of country to get these people. I mean, there was no command center. And he just said 10 days. It took them 10 days to get these people. My math shows a lot longer than 10 days. If you count from March 30th, the morning of, to April 15th, there were 31 days in March. That's not 10 days.
The way that this process works is you can't give away as much as maybe you guys are asking for, because that's how we're able to catch these 4 suspects.
Did law enforcement speak with Tiffany Adams on March 30th?
I cannot confirm that.
Is the property where the bodies were found connected to the suspects at all?
I cannot confirm that.
It's just not going to
Was
confirm
Kaylee
anything. Are you
appointed
serious?
supervisor for Butler's visits with the children?
We can't go into that.
So I know the bodies haven't been identified, but you know, everyone expressed their condolences. Do you think there's any chance that Veronica and Jillian are still alive?
No.
Any word on arraignment?
Okay. Do you think there's any way that Veronica and Jillian is still alive? No. Okay. At what point did you have that no in your head? March 30th? March 30th, it was a no?
We will look into that further. When that is made available, we will let everybody know.
As the investigation progresses, do you expect the possibility for more suspects to be arrested?
Not at this time.
Have the suspects been cooperative and talkative, or have they provided any type of confession?
We cannot release that at this time.
Are you looking for any more people?
During this process, fell out, you guys.
Yes. Families, friends, people that have known both of these women who went missing have been a tremendous help. Everybody that we have talked to has helped us tremendously in doing everything they can to give us the necessary information in order for us to try to track them down and find out what happened.
Where are the children?
We can't go into that right now.
Are they?
They're safe. Yes. Children are safe. We can't go into that.
Now that the FBI is involved, will they face any federal charges?
We're not going to go into that right now.
So what next? Is there going to be further investigation?
Yes, the investigation continues. The next steps are when the identification of the two victims is made, we will let everyone know. And when the cause and manner of death is made by the medical examiner's office, we will let everyone know. Right?
Were the bodies together?
We cannot confirm that. Right now, there are no suspects at large. The public is not in danger. That's what's important to us. We are extremely grateful that we were able to locate and arrest the 4 people that we believe are responsible.
Yeah, the public's not in danger. Just know that all the rest of the God's misfits, or whatever they are, or what group they are, they all quit. They all quit defying the government. They quit everything they were doing. You're not in danger. Just gonna let you know that you're not in danger. They just quit being a group all of a sudden. Okay.
Responsible for this crime. As soon as the identification is made with the bodies, we will let everyone know. But again, our OSBI agents, FBI agents, troopers, Kansas Bureau of Investigation, the KHP, everybody worked nonstop in order to come together and make these arrests.
Can you talk at all?
FBI did not come in, what did she say, till the 4th? April 4th. So the day after I got there, FBI got involved. So you had Saturday the 30th, Sunday the 31st, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days before you even got FBI involved. Well, the same day FBI got involved, that was the 6th day that the farmer was talking his stuff. This is just nuts. This is nuts. That's all I got to say. This is nuts. If this is acceptable to you guys, I should turn around and just walk away from this case, seriously. Because...
About the relationship between
No, we can't go into that right now.
Was there ever any concern for the children at any point in this investigation? Like for their safety?
There's always concern whenever there's children involved, but we can say that the children are safe.
With this being such a rural area, did this make this case unique in any ways?
It made it challenging. Again, you're talking about northern Texas County, near that Kansas line. It's very rural. Those of you in the media that have been up there covering this, there's not a lot of homes, not a lot of buildings or businesses. Sometimes you could use cameras to help you in this case. We did not have that. So that's what made it extremely challenging.
No, but you had farmers coming to you and telling you things. Because he told us he told you. Hello? I don't understand. Like, And Leroy, I get your question. I don't even understand. Christ damn near cut his finger off. Let me tell you, I was stabbing, this has been a while back, a freaking pot pie, a frozen pot pie, and damn near sliced my finger off. I didn't have blood all over my hands, nothing. This dude has his finger hanging, and he admits to the crime on his second OSBI visit. But they don't have this was in court, I wasn't there, this last time. Admits to unalivings, but they don't arrest him because they don't have a warrant. And I just went over it all. A judge can do a warrant by email or the phone. They allowed him to go home and told him as soon as they got a warrant, he was to come in. And as soon as they got a warrant, he came in. Like, I've never seen an agency let somebody go that just confessed to unaliving people. Oh.
Is there any video evidence?
Not at this time.
Have you ever seen a case like this? Like, is there anything different about it?
The OSBI covers all kinds of cases. Each case is different in their own way. They're all just as important to us. But, this...
I know I keep stopping it because my brain just won't stop. So also, while they're reeling Grice in, it still took them not 10 days to arrest the other 4. I mean, you do your math, but you go from the 30th to the 15th. The 14th is when they were arrested. The bodies were recovered on the 15th. So you go from the 30th, the morning of the 30th, to the 14th. That is not 10 days. It's not 10 days. So they were letting these people run free. 6 days in, the farmers told them about Beasley, everything. According to search warrants, he says on that audio, Skidster, Beasley, if you have reason to believe they could have put bodies digging Skidster, why couldn't they got a warrant? As soon as that farmer went and talked to him.
Case was tragic crime. And so, again, that's why it took every agency involved in this in order to get this done.
Those 4 are still being held here?
Yes. Is everybody good? Thank you, everybody, for coming.
No, I'm not good. I'll just say it. No,
They called a mission.
I'm not good. I don't find any of that acceptable. Lordy. Leroy, I agree 1,000%. Damn, this fucking pisses me off. I'm just gonna say it fucking pisses me off. If this was my family member, man, I can't even tell you. I'd have been raised in so much pain. None of this makes sense to me. But I am gonna find that video of the sheriff laughing. I'm gonna find it because it's there. I know it's there. What do you guys got to say? What do you guys think? Because right now I'm pissed. Nobody is in danger, but got to protect our police officers. I get that part. But were you protecting them? Why? Because let me tell you, I'm going to have to go through my notes. But when the helicopters landed outside of Guymon, and all the tactical guys was getting off of there, it still took several days. But usually, when we're just going to say cult. I don't even know what to call them, okay? Misfits, whatever the frick you want to call them. They have regular jobs, too, out in the community. UPS drivers, postal drivers. I mean, look at David Koresh. Look at all that. They worked out in the public. If we saw the helicopters, somebody else saw them and let them know. So who was you protecting? I'm just asking. I'm just asking because it seems so stupid. Oh. Hey, Roy, what do you mean gotcha, see ya? No, don't. Hopefully you're not upset because I'm not trying to upset you. I agree with you. Gotcha, see ya. Maybe he had to go somewhere? Because I agree they were sweeping shit under the rug, 1,000%. Something was going on. I don't know what was going on, but my very first clue that something wasn't right was the no searches. No body, no searches. That's the biggest thing. No body, no searches. I would be really frustrated if I was you guys. Like, I'm frustrated for you. Mm-mm-mm-mm. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, I'm so glad you said it. Leroy, you got me because you know you're one of my favorite people. When you said gotcha, see ya, question mark. I was like, okay, wait a minute. I've upset Leroy, and I'm not trying to upset Leroy. Like, I think very highly of you. I think very highly of everybody in here, especially people that live in that area. You know, this is not okay. This is not okay. Yeah, don't think Ellie afraid of Tiff, just their own butts. Yeah. And they don't know how to count. 10 days? How is he getting 10 days? I gotta find that video of the sheriff laughing because when I saw it, I couldn't believe it. It was like, are you kidding me? And the sheriff, I'm trying to find it because I know I got it in my videos, but one day I'm just gonna have to sit down and go watch all my videos again. Because there's so much in them videos. There's a lot in the videos. There's a lot more than I even realized until about 5 minutes ago. Oh, immediately made my neck hurt. But there's a lot more in them videos than what meets the eye. I'll just say that. I want to find that damn interview where Matt says, and you guys thought we wasn't doing our job. Believe me, we were searching. This made no sense. I know I saw it. Hold on. I'll catch up with chat here in just a second. I just saw a picture of Matt Boley right here. And he was talking, so see what he was saying. I'm gonna find it. I mean, I don't like him because I am definitely a fan of Ellie. Oh, that one, yeah. I'm gonna find that video. I promise you, I'm gonna find that video. Oh yeah, okay, I got it. Boy, I thought that was me. I was like, oh. He was at the courthouse when he did that video, and he laughed. I remember him laughing. See ya. Cover your ass. Okay. Listen, I've got the middle finger at see ya when I say stuff that people don't like, I'm sorry you don't like it, but it's the truth. And I think the truth matters. It matters a lot. And again, for him to tell me, I'm going to find that too. He straight up told me that they have body cameras. I said, why ain't you wearing them? Because we don't have to. I said, I thought everybody had to wear body cameras. He said, it's up to the sheriff to decide. We just looked up the law. It's not up to, it's a misdemeanor to not wear them. Okay, look at the first court appearance after the arrest. Yeah, I tried to look it up that way, and it just keeps giving me all of them. So I'm having to go through every damn one of them. Is the thing. And I know you guys don't want to sit here and have to. Let me just do this. Let me add press conference to it. I mean, maybe it got scrubbed from the internet. I'm looking. I mean, I'm from a small town, and we all, how do I say this? Somehow you always end up, when you live in the small town, you're like, oh, I can't wait to get the hell out of here. But at the end of the day, it's where you grew up, and you find yourself back where you grew up. When you grow up in a small town, you can't wait to get to a big town and get out in the big world. Like, I get it. But then we always end up back where our small town is. Yeah, I am not finding it, Deb. Ugh. And look at one more thing. I think it was News Nation, but it could have been any press conference. I'm just going to do press conferences of all of them. That's what I've been doing, but after arrest. Diamond, Oklahoma. Hold on, guys. Talk in chat. I'll be right there because I'm going to zoom through here and see where all the sheriff talks at, because I know what I saw. So I couldn't believe it. I don't think it's this one. Hold on. I saw the wildfires. Also, they have rain in California now. Everything's sliding. Rock, you ought to prefer when you do a spreadsheet would help you out. Yeah, we're doing spreadsheets. That's what we're trying to do. Listen, I'm retired. Like, I just went to look for 2 women. But now you guys got me so vested. And all the stories I've heard, like, now I'm a person all about making change for the better. And I want to see things change for the better for everybody. Let's see here. They've got away with this far too long. And the sad thing is like the FBI and the FBI and the OSBI, maybe things have been swept so far under the rug that they don't how do I say this? They don't even know about it, but I went straight to the Attorney General's office. So,
Breaking news. Welcome in. We are following breaking news tonight out of Oklahoma, where in the last hour, major developments in the disappearance of 2 Kansas women. 12 News reporter Cale Chapman joining us in the studio now. And Cale, you talked to law enforcement. What have we learned?
Dylan, that's right. I just got off the phone with the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation. We now have identities for 4 people that were arrested on suspicion of 2 counts of first-degree murder in connection with the disappearance of Veronica Butler and Gillian Kelly. The 2 Kansas women, they were both last seen 2 weeks ago. Those 4 that were arrested are 43-year-old Tad Cullum, 54-year-old Tiffany Adams, 50-year-old.
okay, that's some Kansas math right there. Did you catch that? Let me play it again. OSBI spokesperson said 10 days.
Arrested are 43-year-old Tad Cullum. 4 people that were arrested on suspicion of 2 counts of first-degree murder in connection with the disappearance of Veronica Butler and Gillian Kelly. The 2 Kansas women, they were both last seen 2 weeks ago. Those 4 that were arrested are 43-year-old Tad Cullum, 54-year-old Tiffany Adams,
2 weeks is 14 days at least, not 10.
50-year-old Cole Earl Twombly, and 44-year-old Cora Twombly. OSBI says one of them was arrested in Texas County, Oklahoma. The other 3 people were arrested just 1 county over in Cimarron County. And all of this is in the Oklahoma Panhandle. All 4 were booked into the Texas County Jail on 2 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of kidnapping, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree. Butler and Kelly have still not been located. They went missing 2 weeks ago. OSBI said they are continuing to search for both women.
Large-scale cases take time, and so it takes steps. And so we appreciate the help that led us to these arrests, but of course there's still work to do. And so we are hopeful that we can find these 2 women as quickly as possible.
Also said there are no other suspects at large and there is no threat to the public. Dylan?
Cale, thank you. And as he mentioned, Veronica Butler and Gillian Kelly were last seen 2 weeks ago when the 2 women were traveling to pick up Butler's children. And Butler and Kelly never made it to their location. Their vehicle was found abandoned near a highway in rural Texas County. Still, the search for the 2 women continue as multiple agencies are assisting in the investigation. As for the children involved, the OSBI telling us tonight they can't get into specifics, but did reassure that no children or anyone else in the public is in danger, and we will update you on air and our website when we learn more information. We also
I don't think it was only 1 minute. I don't know. Is it on KSN? Hold on. This is what we just watched. This guy's just, this is just this guy. I'm going to play it while I look.
To the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation to investigate the suspicious disappearance of 2 women. This was 27-year-old Veronica Butler and 39-year-old Gillian Kelly. Their vehicle was found abandoned. This was near Highway 95 and Road L, and this was just south of El.
This is the same day that FBI said they were called.
Elkhart, Kansas. This was on the very northern part of rural Texas County, just south of that Kansas line. As soon as the OSBI special agents were requested to assist with this case, our special agents, along with several other local law enforcement agencies in that area, all came together to try to track down where these two people went. As this investigation continued, our agents were able to determine that the abandoned vehicle that was found along that road had information that they were able to gather that showed signs that there was foul play. As of right now, what was found inside of the vehicle, the condition of the vehicle, is still under investigation right now. And in regards to our investigation, that information cannot be released. However, we can say that based on what they were able to obtain, that there was foul play. Right now, we are still looking for both women at this time, and there are
Where were you looking? I'm just curious. Where were you looking?
no arrests. And again, we've received several tips on this case so far, but we're asking that the public in that area or anyone that has additional information or knows about the whereabouts of these two people to please reach out to the OSBI at tips@osbi.ok.gov. And you can also call us at 1-800-522-8017.
1-800, we will do nothing.
These two women are even alive.
We're not sure at this time. We're investigating this. We're investigating this as everything is on the table. We are hopeful that they are still alive, but we're going to do everything in our power to track these two people down.
On April 4th, they're still hopeful that these two people are alive, but they don't have a command post. They're not searching. And while I got the screen up, let me look at StreamYard because I'm in a different screen. Okay. Watch my cursor. I want to show you something. Let me go back to it. Okay? Right here. See this? Oh. Okay. Right below this warning. You see them helicopters down below? That's what the tactical team was on, and Suburbans picked them up. Like, seriously. What the fuck? Okay, I'm done listening to Hunter, too.
We are tracking breaking news. Good evening. I'm Craig Anderson. Thanks for joining us. The Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation says 2 bodies have been found in Texas County, Oklahoma. A medical examiner will identify them and determine how they died. Investigators did not say if they are believed to be Jillian Kelly and Veronica Butler, the 2 missing mothers from Hugoton. However, in the latest announcement, the OSBI did attach the media release about the 4 arrested in Jillian and Veronica's disappearance. Those 4 face several charges, including suspicion of first-degree murder. Also, the OSBI says, along with the FBI, they and other agencies are holding a joint press conference. That'll be tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We'll have the latest from that at ksn.com.
Try to make them okay. I don't think there's any way in this situation, but that's what you want to do.
People in Hugoton and surrounding communities are focused on supporting the families of Jillian Kelly and Veronica Butler 15 days after the search for them began. That search has spanned from Hugoton down to Texas and Cimarron counties in Oklahoma. KSN's Julia Thatcher has followed this story from the beginning, brings us an update on the investigation and the devastation that continues to dominate the region.
Someone told me earlier this week it's like a dark cloud is lingering over Hugoton, and in some ways time is standing still. This is Veronica Butler's store, and if you see in the window, you can see a sign that she posted that her store would be closed over Easter.
Also got a video of the fiance and the partner cleaning this out, which was really strange.
Weekend. Of course, she never made it back to take that down. A small community hit with an enormous amount of pain.
They're a mom, they're a sister, they're a niece, they're an aunt, they're a wife. They have kids. They have kids' friends. You know, it's so much more than just 2 women.
Miranda only talked to Jillian and Veronica in passing. Like others sending support from across the country, she says you don't have to know the women personally to be struck by the sadness of the situation.
The community still cares. And it's absolutely devastating. You know, they were both young and vibrant, and they deserved more.
4 are arrested, and now the community is starting to search for healing that may never come, and gripped with grief that will never go away.
They mattered. They absolutely mattered, and they still do.
The community is looking for ways to continue to support Jillian and Veronica's families. A softball tournament is in the works, and I'm told 9 teams have already signed up. Miranda tells me they're sure that they will look for ways that people from other nearby communities across the state and
Now, whatever happened with the, there was a GoFundMe too. What happened with that, I wonder?
across the country can continue to show their support as well. Of course, we'll keep you updated if and when that happens. Here for you in Hugoton, Julia Thatcher, KSN News 3.
Julia, thank you. Going in depth on the 4 people arrested. Tad McCullum, Tiffany Adams, Cole Twombly, and Cora Twombly are all booked on suspicion of 2 counts of first.
Sorry.
To the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation to
Missing Kansas mom suspect likely led police to bodies.
Positive IDs. We're expecting that press conference.
First 48 hours. Sergeant that retired. He was one of my favorites. I'm looking on my phone.
Let's now bring in Dave Walker, retired homicide sergeant with the Tulsa, Oklahoma Police Department. Sergeant Walker, good morning to you. I mean, you and I just talked on Friday morning, hoping for weekend updates. It seems the case was cracked wide open this weekend.
Good morning, and yes, I think we alluded to the fact that they were probably pretty close to resolving the issue, and it seems like over the weekend, the last 2 days, they made great strides in bringing this to at least a conclusion for the media and for the families that are involved.
And law enforcement, per Nancy's reporting, confirming 2 bodies have been found, but the medical examiner has not come back with a positive identification just yet. But when officials say they believe the bodies belong to these 2 women, I mean, I have to imagine they're pretty sure it's them, right, to release that information?
Well, certainly, I think that you're looking for 2 bodies, you find 2 bodies. It's only 2 weeks, so they're not going to be decomposed to the point where you can't determine that those bodies are going to be the ones that you're looking for. So unfortunately, yes, in my opinion, the medical examiners have a great archaeological staff, and they took over that, and the recovery of the bodies was evidentiary going to be a success. But unfortunately, it's going to bring a bad end to the families.
Yeah, we'll see how long it takes to get positive IDs. We're expecting that press conference from OSBI sometime today. What questions are you still hoping that they answer, sir?
Well, I'd like to know the involvement of the 4. Obviously, I don't think all 4 were involved in the murder to the point where they were in the van or the car or around when it happened. You can get charged with murder just by being a part of it, not reporting it, and disposing of bodies. Cell phone evidence is going to be huge in this case. So I would, like to know everybody's involvement, and there's probably going to be one of them 4 that are talking. That's how you're going to be led to the bodies and that sort of thing. So when you got that many people involved, you're going to have a resolution. It's just not going to be what you want.
Yeah, I know all 4 arrested on 2 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of kidnapping, 1 count of conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree. I'll be interested to see, what kind of evidence they have against them and if that's brought to light today in the press conference as well. Sergeant Dave Walker, always good to have you. We'll talk to you again soon as this continues to unfold.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your.
I'm trying to find it. I can't find it. Still looking. So I know for a fact he laughed. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I still have so many questions. So many questions, that's for sure. I know. Again, I've already said it, so. Oh, I did see somebody said something about North Carolina, that there's fires now there. You know, in Kentucky and down in the areas down there, there's a lot of Amish. Amish builders showed up today and yesterday. They're building sheds, like tiny homes, for these people. It's just so much in the world going on. But again, like he said, you don't have to be a part of the murder to be charged. Like, you don't have to physically be the one doing it. If you knew about it, you can be charged. So, I mean, you guys saw what I saw. Paul Grice told his wife she didn't go to law enforcement. Or did she? I mean, according to everybody else, the cooks and her moved together out of state. And he didn't make a deal, he said. He didn't make a deal to protect her. He just didn't want the death penalty. And, I'm not going to say I really have a position on the death penalty. I mean, we got the Carr brothers still here in prison. They got the death penalty in, I want to say 2000. I think it was 2000. I'd have to look. I think it's 2000. And here we're in 2025, 25 years later. And just last year, they tried to get their sentence appealed. And it's just a shame. It's a shame. So even on a death penalty case, they're still going to be stuck there forever and a day for you to look at. For the life of me, I can't find it. And I know I saw it. I know it's in one of my videos because I just could not believe it. But I don't break the law. So this is a warning. If I get pulled over for stupid shit and you fuck with me for stupid shit, I will be taping it. And it will be going live. Because I already have stuff in mind. Like, I want to sue. Just because of the harassment. Just because you don't like what I said and what I have to say, that's too bad. As far as I'm concerned. Too bad. Do your job. No command post, no searching, no nothing. You can go to Derek's and look and see who was searching. There's not very many people that was even searching. They say they went 1 mile north, 1 mile south, 1 mile east, and 1 mile west. No LE. There's no LE. And he went by there like 2 or 3 times. Listen, it makes me more than want to puke. And what really pisses me off is because I speak out, a certain sheriff there thinks he can do whatever the hell he wants, and that's not going to happen. I don't break the law. It's not against the law for me to come to court. I can come to court just like anybody else. You have to protect me like you have to protect everybody else. And damn, this case has got me so frustrated. It's got me so pissed. It's really got me pissed. And the fact that the OSBI guy can't even do plain simple math is just frustrating too. And I get it when you thank all the law enforcement, but you can't have it both ways. There's no risk to the public for 15 days, but we're worried. We don't want to risk our officers. What? Make that make sense. It makes no sense to me. Unless he's talking about the search warrant. But again, let me look and see what day them helicopters landed. I can look at my pictures and see the video. Let me look. Give me just a second. I'm going to look and tell you exactly what day them helicopters landed. My phone is so full. My computer is so full. It's crazy. And my belly's full of bullshit. I'm done with the bullshit. Get over it already. Start telling the truth. These people pay your salaries. I'm looking. Getting closer. Thought I was getting closer. Let's see what this is. Somebody else's phone is full of pictures because I've got so many. There's so much stuff. I've got too much stuff on my phone. And I bought the iPhone 15 Max with the max storage. Like, the storage is supposed to be just crazy good. Yeah. My eyes are frustrated. I know he was laughing, and I know I covered it in a video. But right now I'm looking to see what day them helicopters landed with a tactical group on it. And I really thought they were feds. I didn't. I really don't think OSBI has helicopter units. But I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. Maybe the first time I was wrong. But to me, it's usually feds. They look like feds to me. It sure did look like feds to me off that helicopter. And the Suburbans. And then somebody called me last night. Oh, man. What was it telling me? Like it's about vehicles there. Like undercover vehicles. Damn it. I'm going to have to think about that. Because it was important. Sometimes my fingers just don't want to write like I want them to. And sometimes I'm just too damn tired to write. So, I'm getting older, I got to quit trying to go off of memory. Timeline, I agree, will help. Let's see here. I just can't believe how many photos I got. This is ridiculous. Time to clear that out, too. I have to go through so much stuff just to get to what I want to get to. Okay. There's all the screen recordings and recordings of my telephone conversations. Not of any of you. I'd never do that. But I definitely will when I talk to Ellie. I'll record them. Getting closer. Let's see what day this picture was on. So yeah, I was there April 3rd because I got the pictures of the 2 small spots and then the digging spots. So I'm getting closer. There's the shorts in the bag. That was on April 7th. And there's the glove, April 7th at 10:04 in the morning. Because I went back to make sure they were there because they hadn't picked it up. Where's my helicopters at here? There's me in Hugoton, April 9th. Can't remember the guy's name there I took that picture with, but I want to say his name was Drew Balls or something. And he was always in there. I haven't seen him in a long, long time. Hopefully he's okay. It might be on the burner phone. It's okay, I can go pull it from the video, but you guys saw to the right. Welcome to no man's land. Listen, there's some great people there. I'll be the first one to say it. Some really great people there. I've met some awesome people. And I've still got more people I want to meet. But this LE shit that's getting pulled and getting away with it, like, that's some bull. That's some straight up bull. Okay, here's a helicopter. April 11th. April 11th is the day the helicopters landed and the tactical teams started coming off of them. And Suburbans pulled up and picked them up. And I sent it to my husband. And he was like, two of them's a Huey. There was 3 of them. And they were packed. It looked like soldiers, but a tactical unit. That was April 11th. Now, where they kept all them at until the 14th, when they made them arrests, I don't know. But what my point is, if the person still follows the channel, I mean, some people are just waiting for the trial, and I get it. But they were headed to Oklahoma City, and I forgot what town they were by. But they were passing like 30 Suburbans hauling ass headed towards like the Guyman area. It was crazy. And it was the same day that the helicopters landed. So they had, I'm in agreement that they had a lot of police force there. But I'm not so sure they didn't have ATM or ATF there. And listen, I'm going to be honest with you. After what I've seen about the FBI, I have no faith in them. I'm like Trump. I have no faith in them whatsoever. Like, they've disappointed me more than once. And yes, like Beach Baby, I want to come meet you. I am coming. I am coming. So, and definitely the next hearing. Absolutely, the next hearing. But we definitely will get together. I feel sorry for the people that came to me and their families. They've lost a family member. The body's never been found. One guy, his cousin and his uncle, from Elkhart. And then, I'm not going to say names so you won't know who they are. But people that their family just up and disappeared. And nobody looked for them. They've never been found at all. Nobody looked for them either. Then you've got the homicides what I believe, in my opinion, to believe the homicides being ruled as suicides. There's just so much that people get away with. Y'all shouldn't be having to put up with that. And I'll tell you what, if it takes me till the day I die to get them body cameras working in Guyman, I'm gonna do it. Like that pisses me off more than anything. Because he only does it, in my opinion, it's because he don't want to comply with the Open Records Act. But if you're not doing anything wrong, who cares if people get body cam from you? I mean, do you guys realize that when the the Guyman police took my statement after the situation in front of Tad's house, even though sheriff pulled up and they don't got body cams, guess who got the disc of the body cams? I did. And the bullshit the sheriffs talk about is bullshit. Wasn't even there. They shouldn't even have been pulled in there. But the whole time, Guyman police body cameras was going. So even though the sheriff department didn't wear body cameras, the Guyman police department does. And so everything was on body camera. All your stupid 8 cards that was there, everything that was said to the Guyman police is on the discs that was off the body cam. And that was sent to the Cimarron sheriff before Twombly. Because he hadn't got it. I mean, you even tried to be sneaky with me. So what's your next trick up your sleeve, Mr. Bowley? What's your next trick? What you gonna try next? Since everything you've tried in the past has not worked. I should just move you so you can have all my awesomeness all the time. I should just move there. Just for you. I think I'll go to Goodwill. That's where I think I'll go. I'll go to Goodwill. Spend a lot of time in Guyman. I made a lot of friends in Guyman. I just think people don't get out and vote. And somebody's got to run against your ass. That's all there is to it. Because I don't know. And then you were a K-9 officer. Like, I'm disappointed. And a veteran. I'm so disappointed. That's my opinion. I know a lot of good officers, and in my opinion, you are not one. And your buddy that also took a job where your brother works, he's not a good officer. I'm not saying your brother isn't. I haven't looked into your brother. But get grand jury indicted and get appointed a job from a DA. This just makes me sick. And then, you know, just all the drama of this case is a lot. But I'll tell you right now, if I was a YouTuber or I was a YouTuber trying to make money and I was monetized, you can bet your ass I'd be filming shit all the time. I would be like Dad Gone Live. And every case you went to, I'd be following you, filming you. Yeah, I'm that one. Because it's not against the law to film the police. It's not against the law at all. And you know, Oklahoma's not a poor state. They need to put cameras up to make you accountable. That's the way I feel. Make your ass accountable. Let's see here. I might have to show you another day on the laugh. But it was there. Damn sure was there. I'm a little disappointed in Julia too, because she straight up said Paul Grice admitted to killing both women. That is not what I was told came out of the courtroom. They might be trying to accuse him of it, but he said, "Oh no, you ain't pinning both of them on me."
Cole, do you have anything to say to Jillian and Veronica's families?
Do you have any remorse?
The 4 people accused of murdering 2 Southwest Kansas mothers go to court. Thank you for joining us at noon. I'm Jason Lamb. Tiffany Adams, Tad Cullum, Cole Twombly, and Cora Twombly are each charged with first-degree murder, kidnapping, and conspiracy for the deaths of Jillian Kelly and Veronica Butler. The Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation confirmed yesterday the Hugoton mothers' bodies were found Sunday.
What day? Okay, so they were found on Sunday, which is April 14th. So it would have been the first press conference, April 15th. I spelled conference wrong, but I don't care. It'll fix it. Conference. After 4 arrested. God's misfits. Everybody said that was a joke too. It wasn't now? Was I wrong on that? No, I don't think so. 4 arrested. Let's see here. I could probably zoom through this. Wait a minute. This could be it. This could be it. I hope this is it. Goodwill is a town, but that's where Matt was born and raised. That's where he was a canine unit at, was Goodwill. That's the way I understand it. Listen, I've been researching. I did a lot of researching. I don't know if he still lives there. I haven't did that. I mean, I don't care where he lives now. Right now, I want him to wear body cameras. That's what I want. I'm not trying to stalk him or follow him or anything. He's not going to run me out of a town just because he don't like me either. I'll stay for the long haul. Did you out searching? Have a command center? Like, seriously. Not only that, most of you probably already know, but usually if we wouldn't have had, say, any suspects in mind, okay? A lot of times what you find out at the command center, this is not the first case I went looking for people on. I went looking for Gavin Stoush. I went all the way to Kansas City. I'm not even going to tell you about that case. That one was just absolutely horrible. It was a little girl. It was horrible. I spent a lot of time up there. I took Smith & Wesson with me, as a matter of fact. But the point is, you have no body. No bodies, because there's 2. And you don't have a command post. You don't have active search. Like you're relying just on tips. Like you're not loading up. If they would have seriously, let me tell you how I really feel. You want to know how I really feel? Because I'm going to tell you how I really feel. If they would have loaded up from 4 Corners and headed south, there's plenty of horses around there. Asked people to come. Listen, people would have came from all over. Texas, we would have came from all over. And rode. If they wasn't protecting something, this is how I feel. This is my own opinion. If you wasn't protecting something, you would have had search parties every day, and you would have had big ones. And eventually, you would have ended up south, just like I did, of 4 Corners. And eventually, you would have ended up in that area. But on the 6th day, you've got a farmer telling you exactly where them bodies are, where a skidster is. The man's name. Now listen, are you going to tell me that KOCO won't bring their helicopter It looks like you could have got helicopters, but they won't bring their helicopter where you can fly above and see where the ground's disturbed. Like, be for real. If you guys were looking, okay, if you were looking, you would have known where Tad's property, lease property was. You'd have been following him. Like, really, this makes no sense. It is, none of it makes any damn sense to me. Fresh dirt work. Hold on, I hear the Garmin going off. Okay. Oh, hold on. Let's see here. Buddy Leach tried to transfer to court clerk. Let me look at this, guys. Hold on a second. I mean, what do you guys know about Buddy Leach? Because people told me a lot of things that he was buddies. Now, this isn't stuff I've seen firsthand, but very, very reliable sources. Been to Tiffany's. He's a court clerk. Here's an article. District Attorney George Leach is not in compliance with the nationwide public-facing Brady list. The Supreme Court of the United States SCOTUS since 1963, the Brady Doctrine, United States Freedom of Information Act 1967, Open Government Act of 2007. Listen, I'm going to have to investigate this. This is a good find. He fails all the way around on it. Thank you for whoever sent that to me. And I'm not going to call your name out, but you know I love you, and I appreciate that. So there's already complaints on him about not following through with the Brady list. I mean, it's his job to keep that Brady list up to date. He's not doing it. Crazy. Thank you. That was worth looking at. Because I'm pissed. I'm frustrated. I'm pissed. And Rick's going to hear about it. Because he told me this morning, I said, oh, my face hurts. I didn't sleep all night. It hurts so bad. And he said, it's killing me. Let's see. We'll see how bad it's killing me.
Where investigators found fresh dirt work.
Again, this is after the arrests. I mean, I bet if we was to do inventory, you guys have even bought drones for them. I know that there's certain women that was with me one night at the command post that helped me search. And one of them got in the car because they were freaking out. We were being watched with drones right across from Four Corners. Why couldn't they went up with drones and searched the property? Like, what the hell? What the hell? I don't get it. We do things for Amber Alerts. We do things for Silver Alerts. We've got 2 missing women that went missing around 10. And then, or we're supposed to be at a birthday at 10. I think the family caught them at 12. Let's make sure we get that in the timeline to the group. Remind me. We'll get it in there because that's part of the timeline. They could have had helicopters in the air. They could have had drones in the air. They could have seen fresh dirt. Like, they wouldn't have been able to get that skidster out of the way that quick. There's just so much. Disturbed land. There's just so much that could have been done right. In 10 days, I'm going to be stuck on Arkansas. That's Arkansas counting. No offense to Arkansas people. I got a friend that lives there. I love teasing him. But, I mean, this guy can't even count. 10 days. We spent the whole 10 days Okay, well, what did you do the other 5? Did you not do anything the first 5? And then, this is what's so frustrating, guys. Damn it. 6 days in. 6 freaking days in. A local farmer goes to OSBI, tells him about Beasley, tells him about the horse trailer he saw there. I'm going to play it again. I got to play it again. If you're bored, you can't handle it, it's okay. You ain't going to hurt my feelings. Right now, my brain is going 90 to nothing as to the stupid bullshit I'm having to hear. Because I find it bullshit. That shit would never fly here. Like, seriously. It would never fly here. Mm-mm. No. Wouldn't happen. Just like Tiffany's attorney said, no matter what Buddy Leach says, it's up to a judge. So the way I understood it, Buddy Leach said the SA can't come up here. Well, guess what? There's one in Oklahoma. You can pull that one too, but a good defense attorney is going to get it. And according to Tiffany's old attorney, they already got it, so does the DA. I'm not saying that, again, I've never said that's a reason to do things, okay? Like, I think what happened to these women is horrible. I spent a lot of time on it. The one thing I don't do is hide shit from you, nor will I ever hide it from you. And with that being said, there's still a young man out there that's stuck with his brother, and do you think things have stopped? Do you think the younger brother, like, the stuff has stopped happening to him? Because I don't think so. And that's my opinion too. What happens, you just move and homeschool and just keep moving? Because there's a case here and there's a case there, and then, hey, maybe stepdad has a case clear in Colorado. Okay, here we go. We're going to go over this again.
Because they know what they can do. And everybody is scared shitless.
Well, right now they're getting ready to go right over here. If you guys don't believe me, just watch here a little bit.
At Tiffany's?
No. You're going to see some investigators hitting some ground that Tad leases. A friend of mine. Shit. Yeah.
We're talking Tad. Tad leasing from his friend.
We saw a trailer sitting down there and all that shit, so he's going back to get his shit. See what I mean?
Hell yeah.
So sometimes it takes a farmer to figure shit out.
Yeah, no doubt.
When you're looking at shit that ain't normally there.
Thanks for it to see you smile. I'm going to look it up right now.
Stock trailer like that. That was the first thing that detective does.
Hell yeah.
Now I think it's a small little pull type. I said, but I could be wrong. I said, I don't think so. I don't think he owns a stock trailer. He owns a little horse trailer, I think. Pull type. I said, all right. I said, man, I need a helicopter. I said, if I had a helicopter, I said, can you get a helicopter out here? Because I can make some phone calls. I said, that's what I need. I need to be in there with them. And I'm scared of heights, though. So I'll tell them straight up, hey, man, we got to sit. I don't want to have no telephone poles either.
You're right.
Yeah, you can't give me no sleeping pills to knock me out or anything. Because I got to be looking, because I'm going to be like, hey, this is the quarters here that we leased them over here, and then over here, and over here. And we need to fly right over that shit so we can see if the ground's been disturbed. Yeah. See? It's good there's been involved. But I don't know. This butcher plant deal, that is an idea. It's a very gross idea. I used to butcher cattle. I was a butcher. We hang them up, take a chainsaw. That's what they did. And then they cut them into pieces and ground it all up.
That's what I was told. That's the rumor.
Yes. Hello?
You forgot to call me back.
No, I'm still sitting here. I'm sorry. I'm sitting here visiting with a few people. Okay, I'll call you here later on as soon as I find out some more.
How this is going to play out after I tell you. I'll talk to you later. I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen.
Okay.
All right?
All right. My uncle there is the one that helped me kind of do some of this with my buddy from Colorado. The one
Uncle? Yeah, right.
These investigators, they're very intelligent. They go to school for this shit. They'll pick them apart. So I told my buddy over here, I said, look, man, they're coming. Man, you got a paper trail to them. They farm my ground. They lease your ground. Well, I don't know how you mean they got a paper trail towards us. I said, well, they write you a check. Yeah. I said, there you go. So I had a way in right there. See what I'm saying? And he knows it. I mean, he knows that they're coming. Because I told him, hey, they're coming to visit me and you because there's a paper trail. Well, I beat him to the punch. After he left, I was like, I got to make a phone call. So I did. So he is my friend, but I can only tell him so much that I know. But when he come to me about, hey, Ted, come over and got a skid steer Saturday morning, blah, blah, blah. You don't think you had anything? That's all no. I'm thinking, oh, shit. I said, oh, hey, investigators going to be after mine and your ass. After he told me that, I told him, investigators going to be after our ass because you ran into that pasture. And I gave him, he's got some of the farm ground lease. I said, they're coming to these things. I said, you're right, Larry. I said, yep, you better tell them the goddamn truth about that skid steer leaving. I said, because I'm telling you, man, they're going to pick your ass apart. And if you lie to them, you're in deep shit with those guys. So, we're going to be seeing some stuff going on here in a little bit.
Over here.
Yeah, but it's going to be Road 2. But I can't have you going down there. It's like a mile and a half, and then you come to a cattle guard. There's a house that's down there. I do not want you going down here right now, okay? You need to stay out of there because they're getting ready to hit that place. Whoop! Troopers is with us. Yep, there they go. Yeah. Yep. Just wait, the white cars will be coming sooner or later. So what I did is it's like I told my buddy and then I had that attorney, I'm not a narc, man. I've got a lot of good friends.
Wait a minute. Not a narc? Are you involved? Because you called me freaking the hell out. You accused me of having you on my YouTube, which I made sure I didn't have you on the YouTube. I thought it was nice that you was letting us use the property across from Four Corners to have a command center. It wasn't your property. It was Jesus' property. And then you called me and said, my wife heard me on your YouTube. I said, nope, you're not on my YouTube at all. Then you started threatening me about my friends back in Wichita, and I needed to call them. And Carrie was in the car. Carrie heard it all. This man was freaking the hell out. Freaking out. Okay? I said, my friends don't even have a YouTube channel. And he hung up on me. Never to be heard from again. Just saying.
A lot of big friends, and I said, but I'm not an art man. And I said, this deal, I said, them two girls, this ain't right, man. I know they had a discussion on me, and I know they was fighting over custody and all that. Here comes a fucking white car.
Okay.
Coming from.
How did you know that they were having a fight over custody? Because you went with Tiffany to court. Go pull the court papers. Pull the court papers, people. This guy testified for Wrangler and Tiffany. Now, I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying this guy has firsthand knowledge about the whole situation, all the way down to the end of the situation, in my opinion. And where did he said he was going to Colorado. Where is this guy at now? Has anybody seen him? If you're from that area, because he was everywhere. Did he move? Did he move too? Somebody in chat can say his name. You know his name. Say his name. See if he moved.
Elkhart direction, it looks like. We'll see where it goes. He must have got on the phone. What time is it?
3:19.
Okay, guys, I'm going to reach down here and grab my gun. I'm going to put it back in my holster, okay? I'm not shooting nobody. I don't want nobody thinking, okay? All right? There you go. See there? That way you guys don't think that son of a bitch is fucking nuts. And these are hollow points, so if they go through somebody, they're going to leave a hole. There they go. There's one car going that way. There's a white one there. Oh, no, I thought they was going that way.
I have my pistol open on my little bash there. I'm like, I was just going to ask, like, surely you have to be.
Don't be out here with that one.
Hell no.
But her, I need you to go. She's got to stay with us tonight.
Oh, hold on. I'll tell you this too. I'm not going to give you a last name, but the woman that is doing this recording, her name is Jeannie. I do know that because I wrote it down way back when this was first released to me. And I'm not going to give you my opinion on her either because I know a lot.
Or stay somewhere. I cannot have her out here tonight.
No, not at all.
She can be there all she wants, and they can have the horses there. That's great. I'm even the horse people, when if they come back, which I'm hoping they don't have to because we find them. But when they do come back, I'm going to take them to the house, and it's got fresh water, and they got everything right there, and I'm going to put a bale there. That way at night they can eat, get full, sleep, and then they can be out working all day.
That's cool.
So, but I told them, I gave them my phone number. I said, you guys got to call me the day before you're headed up this way or the day in the morning so I can go get a bale of oats for them to eat.
Okay. I'll let Paula know. Wonder how Paula's doing when they're coming to check on her. I have a feeling that they'll find her today. I think they're going to find her today.
See, that's the other thing that just really gets my goat too. It's like Jillian is a nobody. I'm sorry, this is how it comes across to me, so I'm going to say it how I hear it. I hope they find her today. What about them? There was two of them. They both had families. They both had kids. They both have parents.
I'll let Paula know. Wonder how Paula's doing when they're coming to check on her. I have a feeling that they'll find her today. I think they're going to find her today. God willing.
Today's Friday.
Yeah.
6 days now. They finally cracked the case. I mean, they're putting it all together. I watched them Saturday storm Tad's house or head that way.
I was told that they were met with a line of people with guns saying, you guys better get the hell off of our property.
That was actually 7 days.
FBI.
That the cops, whenever they went to Tiffany's, that they were met with guns. But they wouldn't let them on the property to search. So I was told.
Well, they'll get a search warrant.
I don't know why they haven't yet. I mean, they have enough fucking probable cause by now.
Well, if they're investigating a murder, all they have to do is get a game warrant. You can't stop a game.
A game warden has, he's right, a game warden, Texas Ranger, they have a lot of power. A lot of power. But what animal? Like, I mean, how many game wardens? Can anybody tell me how many game wardens are actually in the Texas County Cimarron area? And hell, I'm just gonna throw it out there. Are they part of this group too? Like at this point, I don't even know. I know what I think in my mind, in my opinion. Like I still think the judge, the cooks. I mean, I don't think that this group just was just a spy. I know there wasn't. So, what the hell?
Walking up to that field. If he thinks that there's been something, a crime committed, wildlife animal.
Not only that, this guy here gave them probable cause. The skidster, the trailer. We've been able to see land disturbed. Like, Jesus, for fuck's sake.
Has been poached. They don't need search warrants. They can walk right through your house. They're the
Game wardens can write DUIs. They do everything. They have the power for everything, not just animals. But he's right. But how many game wardens are in that area over there? I don't know. I don't have a clue.
only law enforcement that can do that. And I don't know if they have one out here. Max used to be the old one. And Max was the guy that I would visit with every now and then. So
Thank you, Deb, as always. And for you to see Smile, everybody in this group, you all help out. You hung in there. You want it solved. You want everybody
yes,
caught.
doing good. Yeah, I've got Taylor coming, my granddaughter. I've got to go home and pick her up.
Okay, okay. Well, thank you
So
for
I will
everything.
be right back here. Oh, I got maybe 10 minutes, so I'm going to stop down here and say something to her.
Okay.
And
God bless you.
Yes.
Thank you so much for everything.
Yes, not a problem. And you're related to them?
I am Amanda's friend, best friend since like junior high. And I'm
The
now,
mom.
yeah. Yes,
I
sir.
know Amanda.
Yeah.
My son went to school with her daughter. So.
Right, yes.
Well, they.
Okay, I'm just going to leave it at that. But with all that, everything that they got. Why did it take 15 days? OSBI says 10. So where's the other 5 days? If he says it took 10 days, where's the other 5? Because the way we do it, when I was an investigator, is day one is day one. So March 30th is day one. Happened in the morning. So that's day one. And then you count to the 15th. It's not 10 days. No way is it 10 days. I wonder how many, thank you, dear. I wonder how many they have in that area. And if that's the case, if they called in all the, okay. So, for you to see a smile is, I'm so happy to see you. You know, my love for you is genuine. For them to take so long, it don't add up. So we're doing a timeline now. I know you're really good at paperwork. There was a question earlier. It's something that we worked with all night long, but I think Nona might have found it. Couldn't find an exact address for Beasley. It was really weird. It kept coming back, even though we had the address, kept coming back to Guyman. And even though it's Texoma, like it was so weird. Then I think I've explained it right, but a search warrant. We had somebody trying to find, Deb was, trying to find a search warrant where they went and did a search warrant for Tads. And so I went over that because I don't believe there is a search warrant for Tads. Because in a search warrant in Oklahoma, and basically it's that way in every state, you can have a search warrant for a person. But the way they did the truck, the way they got the search warrant for the silver and blue truck is they put on there what they were going to be looking for in the truck, which was jewelry, iPhones, different things is what they were looking for in the truck. So if they were going to do a search warrant, say at Tad's, on Tad's property, they have to specify the house. We're going in the house. We're going to search in the house for it, okay? This is what we think what we might find in the house. And they'll throw everything that they can think of, what they can find in the house. That's the only way to get a judge to sign a good judge to sign a search warrant. But say they say, well, shit, the barn's locked. Let us in the barn. If Dad says no, they got to get another search warrant for the barn. Say if they had a search warrant for the house, which we can't find anything on it. If they would have had a search warrant for the house, they would have had to search in certain spots, okay? But say they found one thing I know for sure that they didn't find, but if they would have found a safe, you have to call the judge again and get a whole search warrant just for that safe. And the reason I know that is because I know somebody here, and this law would be the same all over, and he had in his back seat legally his weapon, and it was in a lock safe thing, and he wouldn't open for it. Now, if you open it for him, that's on you, but they have to have a search warrant for that. And his dad called me. I said, make them get a search warrant. Guess what? They didn't get a search warrant for it. But in that case, I'll just tell you the truth. In that case, my friend's son was injured doing martial arts. He got into opiates, meth, fentanyl. He didn't know it was fentanyl, or did he know? I don't know. I think at that point he didn't care whether it was fentanyl or not. And he fell asleep in the middle of the intersection, in a very busy intersection. And I listened to the scanner all the time, and his name came across the scanner. And I immediately called his dad and said, listen, your kid is at this spot. It was actually 47th and Seneca. And he said, well, I've had a few beers. And I said, well, I'll send Rick to get you, and I'll meet you there. And they were trying to make him open the safe with his gun in it. And at that point, it wasn't illegal because it wasn't where he could get to it. Okay? Anyway, so I called Danny Seville. He used to be a really good attorney here. He's not an attorney here anymore. But anyway, he's like, no, you're right. They have to have a safe. And the officers were like, what do you mean? We can bust it if we want. I said, no, you can't. You got to get a warrant. And if you get a warrant, you'll open it. But you ain't got a warrant. And he's not going to open it freely. And my grandpa, who I told you everything about him, one thing he did tell me, if you ever get pulled over, do not consent to a search. And I was like, why? I got nothing in my car. He said, make them work for it. So you can best believe, if they ever want to search my car, I'm going to make them work for it. Because that's their job. But we just got to get, Bianca, you are correct. We have an amazing group. We really do. I've got some haters out there. I don't know if you guys noticed, they keep posting shit. I banned them. They keep posting shit in my comment section. So if you're a mod, you can just erase it. But yes, I did steal my dog out of the pound. I'd do it all over again. I got in a lot of trouble, and I don't give a fuck. Okay, throw it out there. To the people, I'm not going to name you. You know who you are. That wants to keep calling me Paula. Yeah, that's my fucking name. But you're on the internet, and this is my channel, and my name is Rock. So unless you're a personal friend of mine, and you're talking to me on the phone, don't be calling me fucking Paula to piss me off in the chat. Because I know your names too, but I'm not out here throwing it out there. I go by Rock. That's what I prefer to go by. Quit doing it. Because, listen, you do not want to be on the bad side of me. You've only seen a little bit of the bad side of me. And now I'm starting to really get pissed just at this whole situation, this whole bullshit, and this whole lie. It's nothing but a lie. Well, I'm going to go over these comments. I'm going to bring this up right now. We're going to watch it. We're going to watch it. Oh, let me get for you to see you smile. Right at the moment, they are looking to fill the game warden position in Texas and Cimarron County. Interesting. And listen, I got in trouble, but I got it expunged. It might not show up on your shit, but I got to pay for it. So I also have a carry and conceal, but we're in an open carry state. So fuck around and find out, because I will sue. I will own everything. I promise you, I'll own everything you have. I am not going to play games with you, ever. You push me as far as you're going to push me, as far as the sheriff, the other little twats that come in and make remarks. Not a problem. Tired of it. I'll play your damn game. You won't like it. You won't like the ending, I can promise you that. Okay, let's watch this. This is it. And thank you. Thank you for finding it for me, because it was frustrating me. Now, I took it as I'm laughing. I can take corrective criticism. So if he's not laughing, you let me know he's not laughing. But I took it as I'm laughing.
Media, they can see now that we've done our jobs. All right. There's been a lot of support. We live in a county. We live in an area of the United States where we have a lot of things going on in our country right now that are not great for law enforcement. But this area has always been supportive of law enforcement. I guarantee you, if one of my deputies was on the side of the street out there and he was in a fight for his life, there would be.
Hold on. I want you guys to check out something very particular. This man does not wear a body camera, right? I want you to check in his left front pocket. Is he filming the news crew? Not that it's against the law, but he don't wear a fucking body camera. But look in his left front pocket while you're watching this.
They can see now that we've done our jobs. All right. There's been a lot of support. We live in a county. We live in an area of the United States where we have a lot of things going on in our country right now that are not great for law enforcement. But this area has always been supportive of law enforcement. I guarantee you, if one of my deputies was on the side of the street out there and he was in a fight for his life, there would be 12 or 15 people stopped to help him. All right. We love our people and the people love us. All right.
You guys made a really quick decision to bring in OSBI pretty immediately. What was behind that choice?
So that involves the case, and I'm not going to talk about that.
Can you talk about the police presence here today? You know, we saw people on the roof. You know, talk to us a little bit about that. Why was that so?
Well, I mean, do you guys know exactly what we're dealing with?
Okay, right there.
Neither do
Right
we.
there.
All right.
There you
so
go.
We're going to take those.
There. And listen, I don't care even if it's a bad police officer. If somebody is doing something to them at the side of the road, I'm going to protect that police officer too. But do I feel like you're protecting your people? No, you're protecting yourself. Wear your damn body cameras. But there's that laugh. I consider it a laugh.
You know, talk to us a little bit about that. Why was that so?
Well, I mean, do you guys know exactly what we're dealing with? Neither do we. All right. So we're going to take those extra precautions to be in places that we may not know.
Wait a minute. Same guy that said that it was a targeted attack and there was nobody in danger. We played it earlier. This is the same guy that said it was a targeted attack. There's nobody in danger. And now he says, do you know what we're dealing with? Neither do we.
In places that we may not normally be. It's not every day you see an officer or two on the roof. All right. It's not every day you see the drone flying. We did the drone just for security to do sweeps of the other buildings and things like that. Okay. The presence here today is because we didn't know what to expect. All right. We were going to allow 50 people in the courtroom. We ended up with.
I wish somebody would ask him about the fucking train, though.
39, I believe, spectators. All right. So it wasn't exactly what we expected, but the response would have been no different.
Should we expect a presence like this every court hearing?
Until further notice, yes.
how have the suspects been in jail? I know there's a lot of Facebook speculation. I saw something, possibly a fight between them. I don't know if you're able to comment.
I can tell you that did not happen.
Toll was not.
That no one has been assaulted in my jail that has to do with the 4 you're asking questions about.
Is there anything else you want to add?
Not really.
Anything else just about Texas County being so unique and just with this case, being so rural and so close knit?
Have you all been treated good since you've been here?
Of course.
That's how everybody is.
No,
We
no,
love
they're
people.
not. No,
We don't have the
No.
bigger, we don't have a lot of the things that happen in big.
no, not everybody's treated equal and treated so good. I object. That's absolutely not correct, and you're on film proving it.
Good since you've been here?
Of course.
That's how everybody is. All right. We love people. We don't have the bigger, we don't have a lot of the things that happen in bigger cities, but every now and then we do, right? But the big deal is we still have the support of our people here. All right. I just signed up to run for sheriff again a week ago. I didn't have an opponent. All right. I must be doing something right. My guys must be doing something right. We have a working relationship in this county with everyone, from the Texas County Sheriff's Department, Guyman Police Department, Goodwill Police Department, Texoma. Every agency works together, and our partners with the OSBI. All right, those guys are amazing. All right, amazing. The FBI, from what I saw, amazing. All right. We have the support of our people. We have good partnerships, and that's what makes us successful here in this county.
Sure. I saw one of your deputies hug. It would appear to be a family member who walked in, and that makes it challenging. It makes it emotional. So, what is this like for you guys?
Did you see me hug the person when they walked in? Is that okay? I thought that was me. You probably saw. When somebody is emotional and they're having a hard time, this is a tough deal. All right. We're not just police officers that go out and arrest people. We have feelings too. We put our pants on and tie our shoes and pull our boots on the same way that you people do every day. All right.
But you don't wear body cameras like you're required to by law in the state of Oklahoma. Okay.
We're not robots. We are human beings and we have emotions. So I'm getting emotional.
Do you know the families of Jillian and Veronica?
That has to do with the case, and I'm not going to discuss it. Okay.
Do you know Tiffany? Do you know Tad? Have you been to Tiffany's house? Have you did business with Tad? How do you know Cole? How do you know Cora? Oh, he's not going to answer anyway, so we're going to find out. We're going to fuck around and find out. That's what we're going to do. But I knew it. I knew he smiled. No, not everybody's treated. The minute he feels threatened by somebody, that's when he wants to go after somebody. And I wasn't never threatening him. I was showing them their security glitches, which are legit. The guy on the roof was running a drone. But if you're stopped at a train, okay, they had to bring in waterworks to help. This is so crazy. Ask him, a good media person would ask him, well, so who all do you have transporting the prisoners? They brought in city workers. They brought in Guyman police, had Guyman police take their body cams off. There's different parts of the city that they brought in to help them. And one of the biggest things, I don't want to ever see an officer hurt. And the last thing I want to see is an escape. So I was pointing out the problems because we all saw Tad looking around like crazy. Okay. He's looking for something. What's he looking for? And if you're on the other side of that damn train in your 3-low convoy, I watch a lot of TV. I get it. But I watch a lot of real shit too. And ambushes do happen. And people lose lives. I'm just going to say it. And so you got pissed off because I'm pointing out a paperclip on the ground. I'm pointing out your officer is walking with their gun right next to where they're handcuffed in the front. Even with, and I found this out today, even when they're strapped with the chain to the front, they could still grab that gun. And that female police officer, the blonde, she always walks with her gun right next to the suspect. Always walks next to her with the suspect. This is crazy.
Thank you, Sheriff.
All right, thank you guys.
And yes, thank you for finding that. I'm gonna make sure I write that down right now because I'm not ever losing it again. But I would have liked to listen. I would have liked to ask him questions. But it's okay. I will tell you that the judge in Cimarron, I am considered media. I don't care how you look at it. I'm considered media. You can't just turn me away or I could really sue, like straight up. But on an open court, anybody can go into open court. You just got to get there early enough. Now, I will tell you this. If I ever went inside the courtroom and they came in and said, hey, listen, the court's too full and we don't have enough room for the family, I would be the first one that would raise my hand and say, let the family in. But I would also expect every journalist in there, and it seems like your media, your national media, they only report what these people want them to report. At least your YouTubers will report the facts and everything that's going on. We know that Cora named Other Gods Misfits. We know the essay was talked about. Paul talked about it on the stand. There's a lot we don't know that the citizens of Guyman were there that told me that was said. And I asked a certain person, I'm not even going to say who it was, why did you not report that? Well, because, I told the family at some point I'm going to have to talk about that, but we just don't want to upset the family. Nobody wants to upset the family. Even me. I'm not trying to upset the family. I'm trying to get all the truths. And if it was me, listen, not every family's perfect, but if it was me, I would want everything to come out so that everything's covered, everybody gets it, everything. So you can come with my maiden name, you can come with my married name. What does that accomplish other than you're a dumb fuck? Okay? Quit posting in my post that. Because you then are doxing me. And I will sue you too. You guys say, oh, Rock always threatens about suing. Wait till the first person actually gets that lawsuit. Because I warn you. I don't like suing people. Okay? I give you a warning. You don't adhere to the warning, that's going to be on you because you're going to be the same little bitch that's crying because you ain't going to have shit left. Because when I go hard and I will go for everything you own. I can promise you that. Absolutely. Anyway, we've been on here live for a long time. I want to make sure that everybody has got to speak the way that they want to speak. I'll drop a link. Anybody that wants to come up and has anything to say about any of this, you're more than welcome to come up and say your opinion. If you don't want to say your opinion, that's okay. I have no problem expressing people's opinions for them when they tell me their opinions. I've yet to rat anybody out, okay, that has told me things. Does he have a Woody? Yeah, his name is Joe, from Toy Story. Joe, Woody. So, wow. You ladies, question mark. What's that mean, Christopher? I'm sorry. Oh, thank you, Beach Baby. You will always be Rock to me. Listen, even my friends that are good friends of mine, they call me Rock. They've gotten used to it. They follow the channel. They've known me 30 years, and they call me Rock now. So, it is what it is. But yeah, we're not putting up in the bullshit anymore. We're going to get to the bottom of it. If they did screw up with the Brady list, I don't know. I don't know the DA well enough to know, but it seems like he's pretty good at plea deals. So, what does that accomplish? I think that's up to the family. But I don't think it's up to just one family. I think it's up to both families that their wives, daughter, sister, mom was involved in. Okay? They deserve to know the truth if they want all of the truth. If they don't want all the truth and they can't handle a trial, then they should be given that option too. And that every plea deal should go through the family members, and it should go through all the family members, not just one side. But I think all plea deals. I know here, the DA or the DA rep will also go to the family members and say, "Hey, we're thinking about doing this plea deal. What do you think?" They ask opinions. I know one side of the family hasn't been asked their opinion on any damn thing. I don't know why that is. But anyway, you've got two different families involved here. And a lot of friends. And a lot of church friends. So, is it too late for the grand jury indictment? Yes. We got preliminaries coming up. And I honestly think that Cora and Paul are going to have a lot more to say in their preliminary. Now, for you to see a smile, I will tell you that in CW's report, because we pulled it up in her affidavit, she straight up says that it was Tiffany, Tad, Cole, Cora, and Paul Grice that went to Hugoton on Veronica's birthday. So how in the world could it be that Cole knows nothing? He didn't even know anything the day before because he drinks, and Tiffany didn't want to tell people when he went to Hugoton with them, according to CW. Explain that one to me. I don't think, and again, this is my opinion, I think the only reason that Cora did a plea agreement is she's trying to save somebody. And not only that, I don't think she's trying to protect her daughter at all, and that's my own opinion. I think her daughter is still going to end up on the stand, my opinion, because what her daughter has to say is totally different than what Cora's trying to play it out to be, because it's already in the affidavit that Cole was there in Hugoton on Veronica's birthday. So what else would you do? Oh, hi, Justice. Good to see you. You would try to make it so your daughter can't testify, make a deal so your daughter can't testify, so that your testimony don't look like the shit that it is, that you're going to be spilling out. Nobody can put a knife in Grice's hands, really, because Veronica was fighting for her life. She was giving him help, okay? And he was screaming for help. And Cora went straight to, I'll read that in just a minute. You got me wondering. Cora went, now I lost my train of thought. I gotta get back on that before I read that next comment. Anyway, Cora she don't want CW's statement, CW on the stand, because if Cora gets caught lying, her plea deal's over. Her plea deal's over. So, Brock, I just got breaking news that a commuter jet from Wichita collided with a helicopter in Washington, D.C. Slick. Breaking news. It's Eisenhower, but it might be under Wichita, but I'll put those. No, it might be Pompeo. Who knows? I mean, I don't know. Okay, here we go. I got it. Let's look. See, you guys work so well. You guys get me all over the place, but I love being all over the place. Let me catch up. Oh, I hate it that it's a Blackhawk because that means it's veterans. It's Army. Hello? Yes, Cole knew from the beginning. And it was a month after the first attempt. I agree. This Blackhawk helicopter. Okay, I got it pulled up. I'm bringing it up. Rock, I'm sorry to interrupt, but have you heard about the plane crash? Looking at it right now. Fix and look at it. They probably didn't discuss it with Cole after he starts drinking. And just because Cora testified, don't save her daughter, they had her on the stand. Use the last hearing. Are you sure? Because everybody that I know that was there said CW was not on the stand. Cora was. The CW wasn't on the stand. So are you saying CW was on the stand? Just because Cora testified, don't save her daughter, they had her on the stand. Use the last hearing. And that's the first I've heard anybody say that she was on the stand. As far as CW. As far as I knew, she wasn't even there, but I was not there. So with that said, I wasn't there. So here we go. American Airlines flight. Okay. FFA, Wichita Business Bureau. They always want you to pay. FAA, American Airlines jet from Wichita crashes into Potomac following mid-air collision. The jet left Wichita's Eisenhower Airport at 5:22 p.m. Wednesday evening and en route to Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. No, I don't want to give you anything. Okay, we'll find it on something else. I'm not subscribing. Let me find it somewhere else. It was probably on Newsbreak. Horror in D.C. Commercial airliner crashes into Black Hawk helicopter, plunges into the Potomac River. I don't know if I said that right. A horrifying mid-air collision between a commercial airline and a military Black Hawk helicopter sent both aircraft plunging into the icy waters of the Potomac River on Wednesday night, sparking a massive search and rescue effort near Ronald Reagan. At least they landed in water, I will say that. National Airport. According to early reports, the aircraft involved in the catastrophic crash was PSA Airlines Flight 5342, a Canadair regional jet, CRJ 700, operating under American Airlines. The flight had been on its final approach to Reagan National Airport after departing from Dwight D. Eisenhower National Airport in Wichita, Kansas. On board were 60 passengers, whose fates remain uncertain as emergency teams race against time. PSA Airlines 5342 landed 45 minutes ago. They're not going to tell us it landed in the water. Okay, did that? Hold on. Did the jet make it, but the Blackhawk didn't? Both aircraft plunging into the icy waters. Okay. A chilling video feed from a webcam at Kennedy Center captured the devastating moment. A brief fireball erupted mid-air as the two aircraft made contact, illuminating the night sky. Do you guys want to see that? Or is that going to be rough to watch? Let me know if you have a problem watching it or seeing it. Let's see here. Plane crash, no DCA. Thank you, Bianca. Okay. If you don't want to watch the plane crash because it sounds like it's going to be rough to watch, please turn away for a minute. It's only 21 seconds long, so we make it big. Man, I was looking in the wrong place. I was following the other jet. Hopefully it replays it. Yeah, I was following the one that was flying like this. It's going to happen right here. Don't follow the one that's blinking right now. Well, the one that's blinking closest, don't follow. It's in the left. Damn, it's hard to tell, but it looks like it's the helicopter hit the jet because of the lights on it. Comes up on the left side of it. If you look down here, you'll see a fire before it starts. But don't follow this one. This one is not it. Damn. That sucks. But it looks like the helicopter hit the plane. Just because the helicopter has a lot less lights. Okay, let's see what else it says. So there's a search going on right now. In response to the tragedy, Ronald Reagan National Airport has suspended all takeoffs and landings, bringing air traffic in and out of the nation's capital to a complete halt. Emergency boats, helicopters, and dive teams have swarmed the crash site, desperately searching for survivors amid the wreckage and freezing waters. Well, I will say this. They have a better chance of living being in that water. Even the helicopter that caught fire. It looks like the helicopter is what caught fire. Even the helicopter people, because they would immediately hit the water. And I would assume that when it hits the water, it'd be putting fire out. Rick! I think he's in the bathroom. That's crazy. Okay, let's finish reading it. Oh, here's another video. Can I make it bigger? Yeah, I can. Well, that's just the emergency response. Nuts. It's almost over. That's the emergency response. Man, prayers for everybody. The only good news I can say is, crap, I just moved this by accident. Trying to move it up. Every once in a while, I screw things up and it's too far down that I can't move it up. Trying to move it up now. There we go. So I can't get to the bottom. There we go. Okay. Whew. There's another one. Now, let's see. Bianca sent me one too. Let's see if it's the same one. It's a Fox 5 Washington live scene. Fox 5 Washington live scene. I don't want the studio. Okay. Fox 5 Washington live scene. Blackhawk collision. Said it was a Canada plane, but flying for American Airlines, so. They had a Blackhawk helicopter hit a American Airlines. From what you already know, you got the news story too? Yeah. We're watching it. Hey, will you bring me an orange? It's already new. I just gotta say this. A helicopter don't hit a runway. They land on a pad. Since when does a Blackhawk land on a runway?
They do all the time.
On a runway?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, they can. They can land on both.
I thought they landed on a pad.
Depends on where they're at.
Well, there you go. Now I've got a airline pilot. It's a joke. We've got medical examiners, airline pilots. Blackhawk's military. Oh, hold on. Hold on. You guys aren't even seeing what I'm seeing. Hmm.
Right.
It's been some time that we've talked about something like this in our nation.
It has been, and that is correct. And it's going to point at, as I mentioned, a midair collision on what we say sharp final, that is close to the airport, just before landing. Who was cleared for what, and which airplane was in the right position, aircraft, I should say, the helicopter or the PSA, which was in the wrong position at the wrong time. That is a big mystery. Obviously, you have a different speed of the Bombardier 700 jet versus the military aircraft, the military helicopter, I'm sorry, which is going to be flying at 30 or 40 knots. The regional aircraft will be flying at, my guess, 120 knots. We use knots in aviation. That's about 140 miles per hour. So you have a huge difference in speeds. That brings the question to mind again. If one aircraft, the PSA was on final approach to land on 01, that is up the Potomac River, basically, and then the military helicopter on 33. Where did the midair collision occur, and where was the mistake made? You'll get the voice recorder and the cockpit voice recorder off of the PSA aircraft. It'll be recovered.
Yes, we saw the video.
And of course, the instructional tapes are already, they're always recorded. So I think we're going to put this thing together very fast. I'm not saying tonight or tomorrow, but rapidly. You're going to have a lot of evidence coming out.
Yeah, and in your experience, Captain, because considering the time of night, and I believe the FAA, when they put their statement out, they said how the plane was cleared to, or was arriving and landing on runway 33, which that could be any runway. I don't know the layout of the ground there, but considering the fact that it seemed like a good day, we did have a lot of high wind out there, but overall, a clear night. To be out there in the skies, visibility and issues. I mean, I know it's all preliminary right now, but in your experience, the possibility of something like this happening, choosing the wrong runway after being cleared for a certain one. I mean, what are the chances that that can happen, and what could be the factors involved?
Yeah, it's mistaken identification. We have electronic equipment on the aircraft, for example, for runway 01, that allows you to land in very low visibility. It's called the Instrument Landing System. On runway 33, I haven't flown into Washington, Oregon. I flew internationally before I retired. In any event, it either has an ILS, which is very accurate, or an approach, to keep it simple for your listeners or viewers, that is based on GPS, global proximity systems. But so there should have been adequate spacing, and there would have been. And why there wasn't, that's going to be a matter of question. But you do raise a very, very good point. Regional airlines, larger, the 747s, 777s, Airbus, 737s, et cetera, and this regional airplane, they have TCAS, traffic collision avoidance system, and it picks up an imminent collision, and you get an alert through the speakers on the in the aircraft. It says traffic, traffic. So you're seeing the other aircraft, even a helicopter, and then if a collision is imminent, now I'm not saying the next second, in about 20 or seconds, it'll say climb, climb, or of course not descend, descend. You're very close to the ground, or so that's going to be a question. The TCAS is TCAS. TCAS, did the military aircraft, I flew military, but a military transport, and so I don't know if the military helicopter had the TCAS. That's a big question. Why didn't it go off and alert one of the crews? Go ahead.
Captain Lee, I want to ask you one more question, then we have to go. When you're flying into DC airspace, I mean, you have low-flying helicopters. You have the question of, are they lit up? Are they visible? Is there much communication between military pilots and commercial pilots?
Often military, for the obvious occurrence of situation with the White House right there, most of the communications are on the same frequency we call VHF. Military can use UHF, ultra high frequency. But normally around Washington, Reagan, everybody's going to be on the same frequency. And that brings up a good question. I'm hearing a helicopter cleared for an approach on near the same runway I'm on. That would make me be very concerned.
All right. That is Captain Richard Levy, airline expert, joining us here on Fox 5. Sir, thank you very much for your insight, unfortunately, under these circumstances. We want to go to Shamari Stone, who is now out and about as we continue to cover this from every possible angle. Show, you're at Gravelly Point now. Talk about what you've seen trying to get there.
Well, I've seen a multi-agency response when you have fire, EMS, you have U.S. Park Police, everyone converging on Reagan National Airport. Many people have been coming out here trying to get to the airport, and they've been stopping by this area. As you look right over here by Gravelly Point, you can see all the vehicles, people outside of their cars. They plan on coming to the airport when you had flights that were supposed to land and they were going to pick up their loved ones. Well, right now they are just waiting here. And across the George Washington Parkway, right over there, you can see the flashing lights, and that is where you have the multi-agency search and rescue operation underway in the Potomac River. After this small American Airlines flight 5342 from Wichita collided with an Army helicopter near the Reagan National Airport, you also have U.S. Park Police who have closed down Gravelly Point. And I'm going to pause for a second so you can see this is what people are seeing as emergency crews come by George Washington Parkway. Take a listen. So that is exactly what people are seeing as they drive here to the airport. Folks are stopping as well with their cell phones, trying to capture all of this. And basically, the U.S. Park Police officer told me that Gravelly Point is closed. But as you can see through all this activity out here, emergency crews traveling right now fast to the airport, as you can see. Jim?
Shamari, thank you. And you can, I think in a situation like this, as you point to the people who are out there, and we have seen members of the media attending to the scene out, I'm sure there is a good amount of speculation. People want to see what's going on. As Shamari just mentioned, Gravelly Point shut down, so don't leave. Don't bother heading out there. Don't bother hitting the GW Parkway, because as you can see, that scene has just gotten bigger and bigger. We're now nearing about an hour since we hit the air. The reports came in just around 9 o'clock tonight, and the latest information is a military helicopter hitting that Bombardier CRJ 700 regional jet. Those generally have a capacity of about 70 people. It happened as the plane was just about to land, heading from Wichita to Reagan National just shortly before 9 o'clock tonight. So that's what we know. And again, we're still waiting because we should get a briefing in just a little bit on this.
Yeah, we have DC Fire, EMS, MPD, Fairfax County, you name it, they're out there. Several agencies all working together on this colossal rescue operation. We also know that Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says that he is at FAA headquarters right now. He's at the headquarters. He is monitoring the situation. He was confirmed, just Tuesday.
Just sworn in yesterday.
Yeah, just yesterday. He was sworn in today. And so first day on the job, and quite the tall order here. But yes, he is at headquarters right now. And we also know that in addition to him, the president, also the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, says that she's been debriefed as well. And Pete Hegseth also has said that they are there ready to assist, ready to.
So I'm looking at our Sedgwick County scanner app, and they're saying that MSNBC is saying no one survived. But that's mainstream media, so I would not go with that. Somebody else said fear dead is not dead. So, yeah, just saying what I'm reading from here in Wichita on our scanner app.
Help in any way that they can.
All right. So at this hour, again, as we wait to get more information on what happened, we do not have any confirmation on how many people were on board that plane. As mentioned, those rescue boats, at least from where Nana was at Gravelly Point, they were in and they were out very quickly. They relocated. But there's the information we're getting from the FAA. It was a Sikorsky.
our scanner is saying that they're pulling bodies out, but they're not saying whether they're alive or not. Pulling bodies out is what it says.
Sitting here at the anchor desk. But as you look at that the vantage point there, we were talking before, there's the collision, but from the other vantage point, just to speak to the volume of planes that come in and out, you saw another plane right there on top, just taking off at that moment, well above. I mean, you know, that was nowhere near the crash site, maybe vertically, but certainly not within close proximity.
You also notice the different speeds, which the captain mentioned that to us. And it's hard at this point to tell which aircraft perhaps maybe chose or missed the right runway. So, and like he said, I was surprised to hear from him that he thinks it won't take long for them to to be able to really put a finger on perhaps where that miscommunication or where the misjudgment happened once they're able not only to get the black box, but the cockpit, excuse me, voice recorders to find out what kind of chatter, what was going on.
All right. So
inside,
yeah, they're going to do that briefing inside a little bit later, but we want to go to Sierra Fox. She's now inside the airport terminal, and as mentioned, they stopped the flights going in and out.
You know, I want to say this right now. You know, social media is good to a certain extent, but could you imagine they even released the flight number? Could you imagine being a parent or a wife or husband sitting at home and seeing this on social media and now the mainstream? Wow.
And Sierra, it is empty behind you at this.
Running back and forth. Obviously, there is a sense of urgency due to that mid-air collision that happened around 9 p.m. And if you look at the boards over here, soon it will change. But right now it says emergency alert due to an emergency situation. All flights are being held on the airfield. Additional information will be available as received for customers on departing flights. Please check with your airline representative. But it's definitely such a scary feel in here. We have seen a few people waiting and walking around like this gentleman right here, but I do want to introduce you to Debbie here, who I was just speaking with. And when I told you what happened, what went through your head?
I am completely in shock about this. I mean, this is horrible. I'm at the airport, and these people apparently crashed with a Black Hawk, and there's 60 people on board the plane, and they're in the Potomac, and they're going now with emergency crew to find out what the circumstances are. They don't know if there's casualties or what's happening, but of course it's upsetting.
Absolutely. And what flight are you waiting for? Did you just land? What's your situation here?
I'm here early. I'm going to Midway Airport tomorrow, Chicago, for doctor's appointments, and I wound up checking out of my hotel early, and I'm leaving very, very early in the morning. I have a tendency to sleep late, so I didn't want to miss my flight. But you know something, I can't believe that this is happening. The whole airport is shut down. Is that correct?
Yes, no flights are leaving or coming in. And now, you know, what's your plan with all of this going on?
No,
You say it could be a bad thing, but one thing about cold, it slows the blood flow down. So if somebody is injured and bleeding badly, the cold water would slow that blood down. So I don't know. Either way, it's horrible. Either way, it's horrible. Oops, I should have hit it play. Man, that's bad.
Absolutely don't know. I don't know if the flights are delayed and they'll be rescheduled for later tomorrow, or what they're going to wind up doing. I have no idea.
And now, how often do you fly?
Well, I've had my cardiology team is in Chicago, and I've been back and forth to Chicago on a monthly basis, flying with Southwest successfully. They do a wonderful job. I really like the airline, and that's what I was planning on doing very early tomorrow morning, and now I just don't know.
If I was going to guess, it looked like what caught fire was that helicopter to me.
And obviously right now we don't know, you know, how many survivors there may or may not be, but just, you know, what goes through your head knowing that, you know, there's family members out there wondering what's happening with their loved one.
We have so much going on in this country right now with transition.
You know, there was 60 people on the airline
I had
flight,
been
American
at
Airlines.
the airport. I was here for the inauguration, and I, you know, came to the airport, and I saw The president's plane fly in and out of here. I saw, I think it may have been Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg. I mean, so this is like, they just left like the other day after being here for the inauguration. You could tell.
Well, Deppie, thank you for speaking with me. They're telling me that I have to send it back into the studio right now. And of course, when a briefing does happen here at Reagan National Airport, we'll bring it live to you right here on air.
You know, at this hour, the information we're getting, again, from authorities is few and far between. Most of it.
I'm going to say what I said before. Why would a Black Hawk helicopter be landing, a military helicopter landing at a national airport?
Is just thoughts and prayers from the likes of Mayor Muriel Bowser and many other lawmakers at this point. But we're still waiting to get concrete information on what happened.
Yeah, until we have that information and the details and the facts, it's hard. It's hard to even put into words how people are feeling right now. I know that
Senator Marshall of Kansas says it is a plane from Wichita, Kansas. They are saying unofficially 60 plus dead, prayers for all involved. That comes from Senator Marshall. Yikes.
that as I look at, I'm getting text messages from people who are from Wichita, who are friends of mine. I fly that path often. I know it very well. It is just utter shock.
Yeah.
People are lost for words.
I'm still going to pray that they're alive.
What do you do at a time like this?
Why would he
can't be
release
there
that
on the
statement?
ground to help out in a situation like this. We do know that we are awaiting that briefing, but I know you mentioned, Jim, Senator Ted Cruz talked about monitoring the situation at DCA.
Fox News
and
says
how
they pulled
will
out
be
at least
briefed
one
tomorrow
survivor.
morning. That is what they've been told, is that they are going to be given the very latest information from the FAA
Now
themselves.
somebody else is saying
And,
four.
but hopefully, we're hoping that we will be able to get more information tonight, including
I'm looking on
any
Twitter
word
while
of
you
any
guys are
survivors,
listening. So.
and people that have been rescued.
In terms of when we were talking with our aviation expert and talking about how rare these incidents are in our nation, it looks like we've had a number of crashes involving sightseeing planes. There were some. We've had a couple incidents where one or two passengers were killed. We've not had a large scale crash on really any runways in some time. I think the deadliest incident we've seen that I can think of in recent years was back in gosh, it was a while back. It was in Buffalo. It was outside of Buffalo, New York.
There was one in Buffalo, and I thought there was one in North Carolina as well.
50, it was, by the way, February 12th, 2009. 50 people killed. Colgan Air Flight 3407 outside of Buffalo. That was
from North Carolina.
That was a Bombardier flight.
But I don't know.
All right, let's bring in Kenneth Moten. He's here in studio now, just miking up and getting ready to go.
No, I've been listening to you guys' conversation because it is stunning when you think about the safety record at DCA, and you think about the air travel in this country. It remains mostly safe, and we have to really search for incidents where we've had incidents of death, of these fatalities, or anything large scale like this one. When it comes to DCA, guys, we are trying to just learn as much information as possible. That's why I've got Flight Aware up behind me here. I know it's been a resource for you guys as well, as we've been trying to learn as much as possible about Flight 5342 from Wichita, which departed at 5:39 from Central Standard Time from Wichita Airport. 6:39 our time. It was supposed to land here around the 9 o'clock hour, just before 9 p.m. But you see this flight path right here behind me. We zoom in and we can see moving up the Potomac, and it's very eerie of where it stops here, close to DCA into the Potomac there. That is a very normal flight path that we see for our regional jets here. And Jim,
just getting information from Fox News, we're hearing that 3 soldiers were on board that Black Hawk helicopter. So we're confirming that. But again, no word on their condition. But that's just the information coming in. I just want to make sure we get that information out there.
And again, we've been telling people as soon as we know, we will let you know as well. But that is the word that Jim just relayed to us. 3 service members on that Black Hawk helicopter. Again, we're still trying to find out exactly how many passengers and crew were on flight 5342. Again, American Airlines operated by PSA. Just because it has 70 seats obviously doesn't mean there were 70 passengers on that plane, but we're working to find out, when departing from Wichita, how many people, how many souls were on that flight as the rescue operation, the massive rescue operation of the Potomac, continues right now. As you take a look at that live scene happening, we still are taking a look at Flight Aware, trying to learn as much information as possible. As we zoom out, I want to take you, let's zoom all the way out, guys, zoom all the way out. You see this flight path here, everything moving smoothly, going back east here on a flight that, when we look at the flight path, when we look at the flight record here as well, this is a flight that this has been done numerous times here. And when it goes into DCA, you heard Jim and Angie talking about DCA. It is the nation's busiest airports and runways when it comes to the size of it and the fact that it is in the nation's capital. And we see about 800 flights in and out of DCA every single day. You do the math on that. Every minute you're seeing flights landing, taking off. And really, there can be no room for error. And so when we talk about the safety record, it is stunning that it has been decades since we have seen a plane crash or something to this magnitude. We talk about Air Florida Flight 90 there. 43 years ago.
Maybe my friend Robert, he's a flight
now it appears
inspector
that we
too.
have
I don't know.
very, very unfortunate, catastrophic situation here with this flight 5342. Again, as we try to learn more about this flight and we look into the safety records here, we know this is a very busy airport, this national airport here, this regional jet. This is a regional jet. The size of it is something that is normal for this airport. The air traffic is normal as well, but this incident happening where you have a helicopter, military helicopter, apparently colliding with this aircraft is something that we have not seen before here, especially ending the way that it has. But as we look at this Flight Aware here and we try to learn more and glean more from what we're seeing here on this map, we're looking more into the records. We're looking more into the safety records of this aircraft as well. And as we wait for the officials there here on the ground to give us more information, we will bring that to you guys as well. But that is what we're watching right now, guys. But we're just waiting for more information.
Hey, I want to point out, we're just getting information now from Metro. GM Randy Clark just sharing tonight that WMATA is going to run extra Silver Line trains. They're going to keep the Silver Line open to get people in from the Dulles area as well, you know, trying to facilitate people who might be stranded tonight. They're also sending buses down to warm up a lot of those first responders because, as mentioned, you know, the air is 46 degrees at this hour, but we're still dealing with some very cold water situations as those first responders tend to the rescue efforts.
Yeah, and let's see here. We don't have a timetable as far as well, this is all inbound flights being held at their origin until 5 a.m. But we think that it's probably going to go longer than that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
we can't say.
Yeah,
but
right.
Right now, you just have to stay on top of it. But in the meantime, you know, some people will stay there at the airport, and others will still need to try to find a way out. And as you can imagine,
or they go to another airport.
Like
They
this,
won't even
so
land
many
there.
people and so many different groups there responding. And it's going to be like this all night. Getting in and out of it there's just no complete guarantee what time that can happen for you or your loved one. So, but we do have Sierra Fox in there. She's in the terminal, and so that'll be good. She can keep us posted on any new developments, and we can bring that information to you too, because we know there's still a lot of questions.
Plenty of them at this hour. Not just questions that we're asking, but questions that people who are flying or people who have loved ones in the skies, people certainly try to keep tabs on. So yeah, just take a quick breather here because again, this is a catastrophic situation that's unfolded in our backyard.
Emergency crews travel.
What do you do?
Get caught up.
Who are flying or people who have
point, right? That we get some news on some survivors. Of course, rescue crews for sure doing their best. Obviously, I'm not an aircraft expert. What I am is a weather expert. I can give you sort of the weather around the time that this crash happened in Washington. Winds were pretty standard. They were a little gusty out of the west-northwest, 15 to 20, maximum gusts 26 miles per hour, right around 9 o'clock in the evening. Visibility was fine, 10-mile, perfectly clear in all directions, and clear skies reported as well. No cloud cover in the region. So weather probably not going to be a factor. Unfortunately, likely a factor once the plane made contact with the water. Air temperature, DC right now, 47 degrees. Unfortunately, that's not the case with the water temperature. Water temperatures in the bay are in the 30s, and we do actually have a buoy not too far from Reagan National Airport, located just about here, which is reading water temperatures of about 35.4 degrees. Unfortunately, if you look at data from the National Weather Service, they say that you can be in water for about 10 to 15 minutes before you start to lose consciousness when water temperatures is that cold, and survival rates after an hour go down pretty fast if they're left in the water. So that's why the response was so key, getting boats in the water as soon as possible to see if they could get anyone they were able to find out of the water. This is Reagan National Airport, of course, right here. That camera shot we've been showing you with the video that streamed the crash there. That camera is located just off to the north and to the west of the Lincoln Memorial. So that camera angle is kind of looking down. It doesn't look directly at the airport. It kind of follows the river down. The flight track was coming in, of course, towards Reagan National Airport. And if I go in really closely, I went through the airport map to figure out which airplane. They confirmed that it was trying to land on runway 33, the runway 33 approach, as we show you that video I'm talking about. I'll go back one map real quick here and show you. That's the angle. The camera's kind of looking in that direction, and it zoomed in on this area as that crash happened. So again, that plane, what they have confirmed, it was taking the runway 33 approach, which is this shorter runway right there, because it's not one of the major commuter aircrafts. Again, as Jim mentioned, one of those sort of regional airlines that carries anywhere between 65 to 75 people if it's completely full. Again, we don't have final numbers into the room just yet. Again, guys, the best I can do is tell you that weather probably not a factor in this. I think I would have to bow to the aircraft expert from earlier who mentioned probably going to be some sort of communication issues, but of course we'll await on any official word as I send it back into you at the news desk there.
Mike, thank you. Looking at some news from the Associated Press as they continue to track this just as we are, they are citing audio from the air traffic control tower around the time of the crash. A controller heard asking the helicopter, PAT-25, do you have the CRJ in sight, referring to the passenger aircraft. Tower, did you see that? Another pilot is heard calling seconds after the apparent collision, and then at that point, the tower started to...
No, I want to watch, and I know a lot of people don't have cable, so I'm going to leave it on. For anybody that don't want to watch, it's okay. You can sign off. We'll see you tomorrow. But I'm going to leave it on to watch, for you guys to watch. It's all good. And you can still chat in the chat. There you go.
There aren't many at this hour, but there are still some. Coast Guard is now being deployed. Every available resource being deployed by way of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, to respond to this plane crash. So this is the first test of a very new and very nascent administration. But unfortunately, we have been through these situations before. It's just that we haven't had one of these to contend with in a long time. As mentioned before, Kenneth pointed this out. It is a very crowded airspace. And this has been something that has been the bone of contention for many lawmakers. If you recall, fairly recently, it was Congress cleared the addition of more flights. Now, we can tell you that it's very unlikely that there's a direct correlation, but when there were the concerns about the additional air traffic moving in through that area, that was something that certainly came up in situations like this, where you have military activity very close. You have military aircraft flying through, working with government officials. We are told, again, the helicopter involved, that Black Hawk, had 3 soldiers on board. Reports are out that there were no VIPs on board that, as there often can be.
Yeah. And this is just in also, we know that Maryland Governor Wes Moore, he has put out on X that the Department of Emergency Management in Maryland, which of course is part of the DMV here, has raised its Emergency Operations Center to enhanced status in support of this. He's closely monitoring updates and says that the state of Maryland, local authorities, they are all engaged in this response. Obviously, we see a big presence from DC emergency responders, and we saw Northern Virginia there as well.
And we saw that early on with Fairfax County getting involved in the process as well, but they've been deployed. I mean, it's a very fluid situation at this hour. But again, we are following this. DCA again closed until at least 5 a.m. tomorrow. You are watching continuous live coverage of a tragedy in the skies over Washington, D.C. and Northern Virginia. It is 11 o'clock. You're watching Fox 5. Jim Loke alongside Angie Goff and Kenneth Moten as we track this breaking news. And for those of you just tuning in at this hour, we can confirm American Airlines Flight 5342 with nonstop service from Wichita to Reagan National Airport collided with a military helicopter upon landing just before 9 o'clock this evening. The collision happening in the Potomac. The response was swift, but at this hour, unfortunately, we cannot tell you if anybody survived the crash. We don't have any idea how many people were on board that plane. However, those planes are generally configured to carry about 70 people. This is video from EarthCam that we've been showing you all evening long, the moment of impact, and you can see it right there, right at the center of your screen there, as another plane takes off right above it.
Yeah, so there you go. Not the one on the right, but down towards the middle of your screen.
Yeah.
There you go. You can see it right there. Also, we mentioned that President Trump was briefed on the situation, and he has now since released a statement about what he says, quote, is a terrible accident that just took place at Reagan National Airport. May God bless their souls, he said in the statement. And he thanks first responders. He also said that he's going to provide more details as they arise. So we do know, in addition to this being a Black Hawk helicopter, Army officials say that 3 people were aboard that chopper, but the official could not confirm their status as of yet.
Just checking in terms of the planes that are being halted. The terminals are open. The planes, flights coming in have been halted. They're coming in from places like New York, Boston, Atlanta, Orlando, St. Louis, Houston, Chicago, Charlotte. So there are a lot of people at airports throughout the country stranded at their destinations or stranded at their origin points, trying to get into
More
DC.
than likely, they'll move
curious if we
land
have to
other
deal with
places for the night.
any flight diversions at this point, because you can imagine in a situation like this, perhaps planes that were en route were maybe sent somewhere else. But we can imagine the effect this is going to have on commerce coming in and out of Reagan National well into tomorrow at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a busy airport, and also restricted airspace. I mean, that complicates things as well. At this point, we don't want to speculate on anything out there, but we do want to continue to rule things out. I know that the FBI did release a statement earlier saying that there was no signs of any type of foul play or terrorism or anything like that. So right out the gate, we'd like to put that information out there as soon as we get it. And that's important to pass along as well. So it doesn't appear that seems to be any part of this situation or factor. What we do know is that the Department of Defense, though, is coming to their aid, willing to help in any way that they can. The director of the Department of Defense, Pete Hegseth, already saying that he has been fully briefed on this, and they are standing by, ready to assist.
Shamari Stone, let's go to you right now. You were at Gravelly Point just a little while ago. Let's get a sense of what you're seeing from your vantage point.
Well, right now we are at Gravelly Point. We actually crossed over, and we're bringing you closer to where this collision occurred. You can see the flashing lights right over there by Reagan National Airport. As you see, this is a multi-agency search and rescue operation happening in the Potomac River. It's pretty cold in there, obviously, and after the small American Airlines aircraft flight 5342 from Wichita collided with that Army helicopter near the airport. And as you can see, this is the closest vantage point right now where you don't get in the way of the emergency officials. And Jim, you had actually mentioned around 10 minutes ago about WMATA buses. They are also here, 3 of them, to help the emergency responders because it is very cold out here, and some of them can go to the buses to warm up. But meanwhile, that search and rescue effort is undergoing, and there are more and more people who are coming near Gravelly Point. They actually can't come in here, but they're parking on the George Washington Parkway. You have spectators who are trying to take all this in as they take photos and pictures, but also you have people who are just curious, trying to figure out what exactly is happening. We don't want to speculate on any casualties or anything of that such until we hear from that news conference. But as of right now, there is a search and rescue underway. And as you can see, the flashing lights over there by Reagan National Airport. Back to you.
Mari, thank you. And let me just point out again, and we mentioned this before, and as he said, people were showing up, curious onlookers. Look, let's call this what it is. This is a tragic situation. You could see the rescue effort underway. There are so many people who went to work today, didn't expect their night to end like this, or maybe their night's just beginning on the rescue effort. We're asking you, we've not been told to tell you this, but I think common sense prevails. Steer clear of that area because at this hour, there's going to be countless numbers of emergency vehicles going in and out. We will keep you apprised of what we learn. I think that's the most important thing. I can understand the curiosity. Yeah.
You know, with this literally being in your backyard, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And,
right.
And Gravelly Point being the place that everybody goes just to watch the planes come in and out. So, you know, I know a lot of engagements that happen. I mean, that's a happy place, but tonight is not the night. And like we said, you know, staying with Fox 5 and staying with us and our team, we have our field of reporters that are going to be out there, our crews, and we are bringing you literally, we're linked up in our ear. People are talking to us as we're talking to you. We're looking up things. We're getting confirmation. We want to make sure that the information we pass along to you is correct. Again, we are not in the business of sitting here to speculate or to do a guessing game of what went wrong. We want to give you the information that matters right now and the information that it can impact you. On a more immediate scale. So.
And I keep looking down to see what new information we might have coming in. There's really not a whole lot at this point. Hey, look, here's what I want to do at this point. So we had Kenneth over at the board a few moments ago. I'm wondering, can we bring Kenneth back into this here? Because on the right side of the screen, you're looking at FlightAware, and Kenneth has been looking at the landing path or the flight path over here. And we also get some information about where these planes are coming from. But let's go back. You were talking just about 20 minutes ago about what you were seeing from there. Let's give the people at home what you were seeing in your analysis.
Yeah, anybody can go to FlightAware.com. We use it as a resource here on many days when we're looking at when there's weather, there's severe weather, snowstorms, how many flights are impacted, where flights are coming from. You might even use it for a loved one if you are trying to find out more about their flight information and get real-time information about when are they going to land at one of our DMV airports. And so we went to FlightAware, and you can see this flight path. And the first thing we saw before we started seeing some of these incredible images that we see there on the Potomac of this rescue operation that's happening live, we saw this right here. We saw the flight path that is very typical for any regional jet that's coming into DCA, which again, one of the busiest airports in this nation that sees anywhere from 600 to 800 flights taking off, landing, again, daily. So you do the math on that, and you can figure out just by minute how many planes are taking off and landing. If you even just ride by Reagan National, or you're on your way to pick up a family member, you see planes coming and going there. People, again, setting up just to see planes taking off from DCA. So we take a look at this flight path here, and we see the flight path of Flight 5342 making this approach, this northern approach up the Potomac, which is very normal. And then you see this green line right here as it crosses it from Virginia over, and there it stops right there at the Potomac. A very eerie sight, I know, to see that. But that is where, Jim mentioned, Angie mentioned that when we started getting the emergency calls that were coming in from Southwest DC, this is the reason why, because not only did people see that flash, they probably heard it as well, but the flight path showing that it stops right there, never making it to DCA on that approach. If we zoom out here, we can, again, as we reset, Flight 5342 American Airlines departed Wichita Airport 5:39 p.m. Central Standard Time. It was scheduled to leave at 5:28, so just about 11 minutes behind the schedule. But as it made its way here east, you can see no issues, and then it made this approach coming down, passing IED Dulles, and coming down, making a very normal flight path here that we see for these planes that we believe, again, 60 to 70 passengers that this plane carries, this regional jet, and then this approach to DCA, scheduled to land. It was scheduled to land the 8 o'clock hour, right before 9 p.m., that is. And we know that now, and guys, I know I've been staring at this flight aware, but to see that this gate arrival just did not happen, and just to see hash marks or dash marks there, that is tough to see, because we're talking about souls there that were on that flight. As we try to learn more about this flight, where it was coming from, as we look into the safety records. And guys, and I know we've been talking about how busy this airport is. We're talking about the reauthorization of that FAA reauthorization that allowed more flights to come in. The big debate that we covered here on Fox 5 of lawmakers who were against people who live along this flight path right here, who are also against because of noise and other things, and they were concerned about safety. And now this has happened. And so, Jim, as I toss it back over to when we talk about what's next.
American Airlines confirming to Fox 5, 60 passengers were on board that flight, 4 crew members. Again, this was a Bombardier CRJ 700 regional jet going from Wichita to DCA. Again, that's the number of people who are on board. So a total of 60 passengers, 4 crew. That information coming from American Airlines. But at this point, no word on the status of any of them.
And you also have to feel for these air traffic controllers. A lot of times they're in these towers, and in this situation, I mean, they're helpless. There's nothing that they can do at this point. These are workers that have very, very tough jobs, highly stressful jobs. Many of them, we've done the reports, working 6 days a week, 12-hour shifts. It's a tough job, and it's important. It's what makes our town go. I mean, this is a main hub, not only for us, but also for the nation. And so you have to imagine there are so many people right now that don't even know what they can do, as we all sit here and wait for answers to find out. More numbers are coming in, obviously, but still the information that we really want, the information that so many of us need right now is, who is okay? Were they able to do any rescues? What's going to be the next step here?
There's a
at
lot.
This point,
There's a lot. And again, we're still waiting at this hour for a briefing where we're going to get more information. And you imagine in situations like this, they want to get everything. They want to get everything correct and everything accurate, because we've had situations like this. There have been plane crashes where you hear it was headed in one direction when the reality was it was headed in the complete opposite. In times like these, this is a situation where we have to, it's incumbent upon everybody to make sure the information gets through. And as we talked with flight expert Captain Richard Levy earlier, he thinks that an investigation into this should be pretty straightforward, because you have the data recorder, you have the black boxes on board. There have been flight crash investigations in the past that have taken years to complete. There was one back in 1994. It was U.S. Airways Flight 427 that was landing right outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where there was a problem with the rudder jammed, and it was FAA investigators called it at the time one of the most confounding and confusing investigations. So you hope in a situation like this, regardless of what the outcome may be, we learn what went wrong, and we use that to prevent it from ever happening again. So as we've learned, and just about every elected official at this point is putting out statements, and I wish we could tell you that we have more information from them. I think at times like these, a lot of officials feel like it's important at least to say that they're aware of the situation, which it certainly is important to do that. But we don't have anything groundbreaking from any of those lawmakers, at least not yet at this hour.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if we're able to talk with the captain again, Captain Levy again, to talk to him about a lot of times those commercial airliners, they have a system in place. It's a traffic collision communication system of some sort, which actually alerts the pilot to avoid in the cockpit, alerts the pilot to avoid nearby aircrafts, and whether or not that there was not enough time.
Right.
I mean, it seemed like it all happened rather quickly.
I want to point this out right now. I know if you're watching us in DC, it may be one thing. If you're watching us on a live stream elsewhere, we just got a report from American Airlines. And what I want to do is, if we can, I'll read the number out loud here. But if you believe you may have had loved ones on board Flight 5342, call American Airlines, and they put out a number 1-800-679-8215. Although I would imagine, it's entirely possible, again, with this flight landing from Wichita here into DC. But again, American Airlines now is sharing this information. They're now calling it an accident as opposed to an incident early on. And I realize that is it's just a term, but in times like these, they're trying to make sure the information that gets out there is accurate and not speculative.
Yeah, after confirming that the 60 passengers and 4 crew members were on board their plane that crashed in that midair collision earlier, just before 9 o'clock, they also went on to say that their concern at this moment is for the passengers and the crew that were on board, and that they are in contact with authorities. They're assisting with emergency response efforts at this point, and now offering this phone number, 1-800-679-8215, to those who might have someone who was on the flight or know someone, or you're just trying to get information about it. So again, that number 800-679-8215.
What I'm trying to do is, and I don't know if we have any of this information. We've not seen it come in terms of flights that may have been diverted, because there were a number of flights that were supposed to land at Reagan National and cannot at this point. As mentioned, inbound flights are being held at their origin until Thursday at 5 a.m. But you got to imagine that there's a good possibility there were planes that were en route to Reagan National, because Metro, just within the last half hour or so, said that they are extending Silver Line service out towards Dulles Airport tonight to assist if anybody has had to divert to Dulles. But we don't have any specific examples, but you can imagine that in a situation like this, the GM of WMATA, Randy Clark, certainly may have been given information that would necessitate keeping the transit system open for some time.
It's too early, obviously, to come to any conclusions, but I know prior to breaking in with the information from American Airlines, I was talking a little bit about the collision system, or the alert system that these commercial airliners have in place. And apparently helicopters, Black Hawk helicopters, don't have something of that nature. But because of the structure and the way that it's created, looking at just commentary from Black Hawk pilots online, saying they have a pretty good vantage point. They have good clear views. They can see what's around them if there's something approaching. So not sure if visibility at all was an issue. Obviously, weather, other than it being dark and being, moonlit, might be the only factor when we talk about visibility. It's too hard to say, but it seems that both aircrafts are not equipped with an alert system of that nature.
So, and I want to go back to just things that we've been saying throughout the night in terms of the early speculation and the early information that was coming out. And there are people with sizable social media followings and who have loud voices in American media. And I want to ask all of you watching tonight. I realize times like these, in times in which we live, it is in vogue sometimes to fault what we do, and sometimes that's rightfully so. But what we're doing here is trying to give you factual information. We're not speculating as to what happened. I realize that video we showed you earlier of the collision was stunning. We saw that just as you did in real time on TV. We are just working with the information we have, and I just caution, please, let's hear what happened, because there are 60 passengers and 4 crew members and 3 soldiers tonight who either went up in the air, they were coming back to DC, maybe they were visiting, the soldiers were just doing their duty. And tonight, they not just their lives are forever changed, but the lives of family and friends. We're talking about human lives here. So we will get you the information as it comes in. I ask you to trust us on this, please. Thank you.
Now we want to bring in Mike Thomas. Mike, I believe you're standing by there. I was talking a little bit about the weather when we were speaking with the captain earlier, just really trying to piece together, because we look at these live cameras every single night. And it's one of our things that we do. We say, let's look at Reagan National, a great night to be out there flying. Everything's clear. I mean, it's been the talk of the day that the weather finally is starting to cooperate. And so maybe you could shed just a little bit more light when you look at the area and the conditions at the time when this happened.
Right. And that's something, the folks at the National Weather Service work so well with the folks down at DC. They issue reports every day specific for the pilots, for the planes coming out. They know everything that the wind's doing, how conditions will be. You heard the expert earlier. Are they flying instruments coming in? Not today. They shouldn't have needed it because conditions were so clear. Again, I was able to go back into the data just to see, did any wind shift happen during this particular incident? And the answer is no, at least not from the data that's being reported out of DCA. Winds were steady for the better part of the last several hours, west-northwest, 15 to 20 miles per hour. There was a maximum gust of 26. That is more than enough for even the smallest planes to be able to adjust to. So nothing substantial in the winds. Visibility was maximized. 10 miles plus was the reading at Reagan National Airport around this time, and skies were reported clear, no ceiling at all, ceiling being the lowest level of the cloud deck. No clouds overhead during the time of the collision. I know the video you're showing there, hard to watch, but that is the moment that aircraft made contact with, or made a collision with, that helicopter there in DC. Temperature still holding at 47. The concern, of course, when we're talking about a plane that goes down in the water, is with water temperatures. They're in the 30s, widespread. Chesapeake Bay, Potomac River had ice on it all last week, even into this week. And we were able to go in on the buoy and get a reading, and this was live within the last hour. It gave us a reading 35.4 degrees. That is very cold water. Unfortunately, it's water that, yeah, it's survivable, but you got to get folks out of the water very, very quickly. After about an hour in water like that, you can lose consciousness 15 to 30 minutes, but after an hour in the water, your chances of survival do go down very, very quickly. Of course, the buoy a little bit farther away from Reagan National Airport. It is the closest reading, though, that we have to DCA. Now, we're showing you this video here, which is coming off of the Earth Cam that overlooks the Lincoln Memorial. Lincoln Memorial way up here, and this plane was on approach, kind of coming across Maryland, about to head into DC, right across the Potomac River there. So that was the flight track according to FlightAware there, as it was making approach to the airport. Did look at the runway map, that you can see, and the runway 33 approach, which is the one that this plane was taking, it was trying to land on this runway right here. It's a little bit of a shorter runway compared to the longer ones that they are often used for takeoff. You see in that video, there's that initial plane that goes by. That was far away, that it was way, way up here as that plane had taken off on that runway, heading off to the north and west. Really quick, just to mention water depths around that region, eastern half of the river, depth is about 30 to 36 feet. Once you get closer to DCA, it does go down substantially, about 5 to 15 feet of depth there as you approach runway 33. Guys?
Mike Thomas, thank you. All right, so south of, and as you look at the map there, a little south of Alexandria, Arlington is Dangerfield Island. That's where Bob Barnard is right now. Let's check in with Bob at this point. Bob, you're up late with us. We appreciate it. Let's get a report from you.
Yeah, guys, I'll tell you what, there are hundreds of people out here, just ordinary citizens who are just compelled to come to the river's edge to do what they can, to see what they can see. And what we're seeing from here, as you described it, Jim, just south of Reagan Airport, just south of the runways here, it's a marina. if you're familiar with this area, it's on the Virginia side, Dangerfield Island, looking directly across the river. And it's probably about a mile from here is where the search and ideally rescue activity is taking place. So it's directly across clear view. It's quite a distance, but this is where people are coming to just, they're compelled to witness this thing. Nothing like this happening for more than 40 years here. And I'll tell you, it's heartbreaking to see. As you're coming in, people are walking out just shaking their head, of all walks of life. And it's just rather extraordinary. But I will tell you, from this ground level vantage point directly across the Potomac River, there are just dozens and dozens of flashing lights. You can see them from our images that we're sharing with our viewers right there. Both straight across, kind of like where we believe this crash happened, as you've been describing, Joint Base Bowling. You know, that's where Marine One is stationed. So that's all federal property. So I'm going to try, as soon as I'm done speaking to you here and now, to go around to the DC side to see as close as we can get to where the activity is happening. But also there's quite a bit also south of here. And so there are like two locations. We're not sure if one is a staging area where they're maybe bringing people if they're pulled from the river, and the other is where they're actually doing the search. But there are two distinct large groups of flashing lights and activity, and both appear to be on the DC side, from this vantage point, on the DC side of the Potomac River, and you know, where it stretches down into Maryland at some point, perhaps. But it's just extraordinary and heartbreaking. And again, people are just compelled to come to the river's edge here on the Virginia side just to take it in, and we see people praying.
So, Bob, let me ask you, as we were looking at where Shamari was earlier at Gravelly Point, and we all know because it's right there, right on the edge of the runways, where you are, where there are curious onlookers, you're far enough away from the airport, I would imagine, where it doesn't appear that that's impeding any sort of response, correct?
Not at all, because it doesn't appear that any of the Marine rescue units have launched from this side, from the Virginia side. They're all on the other side. So no, this is just open. There was nothing keeping anyone from coming here. You know, there are other media here, but primarily just people who are compelled to leave their homes and watch the helicopters flying above and seeing what they can. It's disheartening, frankly.
Yep.
Wow. Well, thank you, Bob, so much for joining us and giving us perspective down there on a very difficult night. We know now that the FBI has confirmed that they are aiding in the response of this crash. The U.S. Coast Guard, we heard earlier, the Department of Homeland Security saying that they have made every available resource available in this effort.
Josh Rosenthal joining us live now tonight. Josh, where are you at and what are you seeing?
Jim, we're in Navy Yard. Just to set the scene for you here, that's Nats Park behind me. If you look over here, this is the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge. And then if you follow me in this direction, this appears to be one of what I imagine is several staging areas for emergency personnel. DC police have a helipad down here, and some people that we were just talking to have been here longer than we have, said they saw a DC police helicopter land here. We also earlier crossed over the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge, and it appears as though there's a dock. This may be a place where they're getting some boats into the water. It's difficult to tell because so much of it is shut down, but as you can see behind me, there's a lot of emergency personnel. As far as traffic goes in this area, take a look over here. A lot of these streets are blocked off. It was not difficult for us to get down to this general area. However, once we were here, it was extremely difficult to get to where we are now, to find parking. In fact, we were able to cross over the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge, but then we weren't able to come back. So we had to loop back around on 495. It is a very chaotic scene. It's a lot of people like these gentlemen here kind of just trying to figure out what is going on. Obviously, everyone is extremely concerned for the people who were involved in this crash. And again, down here, you've got a lot of emergency personnel staging. It's difficult for us to tell you from our vantage point exactly what they're doing. Although I can tell you, we've been standing in this exact spot for 5 minutes. And a lot of times people hear of a crash like this, a tragedy like this, an emergency like this, and you think of people running all over. And I'm sure that is happening to an extent in other places. Right here, though, this is the scene that we've been looking at. It's a lot of emergency personnel who appear to be ready to spring into action. However, we personally have not observed a lot of movement here so far, guys, although I can tell you a lot of vehicles over there, a lot of emergency personnel over here, and Jim and Angie, a lot of concerned people here doing the same thing we are, which is trying to figure out exactly what's going on.
We have been to, I mean, we've all been to events down in the Navy Yard, and it's striking when you see the helicopters, the military helicopters, you know, doing their thing, flying over there. And we're so conditioned in DC to not hearing helicopters overhead that when those initial calls came in from Southwest, not too far away from where you are, understandable why that often gives you a moment to pause.
Yeah, absolutely. And this, what we're seeing right now, this is different from what this area normally looks like. You're used to seeing law enforcement everywhere, but not like this. All these roads are blocked off. It is eerily quiet. It is eerily calm, despite all these emergency lights. So again, guys, it's just, we, like everybody else, we're trying to piece together what exactly is happening here.
It is still so staggering. Josh Rosenthal for us tonight there at Navy Yard. We will check back in with you here shortly. Thank you. And you're right, Jim. The one thing that I hear from the eyewitness accounts or people that heard it, they said there was a huge boom, is that there's a lot of condos out that way where he is,
a lot of apartments, everything, yeah.
And it's just common. You just see helicopters coming to and fro, and it's no big deal. And it wasn't until they heard sirens after sirens, that they looked out and they said, whoa, okay, something is going on here that is out of the ordinary. And it is quite extraordinary.
11:30 right now. If you're joining us here at Fox 5, we're in extended live coverage of the crash of American Airlines 5342, which was going nonstop from Wichita, Kansas to Reagan National Airport. It crashed right around 9 o'clock at night. Excuse me. A military helicopter was flying, and we have video, and we've seen it many times, and you're going to see it many times again for the time being, unfortunately. But it really does. It's the most tangible image of what happened. Our EarthCam camera right near the Kennedy Center, which showed that Black Hawk helicopter colliding with that flight. It was a Bombardier 700 flight with 64 people on board, 60 passengers, 4 crew. As for the military helicopter, 3 soldiers were on board that, and we'll watch it again. And as we pointed out a couple of times, you see that plane up on top. That had nothing to do with it, but the collision happened right below it, that fireball that erupts just as you see all of those vehicles crossing the Potomac, leaving the city. Still at this hour, and here we are 2.5 hours after the collision. We don't have any clear picture if anybody survived. We've been hearing reports. And right now we've talked with the passenger, somebody who is standing by at Reagan National Airport, which, by the way, is closed. All inbound flights being held until at least 5 a.m. Let's take a listen.
We got boarded onto the plane, and maybe 20 minutes later, a crew member came in and said that there had been an issue, and we're gonna have the airport is closed, and it probably will be closed for at least the next 2 hours. And they wanted everybody to deboard the plane. We waited. To see what would change, and later they let us know that the airport was closed for the rest of the night, and maybe tomorrow as well. They also let us know what was going on, that there's even
I was muted, wasn't I?
military helicopter that crashed with a plane.
So I have a scanner, but you just hear all the noise, and there's a lot of racket going on. But the most important stuff, they move over to what they call a common channel. And that's what KI Banks does for a living. So we need them for the common channel so we can hear how many people surviving. Maybe they all survive. What'd that just say, Rick? What'd that just say? It said so many taken to the hospital. You can't rewind it? Damn it. He would not be a good investigator. There's several that's been pulled out and they went to the hospital, but they don't know the conditions of them. Let me see if I can get us a better view and maybe a better see what this one says.
Well, I'm not familiar with the particular jet that was in the mishap, but it more than likely had a JIPWIZ system that would identify traffic in the immediate vicinity and advise them. It may have been it was just too little, too late. Now they're at the most critical. There's anything below 500 feet is the most critical stage of flying, particularly for a jetliner. I mean, a helicopter lives in that space, but a jetliner that's its most critical stage, and you're at your most busy stage. So he's on a final, and he's coming in. There's not a instrument approach to runway 33, so he has to go veer off an instrument approach and turn into a visual, even though he's still on an instrument flight plan. He becomes visual as he angles around to land on runway 33. So he's looking at the runway, he's looking for traffic, he's watching his airspeed, he's making sure he's configured. He's got so many things going through his mind there, and all of a sudden there's a warning that there's a helicopter. He may or may not have gotten it, depending on whether he has that system. But even visually, very, very difficult. You're watching so many different things, thinking about so many different things, trying to line up for that runway, that if the helicopter's not staying out of the way, which it's responsible for doing, this can very easily happen. It almost happened to me one time. I was shooting an approach to runway 1, which is a direct south to north approach, and there was a helicopter exactly like this coming along. Now, fortunately, obviously, we didn't have that problem, but it is a nasty situation there where I'm so sorry to hear that this has happened this evening, but I do understand how it did.
Do you know if all the commercial aircraft, these jetliners who have to land on runway 33 are in a similar situation where you have to go from instrument to visual?
Yeah, I want to say yes. To the best of my recollection, there is not an instrument approach into 3-3. You have to break off from generally what they'll do is they'll bring you down on an approach, a designated approach to runway 1, and then at maybe 500 feet, you're going to break off that runway and you're going to turn visual onto 3-3. I do not think there's an instrument approach. I could be wrong on that. My aircraft is too big to land on 3-3, so only the smaller aircraft can land on 3-3.
You know, Jeff, it sounds like we heard from a witness, an eyewitness who was driving along the George Washington Parkway this evening and sort of described what he saw as the plane as it was beginning to land, and he said everything looked fine. And then when he looked back moments later, it looked very, very wrong. And it makes me think of how you're describing the difference between the instrument flight path that maybe then visually he took over and the pilot, tried to maneuver possibly around the helicopter. Now, obviously, we don't know, but just based on what the witness told us, that's what it sort of sounded like. Is that what you mean by going from instrument to visual?
Well, yeah, you're all on your instruments and you're tracking your needles as you line up for the runway 1, and then again the pilot makes some decision at some point to break that off and go visual on runway 33. Now I don't know what the observer said when he said that suddenly everything went wrong. I mean, when an aircraft's lined up for one runway and all of a sudden it banks to the right in order to bank to the left in order to get runway 33, that may have looked like something had gone wrong to a casual observer when it's perfectly normal to the pilot. So it's hard to know. I think if the pilot had any notification of the helicopter, if the jet pilot had any notification of the helicopter, what he more than likely would have done was what they call a go around, in which case he adds full power and raises the gear and raises the nose.
So it's saying, okay, hold on, I just read some stuff that you guys might want to hear. There was a large amount of debris in the water and casualty collection point. There's a Metropolitan Police Department hangar where it houses its helicopter, according to emergency dispatchers. Fireboats are on scene, and I'll keep reading and let you listen.
And flies out of it, and many people may have been on that for a variety of different reasons that a pilot will do a go around. So had he seen the helicopter, that probably would be the first course of events. The second would be just to bank away from it. But there's no telling what that jet pilot saw.
And you mentioned yourself, you had a very stressful situation in your experience. You have been a commercial jet pilot and also a Navy helicopter pilot. And we've also been talking this evening about the unique position and how busy Reagan National Airport is in relation to Potomac River, in relation to federal buildings and the neighborhoods. Do you have to prepare any differently? What were your thoughts as a pilot when you had to work in and out of Reagan National?
Well, Reagan is one of the most difficult airports to come into. Reagan and LaGuardia are probably two of the most difficult, not only because of the proximity to the cities, but due to the proximity to water and the tight airspaces that you need to fit in. So it's definitely a challenge coming into Reagan, no matter which way you're coming in. And it's particularly difficult at night, and it's particularly difficult when you've got to be dodging other traffic. But those two.
It says there was a crash in 1978. Same spot. Actually, 1982. Same spot, killing 78 people, but it was because there was bad weather on that one. I'm still looking.
Two airports are exceptionally difficult.
All right. Former Navy helicopter pilot, commercial airline pilot, Jeff Huddleston, thank you so much for explaining this to us, giving us a little more perspective about what may have happened and just sort of breaking down what it's like when you're actually flying this plane into Reagan National. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go back to Adam Tuss, who is live at Reagan National Airport with any updates. Adam, what are you learning?
Sean, I mean, our hearts are breaking from everything that's happening right now. I want to show you the response that is still out here tonight. This kind of response I have never seen at Reagan National Airport or any airport for that matter. It tells you the severity of the situations as you see dozens and dozens of emergency personnel, first responders lined up right there. To give you some perspective, obviously it's dark right now. They're right against the Potomac River right there. They're up against it, doing everything they can. And as we swing down, you can start to see, we believe this is the area where potentially anyone who is rescued or recovered would be brought in. There's a pier down there at the end of Reagan National Airport. As so many people know around here, this area is pretty much there's water all around this airport. So we believe right there is that area where there's a pier and we see fireboats out there on the water. And I want to swing down a little bit farther. We believe we're also starting to see some pieces of wreckage. Now, clearly, we don't have all the information, but we do know that there was a plane and a helicopter that collided here. And we do believe that they are now starting to identify pieces of wreckage that are in the water and pulling that from the Potomac or examining that as you can. But I also, guys, just for some context here, I want to show you how far down this entire area goes, because if we swing down to the right and you can see the emergency personnel that are all the way down there, which are basically by the Wilson Bridge. So we have an area that is essentially National Landing, Crystal City, to the airport, through Alexandria, all the way down to the Wilson Bridge.
Hold on.
This is the area
that Okay. NBC Washington is reporting that there are survivors from the Black Hawk helicopter and American Airlines plane that collided near Reagan National Airport. So far, 4 survivors have just been rescued from the helicopter and airplane crash. That was an hour ago. The southern one was 16 minutes ago. But there are survivors. I'll keep watching.
Continue to search through. We have helicopters still very much overhead and a very active situation here. So that sets the scene 2.5 hours here after this incident happened. And this is still extremely active here.
Okay. NBC reported at least 4 survivors. Then it says 8 to 9 victims from the Panhandle River. River was 35 degrees at the time. 64 people, 60 passengers, 4 crew were on the AA5342. Some EMS units now being redirected back. And I'll read some more.
Here, and this is what's happening. You guys have talked so much with everyone who is talking about how busy this airport.
8 survivors so far.
Is obviously in the reporting that we've done over the years, we've talked about basically there's one runway at Reagan National Airport, right? That's the main runway here, and so many planes take off and land from that one runway. But
if you watch JLR, he's on Twitter and he's saying 75 dead. There's no way they even know that now. This is why I don't give this guy my time of day. Plane crash an hour ago, Washington, Mass. Casualty, 75 dead. I don't believe that to be true. There is 8 alive so far. And everybody from the Black Hawk has made it, is what I'm reading.
Doesn't appear that this plane was coming in on that main runway. It was coming in on the shorter runway. And if you've ever flown in or taken off from that runway, you know that it's pretty much a quick landing or a quick takeoff from that area. So you have to be very decisive and very quick getting through that area right now. We're going to continue to stay on top of this situation. I can tell you that many of the roads around this airport have been closed off. I myself had to park basically on Route 1 and then run over here to get on camera. And then the Metro Rail service is also being affected by a lot of this. And the airport itself is now being affected as we see some people who are walking through. BJ, can you see that right there? The people who are walking through. I did take a walk through the airport just to get a sense of if family members or loved ones were hanging around. We believe that that's the fire chief right now, DC fire chief, BJ. Okay, the DC fire chief right now walking down. So they're walking down to the Terminal A, the old Terminal A, Terminal 1 as it's known now, which is the historic terminal at Reagan National Airport. For people who fly Southwest or Frontier, that's this terminal that they are now walking down from, and presumably going to have a press conference, and we're going to learn some more information about exactly what happened. We have to stress here, guys, this is so early on in the entire incident that we don't know everything, and we have to wait to learn all of the details before we can confirm or report anything. And we're going to do the best that we can to get all the information here. American Airlines has put out a statement. The airport has put out a statement.
3 minutes ago. Indicates 19 bodies have been brought to shore. CNN is also reporting no survivors. But I'm telling you, I'm reading 8. that there is 8 absolute survivors. And the crew members, all the crew members of the Black Hawk did survive, is what it's saying. I'll keep looking.
Metro is weighing in. They're talking about their operations. And so a lot is happening quickly here, and we'll stay on top of it, guys. Back to you.
Adam, as you were coming on the air, I can hear in your voice how sobering it is for you to be there on site as somebody who's covered transportation for us for so long. Can you talk about that, about being a reporter right now on the scene for this terrible tragedy? I mean, we know about Air Florida in 1982 when 74 passengers, 5 crew members flew into the 14th Street Bridge, crashed into the Potomac, only 5 survivors in that crash.
I mean, it's the worst case scenario, right? You don't want to be dealing with this. I'd rather be talking about traffic and getting people from point A to point B, or installing a stop sign for somebody, or talking about, crowding on Metro. I don't want to be talking about this kind of incident. The closest thing that I can dial it back to, this is the Metro Red Line crash in 2009, where we were on scene right after that, and we saw the horrible images that were happening right there. And again, still so early on in this investigation. So we need to know exactly what's going on here. Clearly still rescue and recovery operations going on out there, but it's awful. This is the call as a transportation reporter that you don't want to get. And I'll be completely honest with you guys. I was laying down in bed and my wife came to me at about 9:05 and she shook me and she said, "Something's going on at the airport. You need to get up." And then I started communicating with everyone and got down here. And I just know, I know so many people at this airport. I know so many.
I'm just giving you reports as I'm reading them. Last caught over the scanner was 12 survivors found, unconfirmed, 4 minutes ago. So I wouldn't pay attention to what anybody's saying on any channels. Seems like Twitter is going to be or X is going to be the best. I'll just keep watching.
Many people with these airlines that my heart is breaking for them. My heart is breaking for all the people who are on these planes and everyone who is involved in this situation.
Absolutely. I think that is one of the important things to remember, that the people who were on the plane, the flight, the crew members, it flew out of Wichita, Kansas tonight. We don't know where the crew is from. They could be Wichita based. They could also be DC based. We can tell you the helicopter, again, came out of Fort Belvoir. We understand that there were 3 people on board, and we've learned.
Don't forget, Learjet is made here too. So, I mean, it could be a crew from Learjet. I don't know.
According to NBC News, the helicopter involved in the collision was on a routine flight. So again, we are still working to get more information about that and what may have led.
American Air is just now reporting 12 survivors at the hospital already. So let's keep going. Let's keep it going up.
Led to this tragic accident.
Adam was saying that his heart goes out to everyone involved. We want to turn your attention to the screen real quick. This is the phone number that American Airlines is providing. If you have a loved one who was on that flight, it's 800-679-8215, 800-679-8215, American Eagle Flight 5342 from Wichita, Kansas.
All right, we want to turn our attention now to the News 4 I-Team's Ted Oberg. He joins us now. Ted, we know that this is one of the busiest runways in America.
Yeah, without a doubt, right? Reagan Airport, certainly one of the busiest airports in the country. They say about a flight takes off or lands there once every minute. A little bit of background. This, we believe, is the plane that was involved from something called jetphotos.net, a photograph of the CRJ-700 that was likely involved in the crash, certainly the model of the plane. It's about 106 feet long, 76 feet wide, the wingspan. This is how it's configured by American Airlines, 71 seats. If you've ever been inside these planes, they're about 6'2" inside, very small, 2 doors in the front, 2 doors over the wings, nothing in the back. But if Mark Seagraves is accurate, what he told you was that plane is split in half in the water. The exits may not necessarily play a giant role in hopefully being able to get anyone off this plane. We just don't know at this point. But it is very crowded inside. And if 60 plus people were on board, we know that there was a crew of 2 flight attendants plus folks up front. There were an awful lot of people on this plane. This is a Black Hawk, by the way, in case you're unfamiliar. I know our audience is likely very familiar, likely seeing these UH-60 Black Hawks up above us, flying all over from the Pentagon to Fort Belvoir, up and down past that airport runway. And when we talk about this runway, these 2 runways at DCA being some of the busiest in the nation, let's be very clear. When we talked about the proximity alarm with that pilot right there, if you've flown over this, those alarms have to be going off all the time if they are on, because this is some of the busiest airspace in the nation. This is what MWA put out as they were trying to fight more flights coming into DCA this fall. A chart showing some of the busiest airports in the nation and where Reagan National ranks. It's
looking like 19 recovered lost souls on the 19. 19 are lost souls.
This is Reagan National at its busiest runway right here. And then these are some of the ones that you may have heard of. There is more traffic at Reagan National on this runway than there are at LAX, at Newark Airport, at some of the airports in Chicago. And so this is a very, very, very busy space. And this is what MWA said as they were trying to fight this fall about the safety there. Reagan has a narrow, restricted corridor for takeoffs and landings. Pilots routinely rate Reagan Airport among the nation's most challenging. We've heard that from pilots tonight on our air. Spacing between each flight is required to keep operations safe. This translates into more delays if flights are added, especially in bad weather. Weather not necessarily a concern tonight, but certainly the airspace, Sean and Un, over this place, incredibly crowded. Someone was in the wrong spot at the wrong time. We don't know yet. The NTSB will certainly find that out, as will DOD investigators. But focus right now, of course, as Adam Rutus rightly points out, on hopefully finding some survivors.
Absolutely. Ted, thank you.
We'll be back.
The U.S. military just released a statement that said they can confirm the aircraft, the helicopter, the Black Hawk involved in tonight's incident was from Bravo Company, 12th Aviation Battalion out of Davison Army Airfield, Fort Belvoir, on a training flight. Again, this was a training flight. They are still working to get more information, and as soon as we get that, we will pass it along and share it with you.
And the Army also had said preliminary indications show there were 3 people on board that Black Hawk on the training flight now that we've learned. We also understand there will be a news conference to update any more information on this investigation happening at 12:30 at the airport. And of course, we will bring you the very latest, any news coming out of that news conference.
We've also learned that Reagan National will now be closed until at least 5 a.m. That is according to their website while this investigation continues. News 4's Jackie Benson is at the DC Police helipad right now. Jackie, what can you tell us? We see a lot of flashing lights behind you.
Well, this just gives you a feeling for the enormous scope of the operation and the many people involved in this. We're on South Capitol Street, very close to Nats Park, and I'm just going to show you down there. Those are support and other vehicles involved in that massive search on the Potomac River after the terrible crash earlier this evening. There are units from DC Police down there. There are buses, things like that they would bring in the hopes of being able to support survivors, people, keep them warm. So though all those things have to be brought into place for a situation like this. And the helipad is also, because it's so close to the river, an area that they can get boats and other things like that in and out of there. But right now, DC Police have this area very tightly shut down. South Capitol Street, not even getting anywhere close to there. We're just trying to get more information about what's going on here. Back to you.
News 4's Jackie.
I will tell you, it's all over the place, even on X. It says 4 survivors. It says 19 survivors. It says no survivors. We're just going to have to watch. I'm going to keep watching. I'm going to try to find better things here. But CNN is the one saying no survivors.
Benson, Jackie, thank you for that update tonight.
I think we were going to try to go to Doug Kammerer, who was giving us a unique perspective
Keep
of
praying, keep
where Reagan
praying.
National Airport is and the runways there at Reagan National. Doug, what more can you tell us?
Yeah, and where this came through. I mean, once again, we continue to talk about the main runway. That's this runway
It
right
says
here. This is the
divers
one that
are
runs
in the
north-south.
plane.
This is the one that almost all of us come in on. Now, what's interesting, this is 33 right here. This is another one. This is 4. This is one that's no longer in use. Why not? Because of the bigger buildings down to the south. They have actually taken that one out of service, which is amazing. That now we're down to 2 runways, and this one, as Ted was talking about, one of the busiest in the country here. So now you're talking about a smaller plane, still 60 people or more on that plane making its way in. And once again, this is the 133 right here. Now, as it made its way in, making its way towards there, at the same time, you had the helicopter coming off from the east. Those two met right over the river, inside the river. We've been talking about where this is, only about 7 feet deep.
Pilot error.
The Potomac River, as wide as it is kind of amazing. On the east side of this is close to 30 feet deep on the east side. On the west side, right along the airport, it goes down to about 10 feet. But right in the middle, it's between about 3 and 7 feet. So you could almost stand in this area. And that's probably why, as Adam Tuss was talking about, you could see some of the wreckage. I want to go back towards the video that we were looking at a little bit earlier and show you how this was playing out. Here's the plane right here. Here's the helicopter. Look at the helicopter going right at it. At this point, they are actually talking to the helicopter saying, hey, do you see this plane? Do you see this plane? He says yes, and he's asking for clearance, but yet still for some reason continues to go right in towards the plane. You see the fireball there at the same time. Now you're watching the smoke coming out. It makes its way in towards the Potomac. No fireball after that because, of course, it moves into the water. And now you're talking about those people, any survivors that did manage to survive the initial crash are now in 35 to 30 to 36 degree water. And once again, hypothermia really sets in about 15 to 30 minutes. Average survival time only about 60 to 90 minutes. So you can tell what's going to be happening here as they're looking out that way. But right now, in 7 feet of water as this thing made its way down. Once again, just look at that. Just incredible what we're looking at right now, and unfortunate that we're dealing with what we're dealing with.
And you also mentioned the temperature of the water.
Yeah.
Can you go over that?
Yeah, I mean, right now, if we go back to my maps here,
I
I
would
mean, we're
say
talking about
survivors is
hypothermia
very
risk.
inaccurate
This is now
right
over
now.
2 hours. So this is most likely going to just be a recovery, unfortunately, for so many. Water temperature of 35.6. At that temperature, hypothermia sets in 15, 30 minutes. What is hypothermia? That means you start to get exhausted. You can't move your limbs. It's now very hard to swim or even make your way out of a situation.
It's not saying which pilot, but if you look at it, they were asking the Army Black Hawk, do you see the plane? Do you see the plane? And they kept asking for clearance, and then they hit the plane. So, listen, I'm not an FAA person, but I'd say the helicopter, they told air traffic control they saw the plane, but they still hit it. I think it was the helicopter, but so many places are saying 4 alive, some said 19, some are saying survivors pulled, or bodies recovered, 19 bodies 4 minutes ago. World News. Emergency teams recover more than 19 bodies after plane crash in Washington. No signs of survivors. Earlier it said 4, so we're just going to have to wait and see. But it's all over the place. I will say that. Good night, baby. Let's keep playing it.
And time of survival is 30 to 90 minutes.
One of the helicopters.
5 degrees, Lester, and hypothermia sets in, we're told by the experts, in 15 to 30 minutes, survival 90 minutes, and we're now 3 hours into this emergency. According to our affiliate, WRC, here in Washington, the plane, the RJ, the regional jet, is believed to be in 7 feet of water. It's broken into 2 pieces, and divers are in the water as we speak. And the chopper is believed to be upside down and is unstable. And so the priority, of course, is, as we're now 3 hours into this emergency, with survivability becoming very questionable, you also have to be concerned about the safety of those dive teams that are in very black water, in very cold water, very hostile and dangerous conditions. So this is an ongoing emergency.
Yeah, Tom, and as you're speaking, we were watching some of our best shots we've been able to bring you yet of the rescuers there, and you can see they are what appear to be cold water immersion gear to be able to work in these conditions. Quickly responding to the area. Tom, you and I had spoken earlier about a 1982 crash near this airport, plane losing power, not able to take off properly. I would think since then, this is something they practice.
Hey, 2 minutes ago, police sources confirming to CBS no survivors have been found among the D.C. plane crash site. Ongoing recovery effort involving many first responders. So this is horrible.
It's something that they have trained themselves to respond to.
Since 9/11, D.C. especially has worked very hard on their coordinated mutual assist emergency response, being the nation's capital. They have common tactical radio channels to work on. They constantly drill with each other. D.C. Fire and EMS.
Listen, I'm not a government theorist, okay, and the Army's already said that it was a routine exercise, but y'all remember Biden left several Blackhawks over in Saudi Arabia. I'm just going to throw that out there.
As well as across the river, you've got Arlington County, Alexandria, Fire and Rescue, Fairfax County, and then in Maryland, you've got Prince George's County and
toward where Nats Park is, the home of the
profile accidents in this country that aviation has learned from, especially in terms of de-icing. De-icing is not an issue tonight. That's not what happened. The plane was very much airborne and was inbound for a normal landing when it collided, or it was hit by a military helicopter. It will take an NTSB and FAA investigation to determine how it happened and if there was miscommunication, failure to communicate, air traffic control, their role in all of this. This is a very complicated investigation, but the priority at the moment is right there in front of you in the water.
Absolutely.
Because the jet broke in half, there is actually 3 CBS News. There were 3 debris fields in the water.
Absolutely. Tom, I'm gonna tread carefully here, but you and I have done a lot of reporting on a troubling number of near collisions over the past several years. We've talked to officials of the FAA about this, their level of concern. They've held meetings with different groups. I mean, I'll stress we have no idea what caused this, but at the same time, I think it's easy to say this has been a real fear that we would see something like this.
Well, it is. We have done extensive reporting on NBC Nightly News and the Today Show over the years about so-called runway incursions or close calls between aircraft that are literally on a runway, one taking off and one coming in, or maybe, one flying over the top of the other.
Hey, Ernest, thank you.
It'll be interesting to see how the NTSB characterizes this, because you clearly had a plane that was approaching a runway. But we have had several close calls at Reagan Airport over the years. We've had planes that had to, divert at the last possible minute because of conflicting air traffic in front of them. We've had the tower call and tell pilots, abort, pull up, pull left, pull right. Some very dramatic moments. And I must say, I've been in Washington for 20 years covering aviation, and I've been all along worried about a repeat of that horrific crash in 1982, and worried about the helicopter traffic across the river there, which is from the Bolling Joint Base Anacostia Bolling Air Base, a military base right across the river. An awful lot of helicopter traffic is constantly moving up and down the Potomac River. It's military, it's Coast Guard, it's medevac, it's police, multiple police agencies with their own choppers. It's very, very, very busy airspace. And people are often surprised to hear that the busiest runway in America is not LaGuardia, it's not LAX, it's not JFK, it's Reagan Runway 1. Reagan's not the busiest airport. It has, however.
Ernest, I just looked it up a while ago, and Learjet is made here. I'm here in Wichita right now, but unless I read it wrong, it said that the Learjet could go up to 633 miles per hour. That's what it said. I don't know. I don't work at the aircraft. I have friends that do, but I am here right here in Wichita, but I don't know shit. Just saying. But that's what I read just a while ago. Oops, where'd I lose you at?
The busiest runway. It is literally every
taking off, depending which runway direction. But you have to make an immediate turn to avoid flying over the White House or other sensitive spots. So you're right. It's a very, very busy place, but it's also a place that has operated really under special rules or special scrutiny for many years.
And I think the other, I think a part of this investigation, we understand that this chopper from Fort Belvoir was on a routine training flight. I think the question is going to be, what kind of a training flight? What was the experience level of the pilots? Were they aware of the special rules governing air traffic in and around Reagan Airport? As you probably know, if you've flown into Reagan Airport, you cannot fly over, you will not fly over the Capitol, the National Mall, or for that matter, the White House. That's closed airspace. You have to come, for the most part, you have to come down the river, either north to south or south to north. And that's it. Now, I've talked to pilots who say it's a tricky airport to come into, but they like it because it's not boring. They like the fact that their piloting skills are put to the test as they have to make a hard right or a hard left as they come in on to one of these runways.
Yeah, and as far as the Black Hawk helicopter, again, we understand there were 3 people on board that, so that would likely be pilot, the co-pilot, and the flight engineer or crew chief on board. I have flown on a number of those missions and flights, and sometimes the door is actually open on the aircraft, and visibility is pretty good out on a Black Hawk. But again,
but it's only 7 foot of water. They're saying the Learjet broke in half. So.
Depending on the altitude of these 2 airplanes came together, they simply may not have seen each other. And there's that early, those shots we showed you a moment ago where you actually see the impact. It appears the helicopter maybe slices into the side or comes up from underneath the regional jet. There's that video.
I think the question's going to be here, if the chopper was below that plane, and it appears to have been below the plane, did the chopper just simply not see that plane as it was going to make a little bit of a left bank coming off of the river?
Yes,
there is some air traffic control, and I've listened to it, some air traffic control conversation tonight in which it does appear, but we want to get a full transcript of this and dissect it to make sure we understand what they're saying. But it does appear that chopper was perhaps told to pass behind the regional jet. It sounds garbled to me. It's difficult to understand. Right. And then you hear another pilot come on and say to the tower, "Did you see that?" In other words, did you see the midair?
My goodness.
But we need to get a full transcript and make sure that professional pilot ears are listening as closely as I try to.
It's probably safe to assume that they're going to have a lot of data to sift through very quickly. If the aircraft is in fact only in 7 feet of water, the fact that there may be those ATC recordings available, I would think in fairly short order they'll be able to give a preliminary assessment. We know these investigations take a year, but a preliminary assessment. We should also point out that American refers this to as American Eagle Flight 5342. American Eagle is really the subsidiary of other airlines that are wholly owned by American that operate these, what we used to call commuter, now called regional flights. So it was flying under the banner of 5342 American Eagle, although probably at the gate or somewhere you could just hear it referred to Flight 5342. We're been scanning their website, their statement. It doesn't offer a lot more information, but simply saying that the aircraft has been involved in an accident at DCA and a promise to provide information as it becomes available. Again, this happening around 9 o'clock at night. This a collision between this regional jet with 64 total people on board, and that's passengers and crew, colliding with an Army Black Hawk helicopter.
The air traffic controller was talking to them, asking them if they saw the plane. He was still asking to land. Let's see here. Okay. See if we can't go back for that update, but we'll watch some pictures of the plane. This was updated 2 minutes ago.
Been listening right now to WTTG. We're now taking over to show you this. This is video from the Kennedy Center camera, and you see that explosion right there. That is the moment when this small plane apparently crashed into a helicopter. You see a fireball, and then, Marla, we see that plane head down towards the Potomac River.
Oh, what an image there. And according to our sister station in DC, WTTG, that in fact is confirmed that a small aircraft collided with a helicopter. They were hearing that it is not a DC police helicopter, and colleagues on the ground say that several people were saying that it was a military helicopter. That information is not confirmed, but according to our sister station in DC, Fox 5 there, they have confirmed that it is
the bodies of loved ones that were taken just so tragically and so quickly from their families, and that instantaneous.
Seeing if I can get a clearer picture from. They got lots of cameras there, so. I don't see where that's showing their flight. They're not live anymore, but let's see here. Let's keep going back.
To the airport. We've seen it happen. We've done it as well for our relatives, our loved ones. You know, they're set to land. You make your way to Reagan, to Dulles, to BWI, perhaps to stand by. You're waiting for them to land, and then you just wait because, like as we heard earlier from Hamad, you know, something's off. I haven't heard from. They should have been here by now. And then you learn of this news tragically. You hear about a disaster near Reagan National Airport. You see the images of that explosion.
Yeah, figure out where I lost myself here. Here we go. Where is she?
You know, we're keeping a close eye on things here as close as we can.
Okay.
But yeah, crews are out here.
She said a boat came across and immediately they put tarps over this one.
This is on South Capitol again, as you mentioned, at the aviation. And as you saw earlier, that mass casualty ambulance is also here. That white bus, if you're able to zoom in, Hash, there. Normally, we see these buses during mass casualties. They're used when there's a large number of people that have to be transported to the hospital. It's also important to know that any of the crews, any of the divers, the search teams, if they're injured, they would be brought here as well. As you can see, a large portion of South Capitol here, this very busy roundabout is blocked off. The sidewalk as crews are set up here. Yeah, we've just been stationed here across the street, trying to keep an eye out for any of those victims, any sort of movement. Again, that boat that pulled up maybe 20 minutes ago with that tarp covering, with the ambulance as well. We haven't seen that ambulance leave the site here. But again, possibility that some of those victims, those victims were on that boat that we saw earlier.
All of this. Outside of this vast debris field is this area that was set up with these empty metro buses with police stationed nearby in the hopes that they could fill these buses and take people to be cared for or to care for them there. And there's been none.
And you have to think about what these first responders are going through tonight. Yes, they train extensively for these moments, just hoping it does not happen.
But they're human too.
They are human too. So you have a night like this, and I can't help but think of what the news we told you moments ago. You see this disaster, and like us, you respond to the scene and you hope for the best, but then you see these debris fields, and then you recover 18 bodies, after something like this, and
they
that has to be a moment for them.
And they know better than we will ever know what this is like. They know how long this is going. They know about the human body. They know about the capacity to survive something like this in a way that we don't know. And so for them to not be able to have this happen, they're not able to go and save anybody that's alive right now. That has to be really, really hard for them as well.
And yet we talk about the agony for family members, but in these situations, because we're talking about something that's in the water, that is what, Topper, 42 degrees right now? Air temperature mid-40s, the water temperature is about 42 degrees. And you're talking about what's the temperature?
It's going to get them.
Yeah, that's what here Topper there, our meteorologist, saying that's what's going to get them. Also the hazardous conditions. So not everyone can respond like they want because of the nature of what they're dealing with here. A plane that went down in the water. So
yeah, I'm thinking about a lot of these families that may be still awaiting any information. And if you are one of them and you happen to be listening to us right now and you're looking for information, there is a helpline that we've heard about that is set up through American Airlines, and happy to pass this information along to you. I hope it can be helpful. The number to call is 1-800-679-8215. It's 1-800-679-8215. Anything that helps provide some level of information for families that gives them something to hold on to, or just anything that helps them through this journey.
Yeah,
we want to be able to provide that for our neighbors.
Yeah, it's going to be a long road ahead. Again, you heard when we had Simone here roughly 10 minutes ago, she mentioned that Reagan National Airport will be closed until 5 a.m. Friday. So it's going to be closed all day tomorrow. Again, reopening at 5 a.m. Friday. We know that flights in and out of Reagan were halted shortly before 9 o'clock tonight. We know that some flights trying to land in our area have instead been diverted to Dulles International Airport. WMATA's GM Randy Clark mentioned earlier tonight that they are assisting in this effort as well. So again, you talk about all hands on deck. A lot of folks involved here to take care of everyone impacted by this, from the victims, the folks who were on this plane, to folks who may have had their travel plans interrupted. There are warming buses there at the airport because, you have a lot of folks who this has been a day for them. This is a change. Silver Line trains, there have been additional trains added to the Silver Line as well to help folks get to and from the city.
So as we look at the time here at almost 12:24 a.m., we're reminded that we are getting close to the appointed time that we anticipate hearing from DC Mayor Bowser and other officials about what we do know, what we need to know, and what we may be bracing to know about what happened tonight. I think we've got the microphone set up, and we are just waiting for all of them to gather at the airport. Again,
hello,
just
ma'am. How are you?
Yes,
this
I'm
was
good.
supposed to be an ordinary night.
Muses.
Helicopter is on it.
It's crazy, isn't it?
It is, and it's all over the place on Twitter or X.
I mean, seen even Pascal and everybody, JLR, they all got lives going on about it. Or
Yeah, but JLR, he's so worthless. So, don't even get me started on that guy.
we won't talk about it. He gives me the creeps almost as bad as Derek does. But
Well, he spent all that time in prison, and now he knows. Like he sued the Oklahoma City bombings people, the survivors, the Sandy Hook. Like, I don't care what good to say. So
he would have got beat up in prison. Okay, I can tell you that he would have been one that got beat up. Took his crunch money. I guarantee you that.
You're probably right.
Yeah, man. And this was, I know they haven't released no detail, but but this was all out of Wichita. All 60 people flew from Wichita nonstop there, huh?
Yeah. I mean, it could have been anything, but I will tell you, Learjet is a plane that a lot of actors and actresses use.
High profile, exactly. Yeah, the
Gary,
high dollar planes.
What's the one guy that comes here all the time? Oh shit! He's very popular. Harrison Ford is here monthly, and he goes to all of our restaurants. But he has a Learjet.
Right.
A lot. That's where their service is, right here in Wichita. So it could have very well. It said it was an American Airlines plane being used.
Yeah.
So, but it also could have came here. It could be anything, but I will say this: it's been all over the place, and it looks like we just gotta wait because I'm not even sure that 4 survived. So,
yeah, that's what I think so too. I got a question.
Said they made him give up the honey buns. Yeah, being married to a U.S. Marshal, and I knew JLR before he started YouTube. I'm not going to talk about him much because it's not worth my time. But when you sue victims like of the Oklahoma City bombing and Sandy Hook, and you walk away with $4 million from prison because they didn't want to fight you, I have a problem with people like you. So some people say he changed his life. Well, he's always flying because he made all this money off these innocent people. So
right.
That part at that.
And you can tell a true person that knows prison when they mention honey buns, because that's like gold in there. That's your top suite, boy, and everybody wants the whole drawer full of them.
Right. The other thing is it does make you question, and I'm not a government theorist, but I do follow my Navy SEALs, and I show you guys all the time, Sean Ryan and Bear and all. I follow them all, and I do find it strange that we had the guy go to New Orleans and do his thing, and then the guy from the Green Beret. I think he was trying to tell us something because he knew. Listen, that guy was so much more savvy than anybody knows as far as his career, that he wasn't just going to put fireworks in the back of that Tesla truck and pour racing fuel on it. Like, he knew that it wasn't going to do mass destruction. Okay. But you find it strange that now we have a helicopter that, listen, I'm not a pilot. I don't claim to be, but somebody that was watching it, it looked like the helicopter hit the plane.
It was. I guarantee you the helicopter could have avoided the crash. It was definitely in the wrong. Okay.
And then my next question is, okay, I understand they're on a flight routine, and doing a flight pattern, but why at the busiest airport in the world? And it's a government helicopter, but why go to the busiest airport in the world to do that?
Right. That don't make no sense.
I don't understand.
No, there's a lot of things that they do that we question we get looked like we're weird, but it's a common sense questioning, you know. And these things should pop into your head, and you go, "Really? At this time?" Well, I mean, realistically, I wouldn't have been landing a helicopter with 3 planes coming into that area. I'm sorry, there shouldn't have been a helicopter taking off. That should be at least a half mile or mile clear out before a helicopter tries to do anything. I mean, you would think.
My friend Bear, he's a Navy SEAL, and he's staying strapped, frosty, and dangerous. So,
right.
Not a conspiracy either, but definitely they pay attention. And there's just some crazy shit going on, even with our veterans, and I don't understand it because I love them all.
You know, and like I say, my dad died in the VA hospital, so I know that exact thing.
This is what Donald Trump just put out. The airplane was on a perfect and routine line of approach to the airport. The helicopter was going straight at the airplane for an extended period of time. It is a clear night. The lights on the plane were blazing. Why didn't the helicopter go up or down or turn? Why didn't the control tower tell the helicopter what to do instead of asking if they saw the plane? This is a bad situation that looks like it should have been prevented. Not good. And that's from the real Donald Trump.
That's real easily could have been prevented. Yeah.
Sad. Then there's this guy at the airport, and I think it's CNN, but his name's Hamad Raza. He's waiting on his wife, and she texted him. They were 20 minutes out, and he's sitting there. He's crying, and this stupid news person wants to see his text messages. He needs to go see the honey buns. Like, I swear I'd have to text somebody if they come up in my time of crisis and ask me something stupid.
I mean, like that. There'd be a crisis time. It'd be what? Somebody pulling me off of them. Boy, that's crazy. Yeah, that is nuts, and it happened that quick. Wow,
It was quick. I was actually busy watching the plane on the right because I thought that's what it was going to be. And then I saw the flash. So I was actually looking at the wrong plane even myself.
Yeah, I was too the first time because the other one I thought was what were we watching. So definitely it threw you off. That's just another one of those things. I don't know what Trump talked about tonight, but didn't he have a live speech?
I've been live all night just talking about this Kansas case, and
I knew you had been. I hadn't even listened to Trump either.
Ernest said, "Oh well, I watched was it the KU game tonight? No, maybe not. I'm losing track. I didn't sleep very well last night." Ernest says you can calculate collision speed. It's easy physics. Yeah, I agree. He said he's just waiting for the official story. I agree. Yeah, we were already live, and actually the first person that told me is our girl from Australia. Oh, by the way, Bianca was in your guys' chat last night, Ernest. She's a good girl. She's from Australia, but she said she went and checked you guys out last night. So, just FYI.
On which one?
On Tim and Tim show. Actually, there's a bunch of them on there. I didn't get a chance to make it over there. You know, I got all this. Listen, my face hurts. Like my husband says, it's killing him. But, you know, I had 3 biopsies taken off my face, and then a lot of stuff frozen. So my face is really swollen, and it hurts really bad. So trying to sleep is not enough.
I was on the drive home with you there for a while. You started running through the old stomping grounds where my dad used to have apartments all the time, and that's one area of Wichita that I never thought that I would see Town West not exist anymore. Because as a kid, that's where I saw my very first big picture show, everything. I remember my dad took my very first movie there was E.T. That was the very first big show I ever went to, you know, and then what you say that was started the fascination with now I can't even say her name. She was in that E.T. movie, the little girl.
Jerry, who was in the E.T. movie?
What's her name? She has her own talk show. Talk show now.
Huh?
That's she was on 50 First Dates too, I think.
She was on 51st Dates too. Drew Barrymore?
Drew Barrymore, that's her. She was the little girl in E.T. And I was like 4 or 5 years old when that came out. So that was my first big show I ever went to. And Drew Barrymore she was in that E.T. movie. I remember right there at Town West. That's where we went to the first big movie theater I ever went to.
Town West is shut down.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I can't believe it. I mean, I never would have thought that. Not in a million years. Now I drive out there, it's like, wow, this whole side of Wichita's curling up and turned into a ghetto. And
actually, it's not. The west side is growing more to the west and north. It's actually nicer than the east side. But really? I'll tell you right now, the malls over there are outside, kind of like Legends. You might not have been there, but everything's outside, kind of like the outlet malls, but they're now our malls. And you don't want to go to Town East. They have so many gangs and stupid crap over there. But I did say I will go live. They put Shields in over there. And I will go live here, maybe even tomorrow, to Shields and show you guys Shields. But why they put Shields even at Town East is beyond me. I don't know.
Really?
I don't know. Yeah.
Like I said, we went to Wichita once a month. That was our normal trip, and forever. Nothing else. We had a Sam's membership. Go down there and stock up on that stuff, or whatever. And I ain't done that it's been 20 years since the kids were young. I guess they're both 30 and 35 now. So been a few years.
Been a few years.
Never would have thought the west side, because like I say, my dad, when he lived out there, they was building apartment complexes all the time. They had a brand new one being built. And he would go there and basically try to order the top floor on this part of the building above the pool. And he wanted that apartment, and he'd wait for it to be built. And as soon as it was built, that's where we moved to. Then next one, he'd have, they're building another one across over there. Well, put my application in there. I won't go there. And it was like 4 months later, we was at another new one, That was his big move. We'll get a new move into a new apartment. Who needs to clean them when you can just rent a new one? Okay, right. Dad. Yeah, that's the way you do it, huh? Said, time for deep clean. Let's go.
So Bianca went into Skywalker boxing with Tim and Tim. Everybody over there. Ernest, you need to share your link again. Or maybe Bianca will. It's always enjoyable. But the one thing about boxing is a lot of people don't know about boxing. Like, we're trying to get people back into boxing. So, but I think Bianca is very aware of boxing. So I'm sure she enjoyed the show.
And it's pretty sad.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Christopher.
It's pretty sad when the best things we have going or promoting boxing is Jake Paul. He had them girl fights that he had promoted, and that was a good fight. But
oh yeah, you went here. You were sick the other day when Ernest was on the live.
No, I wasn't.
He was here, and that's what he said. The girls did awesome, but he's definitely not a Jake fan.
No, we're in the whole thing. I mean, that was the only promoting. I mean, when I was a kid, you always had something, Holyfield or Tyson or something. I mean, there was quite a few good boxers, and you'd have it was always Showtime or HBO boxing, and they'd have a boxing event. They don't have those no more. That's crazy.
Right. He said they had 2 women fights on last night. Now, last night was the night it was the Jayhawks game, and it was a very close game. So I saw you guys were live, and I was going to try to step in, but that game was so close I just couldn't. So I'll get you next time, Ernest. Sorry about that.
Who was KU playing?
We were playing UCF, and they beat us last time, and it's back and forth. And the game before that, a couple nights ago, we went into 2 overtimes and lost.
No, I seen that, or I seen the end of it.
Basketball is my real passion.
Right.
And I'm going to be really upset because we have the Sweet 16 and the Elite 8 here this year.
Wow.
And, my Jayhawks want to be in there. That's all I got to say. But,
exactly.
DeJuan Harris is hurt.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Okay.
but we got Adams back, but Dwan Harris is hurt, and we don't got a good center. So
he's still out. What happened to the big white boy? He ain't playing good. Dickinson
was all right, but he was all right. But listen, Harris, the center is probably the most important part of our game. The way Bill Self coaches, and for him to be out, Jerry, who did they put in Harris's place? That guy was horrible. Right. Coy, they had Coy in. He was horrible.
Oh, yeah.
He was horrible. And like Ernest said, if you are not able to catch them live, you can always go back and watch a show, just like anybody's show. Go back and watch a show later on.
Right.
Really, what I'll start doing, Ernest, is when I do go to bed at night, do you guys got a playlist set up at all? I haven't looked, but if you have playlists set up, I can hit playlists while I'm sleeping just to help you get the views and help you get up there. So, help you guys get up there. Bianca says, 2 beautiful ladies. They were 2 Ernest Johnson. 2 beautiful ladies.
Them chicks they had when Mike Tyson fight was on. That was them were good fights. I didn't care that
yeah.
I didn't care. I didn't get to watch Tyson fight. I wanted to watch them, and they were good.
Man, that's some Mexican fighter. Ernest, what was her name? She's good. Both the ladies were good, but my favorite is the older one, the Mexican fighter, Hispanic. I don't listen. I try to be politically correct, but I was at my friend's house, and I told you this the other day, Christopher, and I'll say it in front of Ernest. And I said, well, my friend, she's Mexican, and my daughter said, that's rude to say Mexican. And I said, oh, well, I didn't know that's rude. She said, yeah, you got to say Hispanic and Asian. And I was like, oh gosh, you guys are making it really hard on me.
All right.
I'm trying to be politically right. And then I get off the phone, and my friend that's Hispanic, she said, no, people call us Mexican. And she said, and then there's old Mexico, Anyway, it's like I try to be correct, not, it's not happening. I try. I'm not prejudiced against anybody at all. So, being easy to look upon certainly doesn't hurt the show. Hey, I say that all the time. And also, that's even with bare knuckles. Them girls are hot. And I'm married. And I'm not a bisexual. Like, I'd be the first one to say when somebody's hot, pretty lady. Same thing with UFC. They're pretty ladies. I feel sorry for their husbands because they could probably kick their husbands' asses. But anyway, some of my favorite fights are the women's, whether it be UFC, bare knuckles, or even boxing. I like to watch the women because that was me at my younger age. No, I'm just kidding. I threw a few elbows.
Right.
I stomped on the top of a few feet.
Oh, yeah. They'll tell you what, this is crazy, though. We had a lot of things happen already in this short amount of new year. I'm kind of like everybody else. I want to restart because this ain't started out too good.
Well, it was predicted a long time ago. Like I said, I'm not a government theorist or anything, but it was predicted a long time ago. Whenever the 1st of January fell on a Wednesday, it was going to be one hell of a year. And I don't even remember where I saw it. Usually I don't pay attention to shit like that. And, but somebody definitely is probably, let me just say, it's probably the Simpsons that, predicted that. I don't know.
You know what? The thing is, you got to look at those Simpsons. Stuff they got going on in there seems to happen to come true.
It does happen. It is so crazy.
Yeah.
I was a fan of Ronda Rousey until Holly Holmes beat her. I remember right where I was at. I was in Boulder, Colorado, and we were at a hotel, me and Rita, and we were watching the fights, and we had the window open because you're not supposed to smoke cigarettes. We smoked cigarettes. And listen, we were in a legal state. We were smoking some weed too. Anyway, we're hooting and hollering. Next thing I know, we got all kinds of people in the room. It was a nice room. It had like 3 bedrooms at a hotel. It had 3 rooms. Anyway, and I was always a Ronda Rousey fan. Rousey. I think it's Rousey.
Yep.
I always get it wrong. But anyway, and she got butt hurt because Holly Holmes beat her, and it was just
that chick could fight. Holly was mean.
I like how she opened it up for the women. Because I think they used to be with pride fighting. I don't remember. But she opened it up for the women. But she was a poor loser when she did lose.
Yeah.
And then she went to WWE, and then she started doing actress work. And then once Amanda Nunes retired, she came back for a little bit. And I ain't seen her in a while.
Yeah, I haven't either.
She got jammed for domestic abuse before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll bet she did. I'd hate to be her husband and back doctor.
I've really only seen a couple ugly fighters, and I'm going to tell you, that Cyborg, she's one ugly whatever. Is she a woman? I don't know. But Chris Cyborg, I've never liked her. And when Amanda Nunes kicked her ass, I was like, ew, Tizzy, yeah. But again, most of the time they're very pretty ladies. And they're just fighters, but away from fighting. Hell, I think, what's her name? Pina? Is that her name? I should know all this. I haven't slept all night, so. The one that beat, what is it? Juliana Pena, yeah. She actually beat my favorite fighter, but I'm going to give my favorite fighter the excuse that she had COVID, because she really did. She come back for that third one and beat her ass again quick. But yeah, I enjoy the fighting. I like Doug Rose. She's not pretty though. Ugh. But I like her personality. She's always nice. You know, it's just like I was talking about the boxing the other night. Did I lose you, Christopher? Let me get you back up here.
My little one wanted to take me on a road trip. She wants to.
There you go. So anyway, I always watch the weigh-ins. I don't like the fights and the, going to hit each other. And dude that was fighting Alvarez, Jeremy, I actually wanted Jeremy to win. And the reason was I used to like Eddie Alvarez, but he was being a jerk and he wouldn't even fight. He wouldn't even shake Jeremy's hand, and he talked trash. And then Jeremy kicked his ass, and I was like, yes. And whoever bet on that one made some money, because Jeremy was definitely, I want to say he was at a plus like 360. Right. And Alvarez was at a -2 something. So yeah, that fight would have paid some damn money.
Right.
Anyway. But the thing about Ted Rose, she's Russian, but now she lives over here in the States. And she never says anything bad about anybody. And she just does her thing. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure she's out of Denver now. Because I wanted to say for a while that she was fighting with Gaethje, until Gaethje actually, they opened their own gym over by Colorado Springs, and I actually got a chance to see it last year. So, but I won't get on my fight and talking.
Right.
I'm going to look on Twitter, though, here and see if they're saying anything else about this plane crash. I turned it off because, for one, Ernest came in here, you came up here, but also the news is not looking good. I'm not even going to lie.
No, it's not. It's pretty scary.
And I'm not even sure that 4 survived like they originally said. So,
right.
We won't know until they do their report, and I'll keep watching and seeing, because didn't they say around 12 a.m. is when they're going to do a press release?
And it'll probably really be tomorrow before they can say if anything, because you can't do a whole lot in the water at dark.
Right, but they're going to do a press release as to what was said at the tower.
Oh, okay.
So that might be interesting to watch.
Yeah.
But I'll keep an eye on it. We could still talk. So
that was kind of a weird little landing the way they come in, and you got to have a small enough plane to land at that little runway. And then
yeah, what was it? Runway 300, I think. Yeah,
I think something like that.
but somebody said, well, the helicopters land there all the time. Well, since when does I guess I'm
Why would a
stupid.
helicopter be landing in a middle plane? I mean, you would think that you'd be a 5 mile clearance or something before a helicopter would come in.
Well, not only that, helicopters usually land on pads, unless it's
Yeah.
a small airport. Like we've got all the aircraft here, but then we also got a small airport, Jabara's, over there, private jets and all that. And I've seen a lot of helicopters land there. The only helicopters I've ever seen at Eisenhower, our big airport, is Highway Patrol flies out from there, but they're at the side. They don't fly from the main area.
Right.
Highway Patrol flies out from there in Wichita PD. That's the only helicopters I've seen. Oh, and Medevac.
Right.
Medair or Medevac. My friend used to own it, and I think they changed it to Medevac because when he sold it. But anyway.
Right. I've had a few of them flights. Them are expensive.
When you get bullets in you, there it's not easy.
Yeah, well, that like I say, them flights are. I've never been actually, both of them I was on that I could have seen anything. They had me on a trach tube and basically said, "We're going to go ahead and put this in before we go up, or you're probably going to lose your lung on the way when you get up there." It's like, okay, so they knocked me out on that one. I was like, "Yeah, ain't no fun. $100,000 flights, and then I don't even get to see them."
Right.
They want for them anyway.
Yeah, Ernest is saying there's no saving, only recovery. I think you're correct. Not only that, that's been 3 hours now, and even the divers with them suits on said it was extremely cold. That there's just no way.
Yeah.
So, it is what it is, and it sucks that we even got to blame, like even the helicopter. Like, I mean, accidents happen. I get it, but I am gonna put the back, but I'm gonna put it on mute. But it looks like it's not this one. Okay. Well, there's one that looks like they're setting up news cameras, like a podium.
Getting ready for this conference, huh? Yeah. There's sure a lot of red lights there. Let's put it that way.
Well, they had people come from all over, but also that is a huge airport. And like our friend was a fireman out here at McConnell, or at Eisenhower.
Right.
And let me tell you, they've got their own crew, and there's a lot. And then you got crews coming from everywhere. Yeah, you're going to end up with a lot of people showing up.
Oh.
But I'm surprised that jet only had 60 passengers and 4 crew members.
Yeah. But that's actually, a lot of those are only like 68 or 80 people or something, is what I was thinking. The full load is. So it was pretty close to full.
See, I don't know. I'm not sure how big a
I think most of those planes they're like 80 people normally
Hold
full.
on. I got Rick in the bedroom hollering. What? 68 seats. He said it had 68 seats.
68. So see, he was real close to full then. That's what I was thinking. It was around.
But see here in this background, see all these mics set up clear at the top right?
Yeah.
That tells me they're fixing to give some kind of conference. And we'll just watch it in the background.
Right.
We'll watch it in the background, see what they have to say. Yeah, the press conference. Yes, thank you. That's what I seen. I saw them start putting mics together. I was like, well, hell, maybe I'm not a fan of Fox. You wouldn't believe this, Ernest, but the other day, during the inauguration, we were watching it. We were watching it on Fox, and they striked me. And not only took my video down, and they striked me. Okay? I've never been in trouble till last week, and it's another creator, and I'm just not going there. Don't matter. It's over. It's done. But anyway.
Hey, I'll give you an update on him. He was live earlier and had 3 people viewing him.
I didn't look, but I was, on his, I was like, he gave me permission to use this. Like, he always comes in my chat. This is stupid. And the one with the box, I just used the emoji middle finger and said F you. That's how mad I was. You know, my channel was on hold. I had to make 2 other channels, 2 names. My channel was on hold for like, I don't know, 4 days because of that shit. And the minute I sent the emoji and the FU, they cleared my channel. I was back up. It was so strange. And it's like, I'm not going to take any time spelling out words, but they had striked a lot of people. And they're a news station. And basically, oh, here it is. Let's go. Let me get to it.
Yeah.
You got to turn on the volume. Oops. Crap. I'm slow. There it is, way down there. Okay. Oh, get me to there.
The very tragic events of this evening, where we know a passenger plane coming to the airport here collided with a military helicopter. Our fire department, DC Fire and EMS, supported by fire departments and police departments from across the Washington metropolitan region, are executing a rescue operation in the Potomac River. They are working diligently in very dark and cold conditions, cold water, to execute this rescue operation. We have had the opportunity to be briefed by American Airlines officials. I'm told that American Airlines leadership is on the way to Washington as well. And officials are in the airport talking to families now. We do have a 1-800 number where families should contact us, should contact American Airlines for more information, and we will be providing that information shortly. I am going to turn to a number of officials to provide as much information as we can this evening, and we expect to have more frequent briefings at daylight. So with that, I'm going to turn to Secretary Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. I think for all of us, we want to extend our thoughts and prayers to those individuals who were impacted by the events tonight, their families. We know this is a very difficult time for all of them. I want to join the mayor and everyone here to extend our thank you to the first responders who, again, in very difficult situations and environments, are out there searching and attempting to rescue. Tonight, I spoke with President Trump and his team in the Situation Room. I had a conversation with Secretary Pete Hegseth as well, and then with the Kansas delegation and the mayor and others in leadership, as well as Governor Youngkin from Virginia and Governor Kelly from Kansas. From the Department of Transportation,
I can't stand Governor Kelly. She's stupid.
We are going to offer full support to those on the ground, to the mayor, but also to the NTSB, who is going to be conducting the investigation in this matter. We are going to provide all the support that's necessary. Mayor.
Thank you. So with that, I want to ask Chief John Johnaway from DC Fire and EMS to provide an update.
Good evening, everyone. I'm John Donnelly, Chief of DC Fire and EMS. This evening at 8:48, an alert was sounded, initiating a large regional response to a report of an aircraft crash on approach to the airport. This response includes first the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority's Fire Department, the District of Columbia Fire Department, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the U.S. Park Police to respond into the area and to sort that out. At 8:58, the first units arrived on the scene and found an aircraft in the water and began rescue operations. This incident has grown. There's currently about 300 responders working. We have boats from all throughout the region, police and fire boats. We have a mutual aid agreement in Washington, D.C., the National Capital Region Mutual Aid Agreement administered by the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, and we're all operating under that. We're operating under a unified command. Everybody's together. So we also have requested state police helicopters from Maryland, and the Coast Guard helicopter is working. So this is a state and federal response as well. U.S. Coast Guard's got some boats in the water as well. So it's a highly complex operation. The conditions out there are extremely rough for the responders. It's cold. They're dealing with relatively windy conditions. Wind is hard out on the river. So they're out there working. We're doing everything we can to keep them safe. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to the mayor.
In Chief Bonnet from MWA.
I'm Rick Bonnet, Fire Chief of MWA Fire and Rescue. Our units, as Chief Donnelly already alluded to, at 2048, we received a alert from the FAA tower of an aircraft incident involving a commercial aircraft and a helicopter. Our units immediately responded and deployed 3 boats and immediately called for mutual aid resources. Again, as Chief Donnelly said, it's an active operation that's going to last many hours as we continue to work through recovery efforts and rescue operations. This will be ongoing for quite a while. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families and our communities, and we appreciate all DC's support to our agency and our federal partners.
So with that, I wanted to turn to the senators who are from Kansas who wanted to say a few words. First, Senator Moran, and then Senator Marshall.
Mayor, thank you, and Mr. Secretary, thank you, and to our
Moran's
first
been on
responders, thank you
Twitter all
very much
night.
for all that's taking place here. I'm Jerry Moran. I'm a United States Senator from Kansas, and I chair the subcommittee in Commerce Committee on Aviation. So we have really a serious and sad circumstance that we want to be here to be helpful, and we're praying that our responders are safe and the folks who are on that flight are recovered. The circumstance I would describe is that I know that flight. I've flown it many times myself. I lobbied American Airlines to begin having a direct nonstop flight service to DCA. That flight has been in existence about a year. And it is certainly true that in Kansas and in Wichita in particular, we're going to know people who are on this flight, know their family members, know somebody. So this is a very personal circumstance as well as an official response. And again, we will do everything we can to make certain that we're supportive of the rescue efforts, and we'll do everything we can to make certain that our subcommittee and Congress is engaged in what needs to take place following the outcome of this evening and this month's kind of investigation. I've talked to NTSB, I've talked to the White House, I've talked to the Department of Defense, and I've talked to the CEO of American Airlines, and there is all of us pulling together for the best outcome possible. I'm honored to be here with my colleague, Senator Marshall, as we try to make certain that we care for those certainly back in Kansas that were on that flight. But it's a reminder that there are people here in Washington, D.C., in this region, in Virginia, and Maryland, and many places else that fly to and from Kansas. And so we're rooting and supporting all those, regardless of where you're from. And Mayor, I appreciate the gathering here for us to try to provide information to those in Kansas and across your city. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Senator Moran and Mayor, Secretary. You know, when one person dies, it's a tragedy, but when many, many, many people die, it's an unbearable sorrow. It's a heartbreak beyond measure. And I know Senator Moran and I are here just to say we care. We wish that there was more we could do, but unfortunately, there doesn't seem much at this time. I want the folks to back home to just know that we care, that we love them, and that this is a time when we'll have to join arms together and help each other out. We've been through things like this before, through tornadoes and floods and things, but it's really hard when you lose, you know, probably over 60 Kansans simultaneously. And I don't want to forget the pilots and the flight attendants, were doing, do their job, and the military personnel we lost. All those lives are so valuable. And it is such a tragedy that we lost them. I think often in times like this, I try to find a scripture that, is apropos. And this is from the book of Psalms. It says, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." Certainly we're crushed in spirit tonight. We mourn with the families who lost loved ones, and we truly are joining them in prayer and wrapping our arms around them in love and compassion. Thanks for everybody for coming out tonight. Thank you for your thoughts and your prayers.
So certainly I speak for the people of Washington, 700,000 of us who are extremely sorry for the families who are experiencing loss tonight. And so we want you to know that we will continue to work with American Airlines to share information as frequently as possible and make sure that we're getting accurate information out to the public. But my sorrow for all of the people and crew on the plane and our military personnel on the helicopter is very deep. I do want to turn to Jack Potter, who is the CEO of our Airports Authority, responsible for Reagan National Airport and Dulles International Airport, to talk to you about how the airport responded and what's going to happen next.
Good evening. As was said, I'm Jack Potter, the President and CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. Thank you all for being here tonight and under these very, very grim circumstances. First of all, I want to let you know that we're providing support to all the families who are involved. American Airlines has established a phone number for them to reach out. That's been published, but let me repeat it. It's 1-800-679-8215. So families of folks that were on the plane are asked to contact them. We did have folks who were at the airport to pick up loved ones. And so American has set up a center in their in their lounge at the north end of the airport. And we've directed the families there. And there are folks there counselors there to work with the families. We did have aircraft that were in the air. They were diverted to Dulles Airport, some 19 aircraft. We had personnel, United and others had personnel. We want to thank WMATA for extending their hours on the Metro to make sure that those folks were accommodated. Right now, as was said earlier by the chief, we're in a rescue mode. We will continue in that rescue mode. I want to thank all of the mutual aid responders, all the counties, the district, folks from Maryland and Virginia. Everybody's on site doing the best they can, and numerous boats out in the water right now. NTSB is on site. I want to thank all of the folks behind me, the secretary, the mayor, the two senators for all of their support. And we're going to continue to work through the night. I do want to make an announcement. People are, concerned about what's going to happen in the morning. Reagan National Airport will be closed until 11 o'clock. That's when the first flights will take off. But we're going to continue to do our best and work through this situation over the course of the night. And we hope to have more news as it develops. But for right now, it's a very difficult situation out there with the cold. It's very dark, but there are numerous boats out there. There are dive teams out there. So again, we'll continue to work this situation, and I'll turn it back to the mayor. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that update. And you've heard that in the National Capital Region, the District of course is Washington, D.C. is at the center, but we are a close region. We have heard from the governors of Maryland and Virginia, the mayor of the city of Baltimore, all who have sent us personnel to help in the rescue operations. Last thing I'll note is just to our local viewership And just please let our first responders do their work. Try to let our vehicles get to scenes and through scenes. We don't want anybody else to get hurt because of moving vehicles, okay? So we will be able to take a few questions. There's not a lot that we can say. We won't be able to say anything about an investigation. As you know, once fire and EMS completes the rescue operation, then the investigation goes over to the National Transportation Safety Board. And I'm sure the Safety Board, NTSB, will provide information about when they will be briefing about an investigation. So we'll take a few. Yes.
Can you confirm that both aircraft are in the water, and perhaps Chief Donnelly can explain what's involved in conducting an operation like this?
Yes, both aircraft are in the water. The focus now is rescuing people, and that's what all of our personnel are focused on. And Chief, I think he's given a pretty good description, but if there's anything else you want to add, Chief.
I would just say that the boats are out doing searches. We have divers on both aircraft, and they're searching the aircraft at this point.
Right. Yes.
Have any survivors been found, and how many bodies have been recovered?
All we can confirm tonight is the number of people on each aircraft, 64 people on the American Airlines plane and 3 people on the military helicopter. And we can't provide any more information about recovery efforts.
But people have talked about lost loved ones. So how do you know that there might be people who lost loved ones?
I didn't say I didn't know people had lost loved ones. I said we can't talk about any of the recovery efforts in specific tonight. Yes.
Secretary Duffy,
So I'll call on who's next. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. Will this affect operations at Dulles and BWI? Will the Potomac River traffic be closed to boats?
Yes. And so Jack has talked about, Jack, can you talk about Dulles? I'm not sure we can talk about BWI, but we can talk about Dulles.
Right. There is no impact at BWI or at Dulles. As I said earlier, our airport here, Ronald Reagan National Airport, will be closed until 11 o'clock. Obviously, that will be fluid. We'll learn more, but we wanted to advise passengers who might be coming to the airport in the morning that we will be closed until at least 11 o'clock.
A question for Secretary Duffy.
Yeah, 1 second. You're next.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you so much. So, just other than the current situations, like we know the water is extremely cold and it's very dark outside. Although Senator is saying that there are numerous boats in the water, but what's the the biggest challenges for the rescue? What best scenario we can expect in the coming few hours till morning?
So the challenges are access. The water that we're operating in is about 8 feet deep. There is wind, there is pieces of ice out there. So it's just dangerous and hard to work in. And because there's not a lot of lights, you're out there searching every square inch of space to see if you can find anybody. Divers are doing the same thing in the water. The water is dark, it is murky, and that is a very tough condition for them to dive in. The question about the river, we'll make that decision later. The Coast Guard's on scene, and I would expect that it's not a high use time in the river, and we should not expect to have commercial recreational traffic on the river tomorrow.
Okay, 3 questions. 1, 2, 3.
Secretary Duffy, have you been in touch with the air traffic controllers who were in the tower at the time of the crash?
I have not.
You have not. And the second question, this is your first several hours in this position. What are your thoughts? What are you feeling right now?
My focus is on those who are impacted on this flight. And again, I've been secretary for a little over a day, and the tragedy that we're going to deal with this recovery, I think is touching everyone's hearts, whether it's here in the greater DC area or in Kansas. And again, I think everyone here is thinking and praying for those who potentially have lost a loved one. And thank you.
Okay, your question?
Can any of you give us any sense about how an accident like this could have happened so close to the airport, right in the heart of DC? There have been reports of the DCA tower contacting the helicopter moments before the crash to ask if they had sight of the aircraft, and apparently the helicopter reported that it did have sight of an aircraft. Is it possible that it had the wrong aircraft in sight? Do you have any sense of what went wrong in those final moments?
I know that the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation will be able to search on all of those questions. We wouldn't be able to talk about that tonight. Yes.
2 points for Secretary Duffy. The first thing you were talking about when you were in the situation room with the president and Chief Hegseth both being there. Can you tell us more about the president's initial reaction to this, as well as Chief Hegseth, if this was a military helicopter?
So I was not in the Situation Room. I did have a conversation with the Situation Room where the president was located, as well as with Secretary Hegseth. We're exchanging information. I would just note that not just the local team, but the federal team has performed very well in this crisis. I know the president is incredibly concerned about what's happened here today. I'm sure we'll continue to hear more from him, and I'll continue to consult with him and Secretary Hegseth.
When it comes to the resources that you would be able to provide on the federal level, do you feel like you're getting what you need?
Absolutely. The president has committed to this team and to the NTSB through the DOT that we will provide all resources necessary as we go through this recovery, but also the support from FAA and DOT as the NTSB investigates.
Mr. Secretary, do we know the condition of the aircraft? Are they whole? Are they split? Are they pieces?
Again, I don't think we can comment on that. Our focus is on getting the passengers and crew out of the water.
And just one more clarification, because earlier we've gotten guidance that DCA was going to shut down at least until Friday at 5 a.m. I just heard
11 a.m.
11 a.m. tomorrow. Okay.
Yes. Okay. We can take a few more questions. A question here, and here. Yeah.
Mayor Balfour, can you just confirm, has anybody been transported to
Again, I can't say anything about the rescue operation right now. Who was next? Yes.
Yeah, Chief Donnelly, can you speak a little bit more about the unified command who leads this phase of the rescue and recovery? At what point do you then change phases? And can you describe to us the scene as best you can when first responders first arrived?
So I happened to be listening to the radio this evening when the call came out. I listened to the responders come in, and the initial response, they were very professional trying to locate this. This is, if you can imagine, the river is a large black spot at night with no lights on it, except for a few buoy lights. So they were out there looking. The boats pretty quickly were able to locate one of the aircraft and get there. So that's what's going on right now. Everybody's working on that. We will reevaluate where we are with the rescue operation in the morning when we get a better sense of it, but we are still out there working, and we're going to continue that throughout the night.
Do you have a sense that there are survivors?
We don't know yet, but we're working.
Is any part of the search happening over land?
No, we're all in the water.
Yes. Oh, you got a question. Somebody didn't get a question. Hold on. Yes.
I just wanted to ask, do you have an estimate yet on how long the recovery efforts will take?
Chief.
So experiences like this we expect to continue our operations in the fire department for multiple days. And then I would expect the investigation goes longer than that.
Okay, you didn't get a question, and you were next, I think.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. My question is, do we have any plan to prevent future crash or future accidents? Do we have any like to reform the authority, the airport control to calm those
Great
people
question.
who are
It's
crying
taking a while.
and also, how long the rescue is gonna last? Are we gonna stop the rescue after tomorrow 11 a.m.? Like divers team, because they are still in the golden hours now.
No, I mean, I think you just heard the chief said we're going to be out there as long as it takes. And we're obviously trying to get to people as soon as possible, but we are going to recover our fellow citizens. Yes.
This is for the chief and Secretary Duffy. How do you balance the search and rescue operation with preserving the scene for the investigation that's now underway?
So from the fire department's point of view, we are always going to put people first. But I don't think that I think our operations, because we have a unified command, we are all working together, and the NTSB is in contact with us, and we will work together to make sure that if there's crucial evidence that it's preserved. And that's something we do every day with our police department on crime scenes and things. So life comes first and everything else is after that.
Okay, last question. Yep.
Secretary Dudley, I know it's early, but are there any immediate actions that the FAA should take to prevent helicopters and commercial airplanes from being close to one another?
So obviously there'll be a review of what happened here tonight. And after the FAA studies what happened, we will take appropriate action if necessary to modify flight paths and permissions.
Do you have any more details about the helicopter missions with the Black Hawk and whereabouts? Have you heard directly from President Trump?
I spoke with the president's national security advisor, and I have not talked to the president yet. And I do not know what the mission was. So let me close by saying again, thank you to the members of the press to help us get information out to the families. The American Airlines number is 800-679-8215, 800-679-8215. And I expect the airport will likely provide additional information in the morning. Thank you.
All right,
Father
you've been
God,
listening to the first news
want you
conference
all
over the
to
crash of American Airlines flight.
comfort these people and give everybody that's got their family members out there missing, not sure what's going on right now. Let's give them the reassurance that you're there, you're taking care of them. You're going to make the transition easy and much pain gone out of the way. We thank you for everything you do in our lives, Father God. And please, if anyone out there is hanging on, give them that last courage to hold on till those rescuers can get there. Thank you, Father God. Amen. Man, any Wichitans are out there, know we're praying for you.
I was going to say, it don't sound good. Thank you.
No, it doesn't.
I was muted. Thank you. It don't sound good. I keep checking my Facebook to see if there's anybody I know. One thing I can say that sucks about social media is it's nice for us, like right here, to see. You know, we can see what's going around the world. But imagine if my child was on a flight to Washington, D.C.
You know,
and
I can't.
I would lose it. I'd lose it.
I can tell you. And what really hit me was Roger Marshall there. He delivered both of my boys. I actually should say the oldest one wasn't mine, but he was my stepson. Then he delivered our baby together. And I got him right out of Marshall's hands. I know that man personally, and to see him go right to scripture and bring the family in, that's the real man that is leading you right there. That's one politician I can say he delivered, I want to say seriously, probably at one time around 80% of all the babies in Barton County. And then he went to be a politician, and he's affected a lot of people's lives. And it's good to see someone actually have good heritage there and know that his heart's in the right place when he says that. Thank you, Father God, for putting Roger Marshall there. He is a good man.
Right. I don't know a lot about him, honestly. But
he was right here from Great Bend, like I say, OBGYN. Anybody that had any specialties or C-section births or anything like that was all done through him. And like I say, he was here for a long time. I actually did his basement, wired it for surround sound, and put satellite TV in when the very first direct TV come out, when you had the first little dish. Those things were going like hotcakes. We couldn't get them in fast enough. Everybody wanted to set foot in their house, you know. He was like my 6th or 8th customer. I don't remember which one it was, but we did his basement, and then we did his doctor's office after that too. We hooked it up for that type of sound and
you ever wanted to just slap a reporter? That reporter that said, "So you're going to quit searching at noon tomorrow?" That's not what they said.
No.
It's like, for fuck's sake, come on.
They're out there all night right now. And just, I mean, can you imagine? I mean, let's put it this way. If I was that one person that was floating on that one pillow or whatever, you just have to thank God that he was there and he kept you in this one. But it's sure, yeah, it's not looking very good.
It's not looking good, but they've got the Coast Guard there. They're going to keep searching, you know,
Oh, yeah.
like I've said, even in the Kansas case, you know, how did we know the women were dead the first day? We have no way of knowing that.
We don't.
I know that my femur broke and slashed my main artery, and I should have been dead, but I wasn't. It's the thing. So they got to keep searching until they got everybody accounted for.
Yeah. Well, I was actually.
If you're in an air pocket, I mean, 7 foot is not that deep. I mean, if that impact was hard, more than likely they wouldn't have survived, to be honest. And I'm not FFA or FAA. More than likely they didn't survive it. But because 7 feet's not that hard and it broke the plane in half. So
yeah,
that was a hard impact. Hard impact.
You know, we just ask Father God to step in and reassure everyone that if they didn't go quickly, please make it a smooth exit and into your arms, Father God. Thank you for everything that you do. Amen.
Amen. And you know what, Christopher? I don't think anybody saw it coming other than the pilots. Like, I really don't see the way it happened from what I saw from, you know, watching it here. I don't think anybody knew what happened. Like the one lady had just texted her husband. They were 20 minutes away. 20 minutes away.
Boy.
It's sad.
Yeah, it is real sad. Well, hopefully we start having something positive to report on. That's what we're asking for, Father God. We're asking for some positive news, something that is lightning and jokingly. You know, we want something to laugh about tomorrow. We don't want to have all these sad notes, and it's sure first month of this year is sure not showing us a gold brick road anywhere.
No.
Thank you, Father God.
Yes, absolutely. You know, Bianca says, I would fire that reporter. What a stupid and wasted question. Listen, they did that, you know, when we were playing earlier about the Kansas thing. I told you the sheriff laughed, though.
Yeah, I remember that.
But,
yeah,
you know, they don't ask the questions that need to be asked. That's one thing I do like about YouTube is they actually ask the questions that need to be asked.
Right.
You know what I mean? They're not afraid to ask the hard questions. Then you got stupid asses. Well, so you're going to quit searching at noon tomorrow? That's not what they said.
Yeah. They want to classify it all up into roll it all up in a jelly roll, and here you go, here's your bite. No, that ain't what they were talking about. In fact, what they should have been the most simplest thing was, all we can do tonight is just keep looking and pray we find somebody, you know. So
right. Well, I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to follow it anymore tonight. I'm going to just let them do their job. You know, I do hope there is people still holding on. You know, it'll be a miracle, though. I'll be honest with you. And God makes miracles. So it's going to be a miracle if there is anybody left surviving, because hypothermia is real. And that hit was hard. It had to be hard to break the plane in half.
Yeah.
So,
I can only imagine.
What do I say all the time? I live right by McConnell and right by Eisenhower. I could have a plane land on my house at any given time. So, you know, it is, you know, I feel sorry for everybody, but sometimes it's God's way, I guess. You know, you can't control everything. Everything happens for a reason. We might not understand it, but everything happens for a reason. So,
yep, that's what we have to come to terms with. Well, it's good speaking with you, ma'am. I'm going to check out for the evening and go pray a little more.
Yeah, I was going to tell you, Jerry and Jeff we're in the 60s this weekend. I can't wait to be in the 60s. And I got one slide on the bus that's not going out and one jack that is moving real slow. So they're going to work on that this weekend. So we should be ready to roll. What is it,
We're definitely
February
going to
9th?
find. We ain't going to have no more of this partial reporting. I know that.
Absolutely. And, you know, I might just go in with you just to prove a point because nobody can, we just got to get there early.
Yep.
They cannot deny anybody in a public hearing to go. Like, so just because the sheriff don't like me, he cannot say, you can't go. You can't
Well,
go in.
I guarantee you I'll keep anything from happening to you. I got your back in there, girl. So,
Well, I'm not there to cause trouble. I want to know what's going on. I want to hear it. I want to
you
hear
know
the
what I'm
right
saying?
shit. I want to hear the right shit. So,
yeah, I want to look in their eyes. That's what I want to see.
but it's
So,
a preliminary, and I really think that we're going to hear more from Corin. It's Corin and Paul Grice's hearing, preliminary.
yeah,
So I think there's going to be a lot to be heard. So
right.
I'll just tell you this: we'll be there early. That's for sure.
Right.
So
You have a good evening, ma'am.
you too, and I'm glad you're feeling better. You sound better.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little better. Hopefully everything's clearing up here. I don't like these wintertime sicknesses.
Yeah.
Coming.
Bianca says, thank you, Christopher, for having our Rock Chalk True Crime 100% SPAC. Absolutely.
No problem there.
Yeah.
We're going to find out what's going on and finish this book out. It's amazing.
You did hear what we're doing, right? We are doing a timeline. We're doing a lot. We've got, for me and Deb and Nona, listen, I'm telling you, we've got a lot of questions, and every time we get one question answered, there's more. So
right.
This case is not open shut. I will say that. Oh, and I don't think he was here when I looked it up. Oklahoma law states you must wear a body cam.
Yeah, no,
Then
I
I
was
put
here when
in, yeah. So, and it also says a sheriff cannot stop his deputies from wearing body cams. It's the law. It's a misdemeanor. You can be charged with a misdemeanor.
Yeah, it's his name. It's what to say. That'd be like a statewide, what's say, safety policy. I mean, is what that would be interfering with. I mean, if I was a cop, I wouldn't want to go to work without my safety policy that put into place. You know.
Yeah, and he had his phone in his front left pocket with the cameras hanging out. Not a body cam. That was his cell phone with the camera out. Was he filming? Right. He don't like to film, but
with everything else, though, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, he wants everything filmed when he's involved, but you don't want his officers protected, huh?
Yeah. I just don't understand that. In today's world, why wouldn't you wear body cams? It protects the officers. Not only that, people are doing crazy ass things. Say you have an officer get stabbed, you know, they can pull that body cam so quick and know who did it. And for the life of me, I don't understand why they wouldn't use body cam. And they have them. So it makes no sense to me.
None whatsoever.
Absolutely.
All righty.
Well, much love to everybody. I'm out of here too. We are going to close this out.
You have a good evening. Much prayers to all them Wichita affected people, and God, just make it quick and passing smoothly. Thank you, Father God. Amen. Good night, people. Have a good night.
Good night, family. Much love to every one of you. We're out of here. See here, I just saw something real quick. Okay, I'll meet you. I'll talk to you in Discord. I'll go over to Discord, Dan. I'll go over to Discord. Okay, night all. If you want to go to Discord, you're more than welcome to go there, but we are going to close this out. Much love to everyone. And I'll just keep playing Bianca's. Oh, dogs are barking at something outside. Let's see here. I got you. I'm sending you a link right now. Night all. Much love.